Hello everyone, it's 7 o'clock. This is Sky News Breakfast, live from Downing Street. Home to Liz Truss for just a few more days after 6 turbulent weeks as Prime Minister. But who will move in next? And is Boris Johnson really kicking the sand off his sandals in the Caribbean, ready for a new run at the top job? We'll hear from his former right-hand man, Will Walden, from senior Tory MPs Crispin Blunt and Sir Christopher Chope, Labour's Rachel Reeves and the Lib Dem leader, Ed Davey. It's Friday, the 21st of October. The race is on. Liz Truss's departure means there'll be a new Prime Minister exactly a week today at the latest. Out of the shadows, Boris Johnson is expected to return early from his Caribbean holiday, with supporters calling for a comeback.
He's a known winner, and that's certainly who I'll be putting my name against, because I want us to win the next election.
I would just urge colleagues who may be thinking of throwing their hat into the ring, just take stock, put the country before their own personal ambition.
It's threatening to be a crowded field to replace Britain's shortest-serving Prime Minister, but there's only room for 3 when the counting starts. Opposition parties call for an end to the upheaval and demand a general election. Also ahead, gridlocked, the damning report showing patients unable to leave hospital and a health and care system seizing up. Hello and a very good morning from Downing Street. The morning after a dramatic day, culminating in Liz Truss's resignation here yesterday afternoon. After 6 turbulent weeks, the race to be the next Prime Minister is already shaping up to be remarkable. Boris Johnson is said to be sounding out his supporters to see if he's got enough votes to beat Rishi Sunak, the man who quit as his Chancellor. And far from healing the party rifts, some backbenchers are threatening to resign their seats if Mr Johnson makes a comeback. So let's take a look then at those who are in contention. Well, currently, Rishi Sunak is the bookmakers' favourite to take over and also has the highest number of MPs publicly backing him. 33 have come out in support so far. Former Prime Minister Boris Johnson follows closely behind in MP support with 27. And in third is the Commons leader, Penny Mordaunt. 12 MPs have said that they'll back her. Then the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace. Then the Trade Secretary, Kemi Badenoch, could also be in the running, along with Suella Braverman, who resigned just days ago as Home Secretary. Amanda Akas has our first report.
After Liz Truss's calamitous 44 days in power, the race is on to find her replacement. The party have vowed to choose the new occupant of 10 Downing Street by Friday in a bid to rebuild after the shortest term of any British Prime Minister in history.
I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
Supporters of Rishi Sunak and Penny Mordaunt are already out on manoeuvres.
In these times when we're facing now, we've got horrific problems in the global financial markets, and we need somebody who's got the experience to deliver real stability over the next few years.
Hopefully she does stand. I backed her back in the summer when there was the leadership election after Boris had resigned, and I hope she puts herself forward again. I'll certainly enthusiastically back her.
But in an extraordinary twist, some MPs are hoping Liz Truss's downfall could pave a way back for the former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. He's said to be cutting short his Caribbean holiday to sound out his supporters.
He's a known winner, and that's certainly who I'll be putting my name against, because I want us to win the next election. And it's time for some stability and some unity, and I think in order to achieve that, we need to put in place, I believe, the person who has the mandate of the British people.
Others in the party are calling for restraint.
I would just urge colleagues who may be thinking of throwing their hat into the ring, just take stock, put the country before their own personal ambition, and let's try and get on and, dig us out of the hole we've actually put the country into and also ourselves into as well.
Labour want another general election.
So you've got this real choice, utter chaos with the Conservatives or stability under a Labour government. So the risk is not a general election. The risk is carrying on with this utter chaos.
For voters living in Liz Truss's Norfolk constituency, it's been exhausting.
It's like a children's playground, really. Unbelievable.
I think the Conservative Party will be destroying themselves. They are slowly destroying themselves. They've really got to, sort it out.
Last night, the ultimate humiliation. The lettuce which the Daily Star bet would outlast Liz Truss's premiership beamed onto the walls of Parliament. Whoever wins the contest to succeed her has an uphill struggle ahead. Amanda Akas, Sky News.
Well, Liz Truss entered number 10 after a leadership campaign that lasted 8 weeks. She finally became Prime Minister after 81,000 Conservative Party members voted for her. This time around, that process will last just 1 week, and it could be over even sooner than that. Well, nominations are open now, and they're going to close at 2 p.m. on Monday. Candidates must secure 100 nominations from MPs to get through. If only one contender reaches that mark, they'll be elected Prime Minister on Monday. Well, assuming at least 2 make it through, MPs will vote between 3:30 and 5:30 on Monday. If there are 3, the person with the fewest votes will be eliminated. Well, the remaining 2 candidates will then face televised hustings. And the final choice will be made by Conservative Party members in an online vote, which closes at 11 a.m. next Friday, the 28th of October. And the result will then be announced by that evening at the latest. Well, our political correspondent, Rob Powell, is here with me this morning. Morning to you, Rob. An incredible day in politics once again yesterday, and we find ourselves in this extraordinary position of facing another leadership battle for the top of the Tory party and the Prime Minister.
Yeah, an incredible week, really. It was this time last week that Kwasi Kwarteng was still Chancellor, was flying back from Washington, where he'd just given an interview assuring everyone that both he and the Prime Minister would still be in post in a month's time, a week on, and they are both gone. Liz Truss, the shortest serving Prime Minister ever, probably will go down as one of the least successful Prime Ministers ever as well, really having the indignity of watching all of her policies that she set out over the summer being stripped away in the final days of her premiership. In terms of what happens now, as you say, we are obviously into another race to find another Prime Minister and Conservative leader. But the crucial difference in this race is how short it is, and crucially, that they need 100 nominations to get onto that ballot initially. Now, that was 20 in the last leadership race, and what that means is there will be far fewer people who realistically make it to the MP's ballot, and it may well be that it doesn't even make it to a ballot or a member's ballot as well. And what it essentially means is that there are probably only 3 people really in contention, and those names are probably Rishi Sunak, Penny Mordaunt and Boris Johnson.
Well, yes, and some people might be surprised that his name is being put forward potentially. How likely is a comeback by the former Prime Minister?
I'm told by one of his friends this morning that it's likely that he's up for it. Now, despite the Commons sitting, Boris Johnson is on holiday in the Caribbean. He is reportedly flying back early from that. He has already had MPs coming out in support of him. He's got around 30, I think, publicly declared by our count, maybe slightly under. Now, the argument they make is that he has the mandate, that he won the 2019 election and he'll be able to win another election. You heard Nadine Dorries in the piece there saying that what the country needs is unity and stability and that Boris Johnson can provide that. There is an almighty question mark over whether he can really provide unity and stability though. Remember, it was 3 or 4 months ago that dozens of his own ministers were resigning, saying he was unfit to govern. He's facing an investigation by a committee of MPs into potentially misleading Parliament. There are other investigations into close allies of him that are going on that have potential to derail as well. Backbenchers say that they will potentially walk out of the party or trigger by-elections or even defect to Labour if he comes back as Prime Minister. So it's very hard to say that he is a unifier, a unity candidate here. But I think that speaks to the broader point that can anyone unify this party at the moment? Opposition parties say no, and that's why they say there should be a general election.
Well, yes, but what are the chances of that?
I think very low, because it would be Turkey's voting for Christmas situation, I think. And given one doesn't have to come for 2 years, and there's not a lot opposition parties can do to force it. Tory MPs know that given the polls how they are at the moment, they're probably better off hanging on for a couple of years and hoping things get better, rather than the near certainty of them losing many of their seats if there was to be a vote around the corner.
So complications around Boris Johnson, complications also around Rishi Sunak, because there are some in the party very loyal to Boris Johnson who feel that Rishi Sunak was disloyal to him. And then Penny Mordaunt, of course, was in the cabinet that approved that mini budget, which proved to have such a huge impact on the economy and people's mortgages.
Yeah, and I think this probably speaks to the broader point of, given the rancour that we have had, not just over the last 6 weeks, but probably over the last 6 months within the Conservative Party, are the divisions in this party so deep now that can any leader realistically bring them back together behind them? I think for Rishi Sunak, there are still those problems hanging over him. A lot of Boris Johnson loyalists still do feel aggrieved towards him. He has the upside, though, that I think he pretty much called it right in terms of his view on the economy and what could go wrong if Liz Truss made it into number 10. Interestingly, reports in the papers this morning of conversations that have been going on between Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson to try and sort of patch things up, if you like. I think that division, though, on both sides is why some people point to Penny Mordaunt and say, look, maybe she can come through the middle as more of a unifier candidate. But I think there's a big question for Penny Mordaunt over whether, given that bar is set so high at 100 people, 100 MPs needed, whether she actually has the support within the parliamentary party to make it to that level.
And you mentioned the word unity. We talk about stability, the need for stability at a time when a lot of people are really worried about the cost of living crisis. Is there a chance that the potential candidates could come together and agree amongst themselves a plan of action and announce that on Monday?
I mean, potentially, but you're dealing with a lot of big egos here and a lot of people that have coveted this top job, if you like, for a very long time. I think it's interesting how the conversation has already turned. You look at some of the newspapers this morning and talk of, on the front page of the Daily Mail, of a fight for the heart of the Conservative Party, whereas 2 days ago, all the talk was about potentially a coronation, someone coming forward, and this being less a leadership battle and more just them trying to sort of continue, put someone else in place who could reassure the markets, keep Jeremy Hunt in the Treasury and potentially get the country back on an even keel again. The challenge for the Conservative Party, I think, over the next week is to try to not let this get into the sort of bloodletting that we saw over the summer. Because remember, this is set against a backdrop of people paying £100 per month more on their mortgages, potentially people's energy bills shooting up come April when some of that support is pared back as well. So I think people will be looking for the focus to be on the country rather than more Tory psychodrama.
OK, Rob, it's going to be a fascinating week ahead. Once again, how many times have I said that on a Friday? Thanks very much indeed. So let's get a view now of the developments over the last 24 hours. I'm joined now by the Conservative MP for Reigate, Crispin Blunt, who's one of the first MPs to publicly call for Liz Truss to resign. Crispin Blunt, very good morning to you. Thanks so much for talking to us. So as I say, one of the first to call for Liz Truss to go. So what's your reaction now that she's gone?
Well, honestly, I'm hugely relieved that we've got that issue out of the way, and we're now in the process of selecting a successor. I just want to spare a thought for Liz and her family. It must have been incredibly difficult. But what she hasn't yet shown is the self-knowledge through this process of having put herself forward for these responsibilities. She's made it through the process, and we've seen this rather very difficult last 6 weeks. But now we can resolve that and move on.
What do you say to those who today feel that Liz Truss has been let down? They might say that she's been subject to a coup orchestrated against someone who's just trying to do things a bit differently.
Let's just put it at its simplest. So I'm afraid it was clear, and you read the columns of people like Matthew Parris, she simply wasn't good enough to be Prime Minister. And the absence of the qualities that we could see where she was found it very difficult to communicate effectively and the rest, all helped bring this premiership to the conclusion that it did.
So who do you think should take her place now?
My choice is now for Rishi Sunak. I have wavered in the course of the last week between Jeremy Hunt and Rishi Sunak, but they are the two characters now who are plainly capable of being Prime Minister. Jeremy Hunt's picking up of the Chancellorship and in 3 days settling the markets and the financial position of the United Kingdom was astonishingly impressive. But as he is not going to run, then the other candidate, who is a figure who has his qualities, if not yet all of his experience, because Jeremy spent 6 years as health secretary and earlier 2 or 3 years as culture secretary. Rishi Sunak is head and shoulders, frankly, above the rest of us in terms of his basic personal capabilities of being prime minister, and that's why he would now be my choice. He was an outstanding chancellor. He brought in the furlough scheme, which, as far as I know, was globally leading and designed out of his office. This is a very, very impressive man, and I think he has the seriousness of purpose for the nation to listen and to follow him in the difficult 2 years we've got as we have to work through the consequences of COVID, the consequences of standing firmly with Ukraine, which we must. And I think he can bring not only the Conservative Party together, he can bring the nation together to address the challenge that we face.
You think he could bring the Conservative Party together, but there are a lot of people very angry with him within the Conservative Party. They think he stabbed Boris Johnson in the back. I mean, is he really someone that can pull the party together?
Well, we're going to have to work through the Johnson psychodrama. I think I was supported Boris right until the end. And I don't think we can go back there for the next 2 years. And we need to put this contest now where it sits in its, if you like, within its historic context. In 2 years' time, we're going to face the electorate. And we need to face the electorate with 2 years of restored sound administration, sound finance, and people being confident that the Conservatives can be trusted with the highest office. Boris Johnson has the most astonishing set of skills. There are 1 or 2 weaknesses kicking around in that personality, and they were fairly brutally exposed and made the subject of all the controversy that in the end led to him leaving office. He is probably not the character to restore our reputation for the next 2 years because of that controversy. However, in the future, beyond the next general election, as far as I'm concerned, the question is entirely open. But for now, we need someone who has got the proven personal capabilities of being prime minister, as well as then delivering the kind of administration which in 2 years' time the country can make a decision on, having seen the values and qualities of the Conservative Party at their best in action.
So you say he's probably not the person to come in and pull the party together, but Boris Johnson would argue he's the only one with a real mandate. He won that landslide in 2019, that big majority. He would say he's got a track record of winning elections. Would you be disappointed if he replaced Liz Truss?
I would foresee that we're going to be probably straight back in the pickle we were in when he left office. And I don't therefore think that's the right route to take. I want to escape from those problems, and I want to present my party and my government to the country in the best possible way in 2024. And I say that disinterestedly because I will not be standing in 2024. And I think these 2 years are really needed to deliver really good administration, lay the foundation for getting out of the COVID crisis, for leading Western Europe and contributing to the rest of the world, standing shoulder to shoulder with Ukraine, with the very serious security threat that the Russians now pose to order, at least in Europe, and of course the continuing rise in China. These are the issues that have got to be addressed. And Rishi Sunak is as well placed to deal with those as Boris Johnson. He's spent enough time on the international circuit for people to have got to know him. And he will carry proper authority. And that is necessary over the next 2 years. Beyond that, let's see what happens at the 2024 general election. And for now, the Labour Party have got to address the fact that their programme was as thin as Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng's in terms of detail. And that didn't survive contact with the markets and reality. And this is an opportunity for them to get their appeal to the electorate on the basis on which they're going to govern the country in 2024. They will start as odds-on favourite.
OK.
With enough detail then for them to be ready for office in 2024. This process will do favours for both sides.
OK. Crispin Blunt, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much indeed for giving us your views on the steps ahead. Thank you. So let's take a look then at what the morning papers have been making of it all. And the Daily Telegraph has Boris Johnson touting his credentials as the next leader, saying he claims that he could save the party from election wipeout. The Times also leads with rumours of a possible Johnson return, while the Express dares to dream, asking he couldn't, could he? The Daily Mail says a contest between Mr Johnson and his former Chancellor Rishi Sunak is a fight for the soul of the Tories. The Guardian describes the events of yesterday as the bitter end. The Metro is utterly scathing, calling Liz Truss the worst PM we've ever had. The Mirror has one simple demand: general election now. All the front pages, as you might imagine, preoccupied with what's going on here in Downing Street. Do stay with us. Still to come here on the show, I'm going to be getting reaction from Labour's Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves. We'll also take a look at the polls and see who they suggest will be the third Prime Minister in 2 months. And could Boris Johnson make a comeback? We'll speak to his former press secretary, Will Walden. Now, the chaos in Westminster isn't helping small businesses battling the cost of living against a backdrop of instability in the markets. And I believe there's some more bad news for the economy, with the latest retail sales figures worse than expected. So let's get some more detail on that. Joining me now is Sky's business correspondent, Adele Robinson. So, Adele, give us the details then. How bad is it?
Well, as you've just said there, it's worse than expected. Retail sales are down by 1.4%. That's worse than the initial prediction of 0.5%. And it continues that downward trend that we've been seeing for the last couple of months. In August, it was down by 1.6%, which was later revised to 1.7%. Now, it could have been worse actually for September, but the figures have been adjusted because of the bank holiday that was in place for the Queen's funeral, but when all shops were shut, of course. Food sales were down particularly by 1.8%, and this, of course, all once again points to that big theme, the cost of living crisis, and of course inflation, the usual suspects that we've been talking about for the last couple of months. So interest rate rises, inflation, the cost of living crisis, energy bills, and wrapped all around that is the impending recession. So there's a feeling here, particularly in Oxford from the traders we've spoken to, of gloominess over these figures, but also over the wider economic picture. The ones that we've spoken to this week have said that they feel like they've overcome two significant hurdles in the last few years. One was the repercussions and all the nuances of Brexit for businesses. Next, it was COVID, when they saw lots of locals and communities rallying around small businesses. They thought they'd survived that. And now this, the repercussions from the mini-budget, but also the wider global economic picture. The question now is what happens to the budget, which is still expected to go ahead a week on Monday, and the OBR, the Office for Budget Responsibility forecast, which looks at the prospects for economic growth for the country. Businesses are hoping they will still go ahead. They need to go ahead. But of course, what they're all calling for is some political stability to restore credibility. And from that, they hope that there will be some answers, that financial stability will follow.
Adele, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's take a look at some other news now. The care regulator has warned that a workforce the size of the population of Newcastle needs to be recruited urgently to ease the gridlocked health and care system. The Care Quality Commission says it's getting tougher and tougher to access care because of a massive shortage of workers. Our health correspondent Ashish Joshi reports.
Hello, Catherine.
Even at 96, living with cancer and diabetes, Catherine is still fiercely independent.
I've been not too bad, Rebecca.
But she knows eventually she will need more specialist end-of-life care in the community.
I know there's no treatment for me to have to prolong my life any longer, so we'll just accept what comes my way. if it can happen at the end of my life, then I, don't mind. I'll tolerate it. I know my daughters will do everything possible for me to have a good ending.
500,000 people across the country can't count on the same support. They're waiting for their care to start or to be assessed. It means just under half of all patients waiting in hospitals to be discharged can't leave, even if they're medically fit.
The care sector has not always had the attention that it deserves. And this year, what we've seen is the system is gridlocked. And we're seeing when that happens, it means that people get stuck at home. It means that people come to harm.
The sector is hemorrhaging staff, just as its workforce needs to be growing to keep up with demand. Care sector leaders say the cost of living crisis has made recruitment and retention harder than ever.
We know that people are very low paid, so there's a huge concern about people leaving to join other sectors where they can earn more money, be that hospitality or retail or supermarkets.
We are monitoring closely your insulin.
Without immediate action, staff shortages in the health and care sector will increase pressure across the NHS and in the community. And that could leave people like Catherine more vulnerable this winter. Ashish Joshi, Sky News in South East London.
A New York court has dismissed a sexual assault lawsuit against Kevin Spacey. Anthony Rapp alleged the actor inappropriately touched him at a party when he was 14, which Mr. Spacey had vigorously denied. So let's get more on this now with our correspondent Shaman Freeman-Powell. And Shaman, what more can you tell us about this case then?
Well, we know that the jury had deliberated for around an hour in a court in Manhattan before finding that Anthony Rapp had not been able to prove that Kevin Spacey had made these unwanted sexual advances. Now, Rapp, who is now 50, had accused Spacey of abusing him when he was 14 years old and Spacey was 26. And Rapp had been seeking around $40 million in damages in the civil case before it was dismissed. Now, we know that this was one of the many cases that came off the back of the Me Too movement, which forced the entertainment industry to address allegations of sexual abuse and harassment. And Kevin Spacey was one of the many Hollywood actors to face allegations. And as a result, Spacey's reputation as an Oscar award-winning actor had been tarnished. He was sacked from the hugely successful Netflix series House of Cards and was even forced to pay around $31 million in damages to producers because of costs that they would have incurred after firing him. Now, Spacey had categorically denied the allegations and after the lawsuit was dismissed, was reported to have hugged his lawyers before leaving the courtroom. But it isn't the last time he's likely to see the inside of a courtroom because he is separately facing around 5 allegations of sexual assault here in the UK, which he has pleaded not guilty to, and that trial is due to begin in June next year.
Shaman, thanks very much indeed. Well, also making the news this morning, a former US spy has pleaded guilty to causing the death by careless driving of Harry Dunn following a 3-year campaign for justice by the teenager's family. The 19-year-old died in 2019 after being knocked off his motorbike by Anne Sekulas outside a US base in Northamptonshire. She's been directed to attend the sentencing hearing next month. The Biden administration has accused Iran of deploying troops in Russian-occupied Crimea to help launch drone attacks on Ukraine. The UK has announced sanctions on Iranian businesses and individuals responsible for supplying the drones. Former Liverpool captain Steven Gerrard has been sacked as manager of Premier League club Aston Villa. He's been in charge less than a year and leaves the club one place above the relegation zone. Now, there have been plenty of uneasy moments for Conservative supporters over the past couple of weeks. Well, here's another one, the latest polls. Well, this shows Sky's poll of polls of voting intentions, and you can see that it crossed from a Conservative lead, that's the blue line, to a Labour one, the red line, during the Partygate scandal. But during Liz Truss's leadership, that lead has widened to some 27 points. Well, joining me now is the Head of Political and Social Research at Opinium, Adam Drummond. Very good morning to you, Adam Drummond. Thanks so much for talking to us. So the poll of polls suggesting how the gap is widening between Labour and the Conservatives at the moment. So all the more pressure on the Tories to pick a leader that might reverse that trajectory.
Exactly. And the Tories are in quite a difficult situation because Boris Johnson's approval rating when he left office in July was about 20%, so only about 4 points higher than Liz Truss's after all of the sort of carnage in the markets after the mini budget. So the difficulty they've got is that their two most well-known figures are Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak, neither of whom beats Keir Starmer in a head-to-head, both of whom have got a significant amount of baggage in the eyes of voters. The only question really is whether one of them appeals more to swing voters and people who might be tempted to vote Labour, and whether the other one perhaps shores up the base a little bit more and is more popular among Conservative voters.
Are there any other candidates that would beat Keir Starmer?
It's hard to tell at the moment because one of the most unreliable questions in political polling is how would you vote if this person was the leader or if this person was prime minister? Because changing the party leader is such a big event, and it affects all of the news coverage of a party and the news cycle and everything like that. So it's really, really difficult to tell. All we can tell at the moment, as far as numbers go, are that lots of the more well-established candidates in the eyes of voters, so people who've been in the cabinet for a while, like Jeremy Hunt or previously Michael Gove, generally they do even worse than what we'll say sort of the top couple of candidates. The unknown one is Penny Mordaunt, although again the issue there is that while she may be popular among Conservative MPs, she came third in the leadership contest in the summer. She is not widely known in the public, and she is untested in terms of holding a major sort of domestic policy brief.
And there are unlikely to be any big surprises, are there? There's a high bar for the number of Conservative MPs that have to back each candidate. Each one has to have 100 backers to progress to what could be the next round. It could secure them the leadership there and then.
Exactly. I think the real question is whether or not enough Conservative MPs have swallowed the doubts that they had about Boris Johnson in the summer enough to put him through to a final round. I think based on the information we have at the moment, based on all the results that we had before the contest in the summer came down to the final two, when every poll showed Rishi Sunak losing to either Liz Truss or Penny Mordaunt or whoever else he was up against, that gives us some idea of how he might do against Penny Mordaunt. What we don't really know is how well he'd do against Boris Johnson, and whether or not enough Conservative MPs would decide to go back on the various reasons they gave for resigning from Boris Johnson's government and actually put him through to the membership.
And of course, these candidates' popularity with the public may be very different to their popularity within the Conservative Party.
That's exactly right. And Boris Johnson especially is one where you see this being the case, really. So, like I said, he left office with a 20% approval rating. Most voters who aren't sort of currently Conservative voters have quite a negative opinion of him. I think what would most likely be the case is if they went with Boris Johnson, he might shore up the base a little bit and not exactly drag the Conservatives to an election-winning position, perhaps, but sort of contain the loss, perhaps. Whereas if they choose somebody else who might have more of a chance of appealing to swing voters, maybe there was more upside there, but potentially there's also more downside.
Adam Drummond, fascinating to get your take on it all. It'll be a very interesting week ahead. Thanks very much indeed. So let's get more reaction now to the events here in Downing Street in the last 24 hours. Joining me now is the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves. A very good morning to you, Rachel Reeves. Thanks so much for talking to us this morning. What do you make of the resignation of the Prime Minister? Do you welcome Liz Truss standing down?
The longer the Conservatives are in power, the less fit they are to govern. They can't just pass around being Prime Minister and being Chancellor like there's some sort of game of pass the parcel. They've done huge damage now to our economy, to our global standing in the world, and it's time for a general election to choose a government who can provide the stability and the leadership that the country desperately needs.
Well, yes, you want a general election, but it's not going to happen, is it? I mean, that's in the gift of the Prime Minister, and anyone who takes over from Liz Truss isn't going to call one.
Well, look, I know that there are a lot of decent Conservative MPs who are also incredibly worried about the state of the country, the volatility in financial markets, the damage that that is all doing to the finances of families and pensioners right across the country. And I would urge them to do the right thing and get the general election that we need, because I'm afraid just changing the person at the top, changing the person at number 10 and number 11 is not going to undo all of the damage that the Conservatives have done, not just in the last 45 days, but frankly, in the last 12 years, where we've got economic growth on the floor, interest rates and inflation extraordinary levels. And this is a crisis clearly made in Downing Street, but it is increasingly working people and some of the most vulnerable in society who are paying the price for that.
So what will you do to try to secure a general election? Will you push for a confidence vote in the new Prime Minister?
Well, we're looking at all different opportunities, but in the end, as you suggested earlier, Anna, we would have to work with Conservative MPs to be able to do that, because despite everything, they do have a majority in the House of Commons. But I know that there are a lot of Conservative MPs who share the worries of their constituents that another Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor aren't going to be able to sort out this mess. The government has no mandate from the British people for what they're doing at the moment, no mandate for a new Prime Minister and a new Chancellor. And that is why it is so important to restore the stability that we need in our country, our ability to pay our way in the world, to get a grip of the inflation and the interest rate pressures that are out there at the moment, to secure family finances, that we cannot carry on like this. And the only way to resolve the big challenges that we have is to have a government with a mandate to provide the stability and the leadership that people are crying out for right now and are not going to get under the Conservatives.
Well, if you're relying on Tory MPs, it's very unlikely you'll manage to secure that general election. And some might say that 2 years will give the Labour Party a chance to really familiarise the public with what they stand for, what their policies are. Or are you worried that you'll lose popularity over the next 2 years before a general election?
My biggest concern right now, Anna, is what is happening in the country. People who are coming off fixed rate mortgage deals, 1.8 million of them by the end of next year, are looking to pay an extra £580 a month on average in higher mortgage payments alone. So that is why I'm saying that we need a general election. As long as it takes, Labour will continue to put the case to people, but the sooner that we can have an election, the sooner that the country can get the stability and leadership it needs.
Yes. Well, sorry to interrupt you, but you're right. We are in the middle of a cost of living crisis, and some people will say that's exactly why we don't need the uncertainty of a general election campaign.
Well, I would just say that the volatility that we've seen in the financial markets has put increased pressure on government borrowing, but it's also put increased borrowing costs on families and businesses and everybody else. I've been in Cardiff for the last 24 hours talking particularly to small businesses here about their fears for the future, with people not having the money to go to the shops, the increased energy costs that businesses are facing. People are worried sick about the future, worried sick about the cost of living, and they fear that just a new combination of Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor, the third Conservative Prime Minister in a year, we're already on the fourth Conservative Chancellor in just 4 months. This is unprecedented, and the damage every single day that the Conservatives are doing, both to family finances, but also to our global standing in the world, it is incredibly depressing, and it is taking a toll on people's lives and people's livelihoods. The Conservatives can't just swap around who's in charge. They can't treat number 10 and number 11 Downing Street like it's some sort of short stay Airbnb. It's far too important for that. And we need a government with a mandate from the British people to make some of the difficult decisions that are needed, but to provide the leadership, the certainty and the stability that our country needs.
Well, yes, you talk about difficult decisions. I mean, realistically, Labour would have to spend the next 2 years raising taxes and cutting spending as well, wouldn't they?
Well, the reason we are talking about these difficult decisions is because of the damage that the Conservatives have done. A month ago, nobody was contemplating the need for spending reductions. That is only on the agenda now because of the spike in borrowing costs brought about by the incredibly irresponsible decisions of the Conservative Party over the last few weeks, but also
So
the
you
low
do
growth
accept that
that
Labour would have
Conservatives have
to
delivered over the last
introduce
12
spending
years.
cuts? Sorry, Rachel
Well,
Reeves.
we've already...
You do accept then that Labour would have to go ahead with spending cuts and tax rises?
Well, the first thing that I would say to that is nobody knows, because we do not have an independent forecast from the Office for Budget Responsibility. And we're in the extraordinary situation of going into a Conservative leadership contest, the second this year, and also going into potential fiscal statement from the latest Chancellor in just over a week's time, with nobody knowing the true scale of the damage that has been done to our public finances. That's why in the House of Commons 2 days ago, Labour called for the government to publish the latest forecasts for the Office for Budget Responsibility. We know that the government have had those forecasts since Liz Truss became Prime Minister 45 or 46 days ago. We deserve to see those so that we can understand the true state of the public finances, because at the moment, nobody knows the full extent of the damage. And so it's very difficult to put forward fully funded and fully costed plans when we do not know the damage that has been done.
Any thoughts on which candidate you'd like to win and be next Prime Minister?
I want Keir Starmer to be the next Prime Minister because he's the only person who can provide the stability that the country needs. You know, the Conservatives can carry on with their pass the parcel game, but the country deserves an awful lot better than that. We deserve a general election and the chance for the people to choose who the government is.
Not what I meant, but I guess that was always the way you would answer the question. Rachel Reeves, thanks very much indeed for your time this morning.
Thank you, Anna.
So after 44 chaotic days as Prime Minister, Liz Truss has stepped down. But in what state has she left the Conservative Party? Well, her premiership was dramatic and ultimately catastrophic. So let's take a little look back. It was former Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng's radical mini-budget, unveiled less than 3 weeks after her appointment, that plunged Liz Truss's leadership into chaos. His announcement of £45 billion in unfunded tax cuts sparked market turmoil and a political backlash. Then, 10 days later, came the first U-turn, Mr Kwarteng announcing the government would be abandoning the cut to the top rate of income tax. A week ago, he was sacked by the Prime Minister and replaced with Jeremy Hunt. On Monday, the new Chancellor reversed almost all of the tax measures in the mini-budget and scaled back the energy price guarantee. Then on Tuesday, a new poll revealed that Ms Truss's popularity rating had slumped to the lowest ever of any UK political leader. Another blow on Wednesday when Suella Braverman quit as Home Secretary for breaching government security rules and also hit out at the PM, expressing concern about the government's direction. By yesterday, it was all over. Following meetings with senior Tories, Liz Truss resigned. Well, Bronwyn Maddox is the former director at the Institute of Government, and she joins me now. Good morning to you, Bronwyn Maddox. What are your thoughts on this? Did the Conservative Party and the Prime Minister make the right call? Was Liz Truss right to stand down?
Yes, I don't think there was any alternative at all. She'd lost all her policies. She'd lost some of her main people already, and there was just no credibility left. So that was absolutely the right decision.
How damaged do you think the Tory party and the country has been by this episode?
The country has been rocked in its sense of confidence, and people have been left with slightly higher interest rates than that would have happened if Liz Truss had had a smoother premiership. Yes, as she was saying, there are outside pressures that are pushing up interest rates and mortgage rates, but people have been left with higher rates because of this turmoil. There is a sort of lingering effect of that, even though her policies have been reversed. The party itself has been enormously damaged. It has shown that it can't pick a good leader and that it can't unite behind one. So it's got one more chance. Can it do that really next week? Can Tory MPs come behind one figure and try and salvage the next 2 years and put together a slate of policies that actually have some credibility.
And what do you make of the mechanism that's being laid out to choose that next leader with that big task ahead of them? They've set a pretty high bar. 100 MPs have to back each candidate for them to have a chance of going forward. What do you think that tells us about the kind of people who might go through?
It tells us that it may be Rishi Sunak and Penny Mordaunt, and hard to see all the talk about Boris Johnson really coming to anything, I think. He might want to be the kind of vindication of people talking about him again as a possible leader, but I'd be surprised if he actually wanted it, with a real possibility that he goes on to lose at the next general election. So I think it's really down to those two. The party must be hoping, or quite a few people in it, that it's going to be just one, that it could be settled very, very quickly within days. Certainly Graham Brady, head of the committee that is running this process, has said possibly within a week they'll have a new leader. What they don't want to do is to have to go out to members again. That was the round of the contest that put Liz Truss in the front and led to all kinds of controversy about it being even less representative than you could argue that MPs are.
Well, yes, and Sir Graham Brady says that we'll get a result by next week, this Friday next week. But that would only give the new Prime Minister a matter of days to get their head around what Jeremy Hunt has planned on Monday the 31st with his fiscal statement. That's a huge task, isn't it?
Yes, it is. You'd have to assume it was someone who, the whole thing will be smoother if it's someone who agrees with what Jeremy Hunt has already indicated, which is a very conservative in the classic way budget, looking at explaining where the money is coming from, and a mixture of some tax rises probably and some spending cuts. But what he's laid out is essentially the policies that Rishi Sunak was arguing for in the leadership campaign. So it would clearly be easiest if that if it all went that way. Penny Mordaunt doesn't have that kind of financial reputation, but does have a presence and a following in the party. I find it hard to think that one would bring as much stability to the general picture, but we'll have to see what the MPs pick. It is, and this is a constitutional point, it is down to the MPs, and they have one more go, in my view.
Well, yes, and presumably, sorry, finish your point.
Sorry, before, if they can't pick a single candidate now, then I think it does go to a general election.
And very quickly, any new leader will want to have their own cabinet. A reshuffle then presumably means a certain amount of paralysis once again at a time when the country is going through a huge cost of living crisis.
Yes, I know that's exactly right. And the cost of living crisis isn't going to go away. And that is the main thing for any leader to tackle, as well as what's happened to Britain's standing in the world, which has been really damaged by this.
Bronwyn Maddox, really interesting to get your take. Thanks very much indeed. So what impact will the chaos at Westminster have on the so-called red wall seats in the north of England, seats taken by the Conservatives in the last general election with the promise of regeneration and levelling up? Well, Fraser Maude is in Wakefield, which Labour won back from the Tories in a by-election in June. So you no doubt have been talking to a lot of people there, Fraser. What are they saying to you?
Well, pretty quiet here at the moment, I have to say. We're in the Create Cafe. It doesn't open for another hour or so, but I can have a chat with the owner, Sean Mansey. He's been running the place here for 10 years or so. Yeah. As bad as it gets, I guess, at the moment, is it?
It is, yeah. It's the hardest period we've had since we started. The energy crisis, the shambolic government, it needs a change.
So, Liz Truss is gone. We're going to get another new Prime Minister within the next week or so. Any idea who you want it to be?
Well, we've got a choice. We either go on number 5 of the list, or we go back to Boris. What choice do we have? We need an election, don't we? Simple.
So you think that's the most sensible thing, a general election?
Yeah. I don't think this government can carry on.
Well, Liz Truss certainly can't. She's decided that she won't. Rishi Sunak, Boris Johnson, Penny Mordaunt, we've got a couple of names being bandied around at the moment, no one for definite. Do you think it's a step back going back to Boris, or do you think we need to look for fresh talent?
Well, it's a choice, isn't it? Like I say, we're already number 5 on the list. So, you know, going back to Boris did all right. There was a couple of indiscretions, but were they that bad? Were they that bad? Did he, you know, send the pound to plummet into an all-time low? No, the poor guy dealt with a global pandemic, a war, and God knows what else. But, you know, he dealt with a lot of things in his time, and he dealt with them well until the end. And then there was a couple of indiscretions.
I mean, we hear about this, the red wall. Wakefield's gone back to red again after people lending the Conservatives their vote. What do you think would happen at a general election? Red wall back in business again?
I would think so. Personally, I think there's 38% of the population that haven't voted in the last election, and we could have a real shock decision if everyone that hasn't voted previously votes. We could have one of the outlying parties come into force.
So what needs to happen when someone new does come in next week? What do you want them to do? What can they do to help out businesses like yours where your costs are spiralling?
I'm not sure. I'm not an economist, but I think we need to start having windfall taxes on energy companies. We need to get the energy crisis under control. That's not going to go away, but the government won't tax the energy companies because they're all in bed together in big business. So that's obviously the reason that we're not taxing them, and we'll just tax the little person on the street.
Okay, Sean, look, thanks ever so much for talking to us. I know you're going to start getting busy any time now. Let you get back in the kitchen there. So that's the word from here in Wakefield. Sean definitely thinks that a general election is the only way forward. We need some stability. We need some economic certainty, which has been pretty scarce for the past few months.
Indeed. Fraser, thanks very much indeed for that. Well, let's get another view now. Joining me is the former Press Secretary to Boris Johnson and current Managing Director of Public Affairs at Edelman UK, Will Walden. Good morning to you, Will Walden. Nice to talk to you. First of all,
hello, Anna.
Liz Truss, did she have to go?
Yeah, she absolutely did. I mean, essentially none of her policies were left. Her obsession with small state Britain, tanked the economy, essentially, and there was no way back. And once she had replaced her Chancellor with Jeremy Hunt and he ditched all her policies, there was only one way, and that was out the door. I mean, I think there probably will be very little sympathy for Liz Truss among the public this morning. Polls suggest that just 2% think she did a good job. But from a personal point of view, it's an absolute tragedy and it's a humiliation. And she will have to live with the fact now that her place in history as the shortest serving Prime Minister should essentially be the answer to a pub quiz question. And that must be terrible for her personally. But, the country couldn't carry on as it is and we needed a change. The problem is that I don't think there's any clarity about what that change will look like.
Well, yes, and what's your take, given that you work closely with Boris Johnson? Do you think he will try to run again?
Everyone's saying, Johnson's in the frame, he's flying back. I've spoken to someone that's spoken to him and he is on the way back and clearly he's taking soundings. But the thing about Boris is that he absolutely hates to lose. And I suspect that if he doesn't think he can get to the 100, or more importantly, he can come second in this in the first vote, because I think, Rishi Sunak is clearly the front runner, then he won't run. But if he does think he can, then I'm sure he will, because, in his mind, he's done nothing wrong. He's been unfairly defenestrated. Whether you think that's true or not, it doesn't matter to Boris. And it's not a case of the national interest, it's a case of Boris's interest. So if he thinks that he has a chance of winning with the members' vote next week, then he'll run. I think the problem with that is that, the Tory party doesn't have a unity candidate, and they seem to have, those that are backing him already seem to have forgotten very quickly what's happened. Boris, at his best, had an elastic relationship with the truth, but if you add everything that happened, Patterson and parties and Pincher and the way he governed and the fact that, before he left, there were 2 horrific by-election defeats, in a way, the behoving of Liz Truss to the country was Boris Johnson's responsibility. And I think, we are all guilty of collective amnesia if we forget that 6 weeks ago, 70% of the country consistently wanted him out, including a majority of Tory voters. And there's no evidence that they've changed their mind. There's also no evidence that Boris has changed his mind in terms of how he'll behave or how he'll govern. I think the problem for the Tory party at the moment is that there isn't necessarily a unity candidate. I was on another broadcaster letter earlier, Anna, and I suggested that there was some unanimity amongst perhaps a small majority of Tory backbenchers that Rishi Sunak, was the front runner and could be a unity candidate. And a very senior member of the government texted me and said that's rubbish. He's almost as unpopular among many as Boris Johnson. So there is no easy choice. I think if there was a unity candidate, it would be somebody like the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace. I think there's two problems there. I get the sense that Ben Wallace won't run. And the other thing is that the country doesn't know what a Ben Wallace platform would look like. So I think it's a horrific mess, and I think they've got a week to get it right, and I'm not sure they're necessarily going to.
And is there actually such a thing as a unity candidate when you've got a party that's so divided?
Yeah, and I think that's the problem, is that, are they thinking in the best interest of the Conservative Party or the best interest of the country? And the problem is that the Conservative Party is now so riven, not just with factions, but just with a sense of identity. What does it actually stand for? And the truth is, the idea that we're suddenly going to find that out in only a week from somebody, I think is laughable. So I think that there is clearly a sense among the sort of governing or managing hierarchy in the Conservative Party, talking to some of them, that what they really need is for, this contest to have a clear front runner, and then whoever comes second, assuming it isn't Boris Johnson, to fold in behind that person. I think the trouble is that's a huge ask, and we don't know, who that person who might come second, whether they would want to fold in. Anyone that comes second in this contest presumably thinks they have a chance of winning. Why would they do that? And that's partly a problem with the system of electing the next leader. It's also partly a problem with the fact that the Tory party has lost its identity. And that's why I think that, unfortunately, the likely outcome is that whoever they choose, that unity will dissipate fairly quickly, and I suspect we'll end up with a general election in pretty short order.
Well, Will Walden, always fascinating to get your take. Thanks very much indeed for your time this morning. We really do appreciate it.
Thanks, Anna. Take care.
Lots more reaction to some extraordinary events in politics over the last 24 hours. Do stay with us here on Sky News Breakfast. We've got more reaction to the potential list of Tory leadership candidates resulting from the Prime Minister's resignation yesterday afternoon. Do stay with us. Lots to come. Hello everyone, it's 8 o'clock. This is Sky News Breakfast live from Downing Street, home to Liz Truss for just a few more days after 6 turbulent weeks as Prime Minister. And things aren't being helped this morning with worsening government borrowing figures. So, who will move in next? And is Boris Johnson really kicking the sand off his sandals in the Caribbean, ready for a new run at the top job? Well, one Tory MP has told us it's too early for his return. In the next hour, we'll hear from one of his supporters, Sir Christopher Chope. And the Lib Dem leader, Ed Davey, will tell us why he wants a general election. It's Friday, the 21st of October. The race is on. Liz Truss's departure means there'll be a new Prime Minister exactly a week today at the latest. Out of the shadows, Boris Johnson is expected to return early from his Caribbean holiday, but not all of his supporters are backing a comeback.
I was supportive Boris right until the end, and I don't think we can go back there for the next 2 years.
He's a known winner, and that's certainly who I'm putting my name against, because I want us to win the next election.
Well, it's threatening to be a crowded field to replace Britain's shortest-serving Prime Minister, but there's only room for 3 when the counting starts. Opposition parties call for an end to the upheaval and demand a general election.
We would have to work with Conservative MPs to be able to do that because, despite everything, they do have a majority in the House of Commons.
The political turmoil comes with the economy under growing pressure this morning, with soaring government borrowing and falling retail sales. Also ahead, gridlocked, the damning report showing patients unable to leave hospital and a health and care system seizing up. Hello, good morning from Downing Street. The morning after a dramatic day, culminating in Liz Truss's resignation here yesterday afternoon. After 6 turbulent weeks, the race to be the next Prime Minister is already shaping up to be remarkable. Boris Johnson is said to be sounding out his supporters to see if he's got enough votes to beat Rishi Sunak, the man who quit, of course, as his Chancellor. And far from healing the party rifts, some backbenchers are threatening to resign their seats if Mr Johnson does make a comeback. So let's have a look at those who are in contention. Well, nominations are now open and will close at 2 p.m. on Monday. Candidates must secure 100 nominations from MPs to get through. If only one contender reaches that mark, they'll be elected Prime Minister on Monday. Assuming at least 2 make it through, MPs will vote between 3:30 and 5:30 on Monday. If there are 3, the person with the fewest votes will be eliminated. MPs will vote then for their favourite between 6:30 and 8:30. Those 2 candidates will then face televised hustings. And the final choice will be made by Conservative Party members in an online vote, which closes at 11 a.m. next Friday. And the result will then be announced by the evening of Friday the 28th at the latest. So who is in the running? Well, Rishi Sunak currently has the most number of MPs backing him. 33 have come forward so far. Boris Johnson is in second place, a remarkable comeback possibly on the cards. 27 MPs say they'll support him. He's followed by the current Leader of the Commons, Penny Mordaunt, who has the support of 12 MPs so far. There are suggestions Defence Secretary Ben Wallace might put himself forward, as well as International Trade Secretary and former leadership contender Kemi Badenoch. And Suella Braverman, who resigned as Home Secretary yesterday. Michael Gove, Tom Tugendhat and Jeremy Hunt have already ruled themselves out of the race, as Amanda Akers reports.
After Liz Truss's calamitous 44 days in power, the race is on to find her replacement. The party have vowed to choose the new occupant of 10 Downing Street by Friday in a bid to rebuild after the shortest term of any British Prime Minister in history.
I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
Supporters of Rishi Sunak and Penny Mordaunt are already out on manoeuvres.
In these times when we're facing now, we've got horrific problems in the global financial markets, and we need somebody who's got the experience to deliver real stability over the next few years.
Hope that she does stand. I backed her back in the summer when there was a leadership election after Boris had resigned, and I hope she puts herself forward again. I'll certainly enthusiastically back her.
But in an extraordinary twist, some MPs are hoping Liz Truss's downfall could pave a way back for the former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. He's said to be cutting short his Caribbean holiday to sound out his supporters.
He's a known winner, and that's certainly who I'll be putting my name against, because I want us to win the next election. And it's time for some stability and some unity. And I think in order to achieve that, we need to put in place, I believe, the person who has the mandate of the British people.
Others in the party are calling for restraint.
I would just urge colleagues who may be thinking of throwing their hat into the ring, just take stock, put the country before their own personal ambition, and let's try and get on and, dig us out of the hole we've actually put the country into and also ourselves into as well.
Labour want another general election.
So you've got this real choice, utter chaos with the Conservatives or stability under a Labour government. So the risk is not a general election. The risk is carrying on with this utter chaos.
For voters living in Liz Truss's Norfolk constituency, it's been exhausting.
It's like a children's playground, really. Unbelievable.
I think the Conservative Party will be destroying themselves. They are slowly destroying themselves. They've really got to, sort it out.
Last night, the ultimate humiliation. The lettuce, which the Daily Star bet would outlast Liz Truss's premiership, beamed onto the walls of Parliament. Whoever wins the contest to succeed her has an uphill struggle ahead. Amanda Akas, Sky News.
Well, Tory backbencher Crispin Blunt was one of the first MPs to demand Liz Truss should resign. He told me earlier that he's now supporting Rishi Sunak because it's too soon for a Boris Johnson comeback.
I was supported Boris right until the end. And I don't think we can go back there for the next 2 years. And we need to put this contest now where it sits in its, if you like, within its historic contest. In 2 years' time, we're going to face the electorate. And we need to face the electorate with 2 years of restored sound administration, sound finance, and people being confident that the Conservatives can be trusted with the highest office. He is probably not the character to restore our reputation for the next 2 years because of that controversy. However, in the future, beyond the next general election, as far as I'm concerned, the question is entirely open.
Well, the opposition are calling for a general election, and they believe some Tory MPs might be willing to help them achieve it. Well, earlier I spoke to Shadow Chancellor Rachel Reeves.
We're looking at all different opportunities, but in the end, as you suggested earlier, Anna, we would have to work with Conservative MPs to be able to do that because despite everything, they do have a majority in the House of Commons. But I know that there are a lot of Conservative MPs who share the worries of their constituents that another Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor aren't going to be able to sort out this mess. The government has no mandate from the British people for what they're doing at the moment.
Well, our political correspondent Rob Powell is here with me in Downing Street this morning. And Rob, it's been a dizzying few days politically, hasn't it? And we find ourselves in this extraordinary position where once again we're talking about a Tory leadership race.
Yeah, it was this time last week. We were all glued to that flight tracker website tracking Kwasi Kwarteng, who was still Chancellor at that point, on the way back from Washington to be sacked in there by Liz Truss. And remember, before he'd left Washington, he'd given an interview saying that, yes, absolutely, he'd still be Chancellor and the Prime Minister would still be in number 10 in a month's time, 1 week on, and they are both out. Where we are this morning, essentially, is waiting, if you like, for some of the front runners in this leadership contest that will take the next week to come forward. And the crucial difference between this leadership contest and the one we had, that very lengthy one over the summer, is that threshold of 100 supporters that's needed to get through to the ballot rounds. That means that a lot of the candidates that came forward in the summer and then quickly were booted out won't be there, and you're probably left, if we're being honest, with maybe the three bigger candidates. Front runner at the moment, I think, is Rishi Sunak. The updated number of publicly declared supporters for him now is 44. He hasn't declared yet, but those around him say if he does, which I think we can probably bet he will, his pitch will all be about economic credibility and saying that he is someone that can bring people together from various wings of the party. Debatable, I think, whether he can really bring a party together. Still a lot, I think, of bad blood towards him over sort of perceived disloyalty in the past to Boris Johnson, if you like. Penny Mordaunt also there, she's got 16 supporters, and then also, of course, potentially a comeback for Boris Johnson.
Well, yes, I mean, is that a serious possibility that Boris Johnson could come back, could win, could be back in number 10?
So 37 MPs at the moment, by our count, are publicly supporting Boris Johnson and saying they want him to come back. One of his close friends this morning said that he thinks it's likely that he will run. At the moment, he's on holiday in the Caribbean. The reports are, and when you spoke to Will Walden, his former press secretary, he'd heard that he was heading back from there. Now, the pitch that's made from supporters is that he won the 2019 election, he's got the mandate, he can bring the party together. I think it's very, very difficult to see how that plays out in practice, though. It was only July that 60-odd ministers resigned from his government, saying that they didn't believe he could govern or he could lead anymore. You look at the polls, and there is a new poll that's come out this morning overall showing that Labour still maintain, like a 39-point lead over the Conservatives. But Boris Johnson's personal poll ratings as well are not what they were. He may be very popular within parts of the Conservative Party, among members, among MPs, but he is deeply unpopular in parts of the country as well. And he also comes in without the sort of Brexit hobby horse to campaign off the back of, if you like. He comes in at a very, very difficult point if he was to win this. So the whole context is completely different from 2019, which I think raises a question of whether he'd want to, and secondly, whether enough MPs will realistically back him to get him to that 100 MP mark. I think the broader, bigger question is actually, with such deep divisions in the party, can anyone really come in and unify this party at the moment? That's why opposition parties say no, and that's why they say there needs to be a general election.
OK, Rob, for the moment, thanks very much indeed. Well, there's more bad economic news around this morning, with borrowing much higher than expected and retail sales also down. So let's cross over to the city and talk to our business presenter, Ian King. So, Ian, this is so important, isn't it, at the moment? We're talking about a new leader of the Tory party, a new prime minister, and the context for all of this is a struggling economy. So what are the latest details then?
Yeah, I mean, the borrowing figures that have been published in the last hour or so really underline the scope of the challenge facing the new Prime Minister and, of course, Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor. The UK borrowed in September £20 billion. That was up £2.2 billion on the same month last year. It's the second worst borrowing figure on record, topped only by September 2020, and really significantly worse than the Office for Budget Responsibility's forecast of £14.8 billion, which was published earlier this year. So government borrowing really blowing out. The national debt now stands at £2.45 trillion. Now, what was behind that big expansion in borrowing was a large increase in the amount of interest that the government is paying on the national debt. Interest payments in September alone were some £7.7 billion. Now, the economy is still expanding very, very slightly, and that reflects the higher tax take. The government took in more than £50 billion in taxes during the month. But it's the spending side that's really damaging as well, not just those interest payments. The total government spending during the month came in at £89 billion. That really underlines the scope of the challenge facing the new Chancellor. He's got to get, or the existing Chancellor for that matter, he's got to get tax take higher. He's got to somehow rein in public spending. And that's what the fiscal event on the 31st of October is all about. It's going to see tax increases and, in all likelihood, public spending cuts as well. Now, you mentioned the Chancellor's comments on this. There is a statement that we've got from Jeremy Hunt today. I can read you that. He says that the government will do whatever is required, necessary to drive down debt in the medium term and to ensure that taxpayers' money is well spent, putting the public finances on a sustainable path as we grow the economy. Now, of course, the other, and he went on to say, strong public finances are the foundation of a strong economy. To stabilise markets, I've been clear that protecting our public finances means difficult decisions lie ahead. Now, we also had the retail sales figures for September as well. Retail sales volumes fell by 1.4% during the month. That was about 3 times as bad as the market had been expected. The economists had been looking for a decline of around 0.5%. I think partly that reflects the fact that there was an extra bank holiday during September for the Queen's funeral, but it is also very, very clear that consumers are drawing in their horns as well.
OK, Ian, sobering stuff. Thanks very much indeed. So, more bad news for small businesses who are battling, of course, the cost of living. Let's get more now from Sky's business correspondent, Adele Robinson, who's been speaking to some small business owners.
Yeah, well, Ian said it quite well there, that actually the retail sales figures were 3 times worse than was expected. It was predicted that retail sales would fall by 0.5%. They actually fell by 1.4%. Compare that to August, it fell by 1.6%, which was actually revised to 1.7%. So that downward trend really continuing. Now, there was a bank holiday in September for the Queen's funeral that may play into the figures somewhat, but analysts suggest that actually it won't have had a huge impact. What these figures show is a drop, a real drop in the confidence of people and the real income pressures that they face. Food sales were also down 1.8%. The cost of food has gone up significantly. People are overall getting less for their money, so they're spending less, and what they're spending, they're getting less back from. And for all the same reasons that we've been talking about over the last couple of months, inflation is up. Part of the general cost of living crisis, energy bills, we're still paying more than we were a year ago, significantly more than we were a year ago, and also interest rate rises. All of those factors feed into low consumer confidence and low spending. And wrapped around all of that is the impending recession. So conditions for people spending their money are expected to worsen in the coming months. Now, there are calls from businesses for some clarity from the government. I spoke to a local business here earlier this week who said that they didn't know if they were coming or going, and that the only thing worse than, in their eyes, a bad economic policy was either no economic policy or no clarity. They need some direction, and for that they want to see political stability, political credibility, and with that they hope will be financial stability too.
OK, Adele, thanks very much indeed. Do stay with us. Still to come here on the show. We'll speak to the economist Francis Coppola about what Liz Truss's resignation means for the economy. And then at 9:15, I'll be speaking to the SNP's Westminster leader, Ian Blackford. Plus, we'll also be speaking to the Lib Dem leader, Ed Davey, about his demands for a general election. Now, the care regulator has warned that a workforce the size of the population of Newcastle needs to be recruited urgently to ease the gridlocked health and care system. The Care Quality Commission says it's getting tougher and tougher to access care because of a massive shortage of workers. Our health correspondent, Ashish Joshi, reports.
Hello, Catherine. Even at 96, living with cancer and diabetes, Catherine is still fiercely independent.
I've been not too bad, Rebecca.
But she knows eventually she will need more specialist end-of-life care in the community.
I know there's no treatment for me to have to prolong my life any longer, so we'll just accept what comes my way. If it can happen at the end of my life, then I don't mind. I'll tolerate it. I know my daughters will do everything possible for me to have a good ending.
500,000 people across the country can't count on the same support. They're waiting for their care to start or to be assessed. It means just under half of all patients waiting in hospitals to be discharged can't leave, even if they're medically fit.
The care sector has not always had the attention that it deserves. And this year, what we've seen is the system is gridlocked. And we're seeing when that happens, it means that people get stuck at home. It means that people come to harm.
The sector is hemorrhaging staff, just as its workforce needs to be growing to keep up with demand. Care sector leaders say the cost of living crisis has made recruitment and retention harder than ever.
We know that people are very low paid, so there's a huge concern about people leaving to join other sectors where they can earn more money, be that hospitality or retail or supermarkets.
We are monitoring closely your insulin.
Without immediate action, staff shortages in the health and care sector will increase pressure across the NHS and in the community. And that could leave people like Catherine more vulnerable this winter. Ashish Joshi, Sky News in South East London.
The New York court has dismissed a sexual assault lawsuit against Kevin Spacey. Anthony Rapp alleged the actor inappropriately touched him at a party when he was 14, which Mr. Spacey had vigorously denied. So let's get more on this with our correspondent, Shaman Freeman-Powell. So, Shaman, what more can you tell us about this case then?
Well, the jury deliberated for around an hour at a court in Manhattan before finding that Anthony Rapp had not been able to prove that Kevin Spacey had made unwanted sexual advances towards him. Now, Anthony Rapp, who is now 50 years old, had accused Kevin Spacey of sexually abusing him when he was just 14 years old and when Kevin Spacey was 26, and he had been seeking around $40 million in damages before the civil case was dismissed. Now, this was just one of the many cases that came off the back of that Me Too movement back in 2017, and it forced the entertainment industry to acknowledge the various sexual abuse and harassment allegations that had been made towards various actors, and Kevin Spacey was among the Hollywood actors to face allegations. And as a result, Spacey's reputation as an Oscar award-winning actor was tarnished. He was sacked from the hugely popular Netflix series House of Cards and was also asked to pay $31 million in damages to producers for costs incurred after firing him. Now, Spacey had categorically denied the allegations, and after the lawsuit was dismissed, he was reported to have hugged his lawyers before leaving the courtroom. However, it is likely that this isn't the last courtroom that Spacey will face, as he also faces separate charges in the UK, 5 charges for sexual assault, to which he also pleaded not guilty to, and that trial is due to begin in June next year.
OK, Shaman, thanks very much indeed. So let's take a look now at some of the day's other headlines. And a former US spy has pleaded guilty to causing the death by careless driving of Harry Dunn following a 3-year campaign for justice by the teenager's family. The 19-year-old died in 2019 after being knocked off his motorbike by Anne Sekulas outside a US base in Northamptonshire. She's been directed to attend the sentencing hearing next month. The Biden administration has accused Iran of deploying troops in Russian-occupied Crimea to help launch drone attacks on Ukraine. The UK has announced sanctions on Iranian businesses and individuals responsible for supplying the drones. Vladimir Putin has inspected a training ground for mobilized reservists on Thursday, where he was allegedly firing shots from a sniper rifle. The Russian president was accompanied on the trip to Ryazan with his defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, who reported to him on how the men were being trained. Former Liverpool captain Steven Gerrard has been sacked as manager of Premier League club Aston Villa. He's been in charge less than a year and leaves the club one place above the relegation zone. Do stay with us here on Sky News Breakfast. In a moment, we're going to be speaking to the economist Francis Coppola about what Liz Truss's resignation means for the economy. So don't go away. Welcome back. So what impact will the chaos at Westminster have on the so-called red wall seats in the north of England? Seats taken by the Conservatives in the last general election with the promise of regeneration and levelling up. Well, Sky's Fraser Maud is in Wakefield for us this morning. So Fraser, what is the mood there in Wakefield?
Well, Wakefield was part of the red wall, went blue, it's back red again now, and I think people here, the general feeling is that a general election is the sensible and the only fair way forward, rather than having another Prime Minister who hasn't been voted for by the people in a fair and honest and open election, and people knowing what they're getting in terms of the Prime Minister and getting the Prime Minister that they want. I'm in the Create Cafe here in Wakefield. It opens up in about half an hour or so. They're having a really tough time of it. They managed to get through COVID because there was support on offer, but at the moment, with energy crisis, the energy bills going up and up. Here, for example, £800 a month it used to be, the electricity bill. It's now £2,200 a month. It's making life pretty tough here. So I have a quick chat with Chef James, making some fantastic smells in there. James, what do you make of what's going on at the moment with the government?
Oh, it's just ridiculous, to be fair. We need some stability, and it's just like the government playing blackjack with cards packed full of jokers, to be fair. You know, there's no thoughts about how things are going to work going forward. You know, U-turns all over the place, and it's instability, and that's costing people money, and ultimately, you know, we need something going forward that we can build on, because for the past 2-3 years it's just all been bad news. No good news.
The first thing we're going to get is a new Prime Minister. Any idea who you would want it to be?
I just think we need somebody, first off, who's honest, so that puts Boris out of picture, and someone who can show us some leadership and actually stick to the guns and do stuff for the whole of Britain rather than just for the elites. And to be honest, I don't know who that is. Someone needs to prove that to the general public.
Rishi Sunak, Penny Mordaunt, they're the other names in the frame?
Rishi, possibly, but I'm not sure. I really don't know. Maybe somebody completely different, but, you know, we tried that with Truss, and then look at where we are now.
So, a general election, do you think that's the only fair way?
General election, but Conservatives won't do it because they all want the jobs. And if they go in, they'll probably lose the jobs, because Labour are going to make that big push, because Conservatives have just made a hash of it.
I mean, Labour are back in here again in Wakefield thanks to a by-election. Do you see that red wall being rebuilt if there was a general election?
I think if Labour put the right policies together, definitely. You know, it's something. The North feels like that there's still that big divide, and the talks of putting the poshest man in Parliament in Jacob Rees-Mogg as the guy who's going to do level up. You know, ordinary working people seeing a posh guy telling them how that they're going to sort stuff out is not the way forward.
Okay, James, look, thanks ever so much for talking to us. I'll let you get back to your bacon. Don't want to burn that.
Cheers.
Thanks for talking to us. So that's the view of James here, the chef in the Create Cafe. We need a general election, but he's not expecting one anytime soon. Turkey's voting for Christmas is the phrase that we keep hearing, and I think that's the mood here in Wakefield as well. They'd like a general election. They're not holding their breath.
Fraser, thanks very much indeed. Well, let's bring in our political correspondent, Rob Powell, again now. A quick word on that issue. There are people, all the opposition parties, who want a general election, but is that a possibility?
No, incredibly unlikely, I think. Of course, it's primarily, anyway, in the gift of the Prime Minister to call a general election. You could find Labour tabling maybe a confidence vote in the government when the new Prime Minister takes over, but it would probably be pointless, and if anything, things like that tend to just be a way to probably solidify the Conservatives together, because it makes it a party political issue, if you like. And as James in Wakefield was saying there, Conservative MPs won't really go for it, because there's a poll out this morning that shows Labour about 39 points ahead. So why would they? It's a Turkey's voting for Christmas situation there. I think the interesting thing, though, given that the new Prime Minister will be announced not quite this time next week, but next Friday evening, is that the following Monday, a few days after that, you've got the full medium-term fiscal plan being laid out, in theory anyway, by the newish Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt. Now, that's a big moment, because that's when we get to see OBR forecast, which is the sort of independent scrutiny of the numbers that was lacking when the mini-budget was put out, and was really one of the reasons, I think, why the markets had so much turmoil in the last few weeks. But there has got to be a question over whether that still happens on that day. If there is a new Prime Minister that comes in on Friday, you'd imagine certain candidates, maybe those sitting around the cabinet table now, like Penny Mordaunt, if she was Prime Minister, there'd be more of a chance of Jeremy Hunt staying in place and that programme as set out by Jeremy Hunt already carrying through. But I think the big curveball here is potentially if you do have Boris Johnson entering this race and coming back in and being named Prime Minister, does Jeremy Hunt stay? Does the new Prime Minister allow Jeremy Hunt to stay? And does the programme that is looking pretty painful for the weeks and months ahead in terms of tax rises and spending cuts, does that carry on through? And if it doesn't, what do the markets make of that?
Well, yes, the next Prime Minister and the economic programme are hugely important. Thanks, Rob. We're going to discuss that a little bit further right now, actually, because after a fierce backlash against Liz Truss's economic plan, markets initially reacted quite well to the news of her resignation. Investors are still concerned about skyrocketing inflation and the looming recession, of course. So let's talk about this a little bit further. I'm joined now by the economist Francis Coppola. Very good morning to you, Francis. Thanks for talking to us. First of all, do you think it was inevitable that Liz Truss was to stand down given the turmoil on the markets after she announced her economic plan?
Yes, I think it was inevitable and necessary. I mean, the way the markets reacted suggests that part of what has been dubbed the war on risk premium actually attached to her personally. And I don't think any Prime Minister can survive that. I mean, the days, lettuces, comparisons and things like that really didn't help. She had to go. So the question now is who's going to replace her and how markets will respond to that.
Well, yes, and we can talk about different candidates, but whoever is the new Prime Minister is going to have to get across and sanction a really important fiscal statement, which is due on Monday week, the 31st of October. So they've only got a matter of days to do that. How problematic do you think that could be?
I think that's really quite difficult, and I'm seeing a worrying panic about the fiscal situation as well, which is tending, I think, to push us too far in the opposite direction to Truss's plans, amounting to a kind of a return of 2010 austerity. And actually, oddly enough, I don't think that the markets are going to respond to that too well either. We need somehow to find some kind of middle ground here, and that's difficult to do in the time.
Well, yes, and of course we saw that huge market turmoil after the mini budget. Is this fiscal statement the most important thing as far as the markets are concerned now, or are there plenty of eyes on which person gets picked as the next leader?
I think it's both. I think the fiscal statement is hugely important, but so is the person. We need to have someone now who commands international credibility. And frankly, it's looking a bit thin in the Tory party. And certainly some of the candidates, you think, well, I'm not entirely sure how they're going to do that. There's not a great deal of experience. And in some cases, there are people whose credibility has already been destroyed.
Is it possible to have a view on which candidate might be the most successful in the city's eyes, in the market's eyes, if you like, if it were a person? I'm obviously personalising it, but is there a favoured candidate from an economic point of view?
I wouldn't like to indicate which candidate I thought would be best by name. But what I would say is they've got to be seen as somebody who is fiscally credible and a safe pair of hands, and somebody who will confer stability. And make of that what you want.
Do you think that Liz Truss's mistakes were all economic? She obviously sanctioned the mini budget, after which we saw all the turmoil on the markets. Some have suggested that had she been perhaps more inclusive with her cabinet, reached out to other parts of the party, she might have been more successful.
I do think the mistakes are pretty much economics, and because I think that it was an ill-considered budget, and perhaps more importantly, handled in a really bad way. She sidelined the Bank of England, she sidelined the OBR, she sacked Tom Scholar. It didn't go down well. There may have been good reasons for that, or whatever the reasons were, weren't communicated. And so the overall impression that was given was this was a government trying to kind of go for broke at a time when the economy is at near full employment and has binding resource constraints. It put lots of stimulus into the economy in the form of tax cuts. And that's a recipe for inflation. And that's how markets responded to it. Sidelining institutions didn't help.
OK, Francis Coppola, really interesting to get your take on things. Thanks very much indeed for your time this morning.
Pleasure.
Laura, thanks very much indeed. It is a phrase.
Well, a little bit earlier, we managed to catch up with one of the potential candidates, the, excuse me, former Home Secretary Suella Braverman. So let's take a listen to what she said.
Mrs. Braverman, are you going to stand or can you rule yourself out?
Making a statement in due course.
So Suella Braverman there, the Home Secretary until Friday, of course, saying that she was going to make a statement a little bit later on today about whether or not she might put herself forward. So let's get another take, shall we, on the events of the last 24 hours. I'm joined now by Sir Christopher Chope, MP for Christchurch. A very good morning to you, Sir Christopher. Thanks very much indeed for talking to us. First of all, your reaction to the last 24 hours and the resignation of Liz Truss.
Well, I think it's appalling, actually, and I apologise. I feel ashamed of my revolting colleagues, actually. They brought down another Prime Minister, and that's the same people who are largely responsible who brought down Boris Johnson. And we're now in a dire state because basically the Conservative Parliamentary Party has proved itself to be ungovernable. And that's going to be a problem that will beset any successor unless that successor gets a mandate from the British people, a fresh mandate from the British people, and I think that will calm the parliamentary party, and hopefully they will then have some respect for the new leader.
So you blame your fellow Tory MPs, you call them revolting, but some would say that Liz Truss has brought this on herself. It was her mini-budget that caused such upset in the market, saw the cost of borrowing rise and people's mortgage costs go up.
No, that's not correct. She was being undermined from the moment that she had been chosen by 58% of the people in the country and the Conservative members as our leader. When she went to the party conference, she was being undermined by Michael Gove and others. And then when she came forward with, I thought was an excellent proposal to put a cap on energy prices, that caused an issue in the markets. And instead of trying to calm things down, her detractors tried to make it even more difficult for her. And the consequence is we've now lost a Prime Minister who had some really good ideas on growth and low taxes, and we are now in a maelstrom.
And in a maelstrom now, so who do you want to see take over then?
Well, I don't see that there's really any of the candidates who are coming forward are going to command my support. And I think that the news that Boris Johnson might be riding to the rescue of the country and the Conservative Party is really a great tonic. And I'm really excited about that prospect because I didn't want him to be deposed in the first place. I said we'd rue the day that he was deposed. Sadly, I've been proved right on that. But I think that if we had Boris back, then he's already got a mandate from the British people. And my email box is full up with people saying they want to have Boris back. So I see him as the great hope.
And yet that's interesting. He did, of course, win a majority in 2019. But just before he resigned, 69% of the public, according to the polls, wanted him to go. He also lost the confidence of the party as well, didn't he? More than 60 MPs resigned in protest at him being Prime Minister.
Well, that was 60, but of course he tried to have a government from all parts of the party, and what happened in the end was that he was undermined by those people who are not real Conservatives, and I'm afraid there are too many people in the Parliamentary Party who are not real Conservatives.
He's still under investigation from the Privileges Committee. There's an investigation still going on over whether he misled Parliament. That could be problematic, couldn't it?
Well, I discount that. I think that if we elect him as our new Prime Minister, then he will command the authority of a majority of my parliamentary colleagues. And if people want to have noises off, then they can continue to do that. But I can't comment on the work of the Privileges Committee, except to say that they seem to have set themselves a very low bar for finding him guilty by not requiring that it should have been a deliberate misleading. He never deliberately misled the House of Commons.
Rishi Sunak hasn't formally declared yet, but it's widely thought that he will step forward. Some people will say he's the natural choice, given that he came second. He was runner-up to Liz Truss and went through that whole leadership campaign that lasted so many weeks over the summer.
Well, he's certainly not my natural choice, nor that of my constituents, because he was involved in undermining Boris Johnson and showed his disloyalty. And I don't think... Did you ever hear him come to speak out in support of Liz Truss and say we should give her a bit of time and allow her a bit of room in order to develop her policies? No, he didn't. He and his acolytes were continually undermining her. So I think if you want to have a further divided Conservative Party, choose Rishi Sunak. But if you want a united party, he's not the answer.
So do you think Liz Truss did nothing wrong?
Well, I'm not saying that she did nothing wrong. She admits herself that she made mistakes, and that's fair enough. But are we that unforgiving as a party? We call ourselves compassionate Conservatives, but I haven't seen from a lot of my colleagues any compassion whatsoever for Liz Truss and her family, and I think that's unacceptable.
If Boris Johnson doesn't run, do you want a general election?
I think there should be a general election because we need whoever becomes the leader. If it's not Boris Johnson, we need to have a proper mandate. And the only way to get a proper mandate is to go to the people. And I'm not pessimistic about the outcome of a general election now on the issue of putting our economy right. Do we want to have Rachel Reeves and Keir Starmer and all the left and the Labour Party campaigning for higher taxes and more trade union disruption? Or do we want to have a Conservative government with taking a fresh line on the economy? If some of my friends in the party had more confidence in our policies, then they wouldn't be so pessimistic about the prospects of an early general election.
OK, so Christopher Chope, thanks very much indeed for your time this morning. We appreciate it.
Thank you.
So let's get another view now. Scotland's First Minister Nicola Sturgeon has called for a general election following the Prime Minister's resignation, a sentiment shared by the Westminster leader of the SNP, Ian Blackford, who said the public will accept nothing less. And Ian Blackford joins me now. A very good morning to you, Ian Blackford. We'll come on to your calls for a general election in a moment. First of all, though, what do you make of Liz Truss's resignation? Happy to see her go?
Well, I'm relieved that she's gone. It's been a challenging few weeks, hasn't it? And of course, it's been one big financial experiment, and it's one that's gone horribly wrong. The impact it had in the financial markets, the fact the Bank of England had to step in, the decline in the pound, but perhaps above all else, the fact that mortgage rates have risen as sharply as they have. There's a price to be paid for all of this. She should never have been Prime Minister. This was a march to the right that we had with Tory party members over the summer in the leadership election. They're all looking to outdo each other, but my goodness, it's been unedifying. She singularly was unfit for office, and I think now we've got a Conservative party, a Conservative government that are really out of touch with the electorate, and that is why, in the situation that we're in this morning, the right response is for the people of all these islands right across the United Kingdom to have a say in a general election.
Well, you, like Labour, want that general election, but it's in the gift of the Prime Minister, so it's just not going to happen, is it?
Well, I think my message to Conservative MPs is to recognise where we all are, recognise that this is a government that's out of time, that played fast and loose with our financial well-being over the course of the last few weeks, and they need to accept that they've lost that moral authority to govern. They need to act not just in their narrow party interests, but act in all our national interests. And the response to that is to make sure that the people right across these islands have their say in a general election.
Well, if there was a general election now, and as I say, it looks very unlikely given that it's the Prime Minister that would have to call it, Labour looks set to win according to the latest polls. So would you rather see Labour in power than the Conservatives? Would you support a Labour government?
But I want people to have the right to have their say. Of course, I don't want to see Conservative governments. We've always supported progressive politics, but I would say to whoever's going to be in Downing Street from whatever party, that they have to respect democracy in Scotland and they have to respect the right of the Scottish Parliament to be able to enact the mandate that we have for an independence referendum. But here in Scotland, there's been a number of polls over the last few weeks. The only one that counts is when people go out to vote. But all the polls in Scotland actually show that the SNP would increase the number of MPs that we have in Scotland. The Tories would be wiped out if there were an election today. But we need to make sure that people in Scotland have the right to give their verdict on Westminster governments and be able to reflect on the offer that we have of taking Scotland back into the European Union, the pain that we've had of being out of the European Union, to be able to reverse that and to get the investment that we need in the Scottish economy, particularly in the green energy sector, as we seek to deliver on our promise to get to net zero by 2045. So we're contrasting two futures, staying with Westminster with the underachievement, the under-delivery that was seen, or a different future for us, a better future of Scotland taking its place back in the family of nations in the European Union.
What do you make of the suggestion this morning that Boris Johnson might run for the leadership?
Horrified. I mean, this was a man that was taken out of office quite simply because he disrespected the office of Prime Minister, one that millions of people were appalled by his behaviour over the COVID crisis, the partying that took place in 10 Downing Street. A Prime Minister, let's remember, the only Prime Minister in history that was found guilty of breaking the law while in office, and a Prime Minister that still got to come in front of the Privileges Committee over his behaviour while he was in office. I have to question what Tory MPs are thinking, that they believe it to be reasonable that Boris Johnson should be brought back again. He should never be allowed anywhere near public office.
Well, whoever wins, and we don't know if Boris Johnson will run, how important is it that the next Prime Minister reaches out to Nicola Sturgeon? She said that Liz Truss didn't call her in her 6 weeks in office. How much of a problem do you think that was?
Of course, it's a problem. You know, we have our political differences, and it's right that we, show people exactly what we're trying to do where these differences exist. But where it's right, it's also equally important that we work together. And let me give you the example of Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, because he has worked across party with all party leaders to make sure that we all stand together against Putin, against that illegal war in Ukraine, and to make sure that we support our friends in Ukraine, and to see not just Liz Truss, but Boris Johnson before that showed utter disrespect for the government in Cardiff and Edinburgh. It's simply not acceptable that the normal protocols in office need to exist. And it comes down to that lack of appreciation and understanding about how those in the highest office need to interact with colleagues that have responsibility in government as well.
Well, Ian Blackford, SNP leader at Westminster, thanks very much indeed for your time this morning.
Thank you.
So, what's next for the Conservative Party? Well, a poll out this morning from People Polling suggests that Labour holds a massive 39-point lead. That's the largest lead for a party since 1996. Calculations indicate that if this poll were to come true, the Tories wouldn't win a single seat at the next election. So let's get more of an insight now with former Conservative advisor and current Conservative councillor Claire Purcell. Very good morning to you, Claire Purcell. Really interested to get your take on what's been happening over the last few days. First of all, was it inevitable that Liz Truss resigned?
I think it was inevitable. I don't see that there was any way out of the chaos that we have seen over the past week. And that's not taking into account the previous week's worth of chaos as well. I think the unedifying spectacle in the chamber of the House of Commons on Wednesday was something to behold, and party discipline had completely gone. So I think it was inevitable. I did have her to resign on Friday, so she did it, a couple of days early. But I think this is, a sad indictment of the state of the party currently.
So you paint a picture of a chaotic week. It's been a chaotic 6 weeks, really, hasn't it, since she took over? I mean, with no clear picture of who the next Prime Minister will be, won't that chaos continue for another week yet?
I think it will, and I'm quite glad that Sir Graham Brady has reduced this process now down to a week. The party cannot afford to drag the country through yet another leadership contest. We've had too many. The times are too stark at the moment to have this kind of vanity contest. What the MPs need to do is decide who is the right person to go forward. We can't sit around navel-gazing and putting several candidates up in the hope that somebody will do this. We need to come behind the person that is going to get the job done. And it's going to mean compromise for a lot of members. And I don't think that they quite appreciate that they may have to do that.
Is that person Boris Johnson, do you think?
I sincerely hope not. And I was just listening to Ian Blackford, and I rarely agree with the honourable gentleman, but on this I do. I think that we should not forget why Boris Johnson left office. He lost the confidence of his party. There was the whole Partygate scandal, but more importantly, his handling of Owen Paterson and Christopher Pincher. We shouldn't forget that this man was deemed not suitable to lead the party and therefore the country. So the fact that he could come back, I think, is a ridiculous statement.
Is there such a thing as a unity candidate? I mean, the party seems to be really divided at the moment. Is it possible to have someone that really could pull all sides together?
No, I don't think it is. I mean, the party is very, very divided, and it's divided into at least 4 or 5 different factions from looking at it. So you are looking for a unicorn, and which is why I go back to the point that people are going to have to compromise on who that person is. You are never going to find the perfect candidate that suits everybody and will do a good job for the rest of the country. So it's going to be a little bit of suck it and see. The candidates so far that have been named, there are a couple of very good ones in that, but we don't know at the moment, and we won't know until Monday, who those final candidates are.
How much damage do you think has been done to the party?
Enormous damage. I don't think you can sit here and say that it was anything other than that. It has been a real shame to see all of that hard work over the past decade be ripped up. And it makes me very, very sad. This is the party that I love. I'm very proud to be a Conservative, but I'm not proud of the behaviour that has been shown. And the damage to the country is immense.
What lessons do you think can be learned from Liz Truss's time in power?
That you need to have a broad selection of people around you to advise you. You need to be able to listen to those colleagues that perhaps don't agree with you all the time and run those ideas past. The party is bigger than just one person, and the country deserves a party that looks at all options and puts them on the table to see how much better we can make life.
Do you think a new leader can turn things around in time for a general election in 2 years' time?
I think you always have to have hope. I mean, it is a massive task ahead, and it isn't going to be easy, but you have to hope that we can pull together. The Conservative Party has changed over the years, and it proves that it can change. It is a very successful party. It just requires all of those minds to come together. And that's what I hope they do. We need to put all of those fighting positions to one side and do what is best for the people of this country.
Who do you think the candidate is best placed to achieve that?
I mean, this is the question everybody asks, and until Monday, we don't know the full slate of candidates.
We know that Rishi Sunak and Penny Mordaunt and Boris Johnson are likely to stand, aren't they?
They're likely to stand, and I would like to see Penny continue on with her good work, and I think that Rishi Sunak is a very good bet. But, you know, somebody like Ben Wallace, I think, would be excellent, and I sincerely hope that he puts his hat in the ring.
OK, well, we'll have to wait and see on that. And we'll also have heard from Suella Braverman this morning that she's going to make a statement later on, so we'll see what she says too. Claire Purcell, good to talk to you this morning. Thanks very much indeed for your time. Plenty more coming up on Sky News Breakfast here in Downing Street. More reaction to the resignation of Liz Truss coming up. Hello everyone, it's 9 o'clock. This is Sky News Breakfast, live from Downing Street, home to Liz Truss for just a few more days after 6 turbulent weeks as Prime Minister. And things aren't being helped this morning with worsening government borrowing figures and poorer than expected retail sales figures. So, who will get the top job? And is Boris Johnson really kicking the sand off his sandals in the Caribbean, ready for a new run at it? Well, one Tory MP told us it's too early for his return, while another has told us Liz Truss's colleagues are revolting for the way she's being treated. We'll get Rob's take on it in the next hour. It's Friday, the 21st of October. The race is on. Liz Truss's departure means there'll be a new Prime Minister exactly a week today at the latest. But some Tory MPs say she's been treated shamefully.
I apologise, I feel ashamed of my revolting colleagues, actually. They brought down another Prime Minister, and it's the same people who are largely responsible who brought down Boris Johnson.
Out of the shadows, Boris Johnson is expected to return early from his Caribbean holiday, but not all of his supporters are backing a comeback.
I was supported Boris right until the end, and I don't think we can go back there for the next 2 years.
He's a known winner, and that's certainly who I'll be putting my name against, because I want us to win the next election.
It's threatening to be a crowded field to replace Britain's shortest-serving Prime Minister. But there's only room for 3 when the counting starts. Opposition parties call for an end to the upheaval and say they'll even join forces with some Tory MPs to get a general election.
We would have to work with Conservative MPs to be able to do that because, despite everything, they do have a majority in the House of Commons.
The political turmoil comes with the economy under growing pressure this morning, with soaring government borrowing and falling retail sales. Also ahead, gridlocked. The damning report showing patients unable to leave hospital and a health and care system seizing up. Hello and a very good morning from Downing Street. And the morning after the day before brings another headache for the government. New figures on borrowing are far worse than expected, and so are the figures for retail sales. More on that a bit later, because after 6 turbulent weeks, the race to be the next Prime Minister is already shaping up to be remarkable. Boris Johnson is said to be sounding out his supporters to see if he's got enough votes to beat Rishi Sunak, the man who quit, of course, as his Chancellor. And far from healing the party rifts, some backbenchers are threatening to resign their seats if Mr Johnson makes a comeback. So let's take a look then at those who are in contention. And nominations are now open and they'll close at 2 p.m. on Monday. Candidates must secure 100 nominations from MPs to get through. If only one contender reaches that mark, they'll be elected Prime Minister on Monday. Assuming at least 2 make it through, MPs will vote between 3:30 and 5:30 on Monday. If there are 3, the person with the fewest votes will be eliminated. MPs will vote then for their favourite between 6:30 and 8:30. Those 2 candidates will then face televised hustings. And the final choice will be made by Conservative Party members in an online vote which closes at 11 a.m. next Friday. The result will then be announced by the evening of Friday the 28th at the latest. So who is in the running? Well, Rishi Sunak currently has the most MPs backing him. 47 have come forward so far. Boris Johnson is second in the running, a remarkable comeback possibly on the cards. 38 MPs say they'll support him. He's followed by the current leader of the Commons, Penny Mordaunt, who has the support of 16 MPs so far. And there are also suggestions the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, might put himself forward, as well as the International Trade Secretary and former leadership contender Kemi Badenoch. And Suella Braverman, who resigned as Home Secretary yesterday. Michael Gove, Tom Tugendhat and Jeremy Hunt have already ruled themselves out of the race, as Amanda Akas reports.
After Liz Truss's calamitous 44 days in power, the race is on to find her replacement. The party have vowed to choose the new occupant of 10 Downing Street by Friday in a bid to rebuild after the shortest term of any British Prime Minister in history.
I recognise, though, given the situation, I cannot deliver the mandate on which I was elected by the Conservative Party. I have therefore spoken to His Majesty the King to notify him that I am resigning as leader of the Conservative Party.
Supporters of Rishi Sunak and Penny Mordaunt are already out on manoeuvres.
In these times when we're facing now, we've got horrific problems in the global financial markets, and we need somebody who's got the experience to deliver real stability over the next few years.
Hope that she does stand. I backed her back in the summer when there was a leadership election after Boris had resigned, and I hope she puts herself forward again. I'll certainly enthusiastically back her.
But in an extraordinary twist, some MPs are hoping Liz Truss's downfall could pave a way back for the former Prime Minister, Boris Johnson. He's said to be cutting short his Caribbean holiday to sound out his supporters.
He's a known winner, and that's certainly who I'll be putting my name against, because I want us to win the next election. And it's time for some stability and some unity. And I think in order to achieve that, we need to put in place, I believe, the person who has the mandate of the British people.
Others in the party are calling for restraint.
I would just urge colleagues who may be thinking of throwing their hat into the ring, just take stock, put the country before their own personal ambition, and let's try and get on and, dig us out of the hole we've actually put the country into and also ourselves into as well.
Labour want another general election.
So you've got this real choice, utter chaos with the Conservatives or stability under a Labour government. So the risk is not a general election. The risk is carrying on with this utter chaos.
For voters living in Liz Truss's Norfolk constituency, it's been exhausting.
It's like a children's playground, really. Unbelievable.
I think the Conservative Party will be destroying themselves. They are slowly destroying themselves. They've really got to, sort it out.
Last night, the ultimate humiliation. The lettuce, which the Daily Star bet would outlast Liz Truss's premiership, beamed onto the walls of Parliament. Whoever wins the contest to succeed her has an uphill struggle ahead. Amanda Akas, Sky News.
Well, if you were wondering that Liz Truss, whether she was moping behind the curtains of number 10 this morning, not at all. As you can see, these pictures, which have just come into us, they show the Prime Minister has been out for an early morning run. So whatever the previous 6 weeks has taken out of her, she still seems to have plenty of puff. Though we missed her here in Downing Street, I'm not quite sure which exit she managed to get out of. Meanwhile, a little bit earlier, we also heard from one of the potential candidates, the former Home Secretary, Suella Braverman. Let's take a listen to what she had to say this morning.
Sorry, well, I thought I'd have another go now you've got the little one off. Are you able to give us a sneak preview? Or are you going to stand or rule yourself out?
Making a statement, could you please?
So Suella Braverman there saying she's going to make a statement a little bit later on about her intentions. And then this from the man hoping to be the next Prime Minister. This was Rishi Sunak leaving home this morning.
Morning, Mr. Sunak. Think you'll be Prime Minister next week? You were right about fantasy economics, weren't you?
So Rishi Sunak there, not saying a word. I think he managed a good morning. Rob Powell has been here with me all morning. We're going to get Rob's take now on some of the interviews that we've done this morning. And we get a real sense that MPs, they may not be saying much to the cameras, but they're really sounding out what level of support they might get if they were to enter this race.
Yeah, no one publicly declared yet, but lots of public declarations of support from MPs. The latest tally is 47 people for Rishi Sunak, MPs that have declared, 38 for Boris Johnson and 16 for Penny Mordaunt at the moment. As I say, no one has actually said that they are standing. I think we can probably assume that maybe at least two of those names will stand, though. The kind of rumblings coming from both the Sunak and the Mordaunt camps are that they would essentially run on the pitch of being able to unify the Conservative Party, that especially for Rishi Sunak, this would be all about economic credibility and restoring economic credibility. Hardly surprising, I guess, given some of the warnings he put out over the summer in the campaign against Liz Truss did seem to materialise pretty quickly within Liz Truss's premiership. Of course, the big unknown at the moment is what Boris Johnson does. He is on holiday in the Caribbean at the moment. There has been some reports that he might be on a plane back. Others say that actually, no, he hasn't got on a plane back yet at the moment, that he's still taking soundings from backbenchers. I think there is a degree of division. You can see him there in the Dominican Republic, I think it is. There's a degree of division within the Conservative Party. There are those that think that he could be a unifier, that he has the mandate from 2019. There are others that think that, 3 or 4 months after he was pushed out of office, declared unfit to govern by 62 of his own ministers who resigned, that this is hardly the man to sort of restore a sense of credibility and stability to the Conservative Party. We've been speaking to some Tory MPs this morning. We can hear from a couple of them now. So Christopher Chope, who was very unhappy about what's happened but says he would back Boris Johnson, and also Crispin Blunt, someone that's backed Boris Johnson in the past but says now is not the time. This is what they told us.
Well, I think it's appalling, actually, and I apologise. I feel ashamed of my revolting colleagues, actually. They brought down another Prime Minister, and it's the same people who are largely responsible who brought down Boris Johnson. And we're now in a dire state because basically the Conservative Parliamentary Party has proved itself to be ungovernable. And that's going to be a problem that will beset any successor unless that successor gets a mandate from the British people, a fresh mandate from the British people. I think there should be a general election because we need, whoever becomes the leader, if it's not Boris Johnson, will need to have a proper mandate. And the only way to get a proper mandate is to go to the people. And I'm not pessimistic about the outcome of a general election now on the issue of putting our economy right.
I was supporting Boris right until the end. And I don't think we can go back there for the next 2 years. And we need to put this contest now where it sits in its, if you like, within its historic context. In 2 years' time, we're going to face the electorate. And we need to face the electorate with 2 years of restored sound administration, sound finance, and people being confident that the Conservatives can be trusted with the highest office. He is probably not the character to restore our reputation for the next 2 years because of that controversy. However, in the future, beyond the next general election, as far as I'm concerned, the question is entirely open.
It'd be extraordinary, wouldn't it, if Boris Johnson did make a comeback? I mean, how likely is it, do you think, Rob?
Well, one of his friends said this morning that he thinks it's likely that he will run. There's two big things to consider here, though. The first is whether he would want to come back and be Prime Minister and whether he'd want to run in the current circumstances, because we're a world away from where we were in 2019 when he won the leadership contest against Jeremy Hunt in that final two. You no longer have sort of Brexit as a motivating, galvanising force, if you like. Actually, what he's coming into is a very difficult backdrop of rising mortgage rates, of inflation, of needing to make spending cuts, of needing to put taxes up, of a sort of febrile economic climate like that. And there'll be big questions over what happens with the pathway that Jeremy Hunt, the new Chancellor, has set out. Does that remain when you get a new Prime Minister? Also, what a lot of the people that are supporting Boris Johnson push as the reason why he should come back is that he's an election winner. That's not at all certain now. He may well have been in 2019, but in the final days that he was in office, his personal ratings were tanking right across the country. And while he's popular among members, and if he made it to the final two, he may well get through, he is certainly not as popular in the wider public. And I think the second thing is, can he get to the 100 mark amongst MPs? When you consider, as I said earlier, that some 60 or so ministers resigned from his government 3 months or so ago over concerns about how he dealt with allegations of sexual harassment with one of his members of his government. Is there the appetite there at this moment when what is really wanted is stability, credibility, calmness, to maybe put someone back into number 10 where the chances of Tory psychodrama kicking off again have got to be higher? Now, earlier we spoke to Will Walden, someone that knows Boris Johnson very well, his former press secretary, and he outlined what he thought would be going through the former Prime Minister's head now.
Johnson's in the frame. He's flying back. I've spoken to someone that's spoken to him, and he is on the way back, and clearly he's taking soundings. But the thing about Boris is that he absolutely hates to lose, and I suspect that if he doesn't think he can get to the 100, or more importantly, he can come second in this in the first vote, because I think Rishi Sunak is clearly the front runner, then he won't run. But if he does think he can, then I'm sure he will, because in his mind he's done nothing wrong. He's been unfairly defenestrated. Whether you think that's true or not, it doesn't matter to Boris, and it's not a case of the national interest, it's a case of Boris's interest. So if he thinks that he has a chance of winning with the members' vote next week, then he'll run.
So while the Tories are focused on their leadership race, the opposition say it shouldn't be about a leadership race, it should be about a general election. How likely is that?
I think it's unlikely. I think the main reason why a general election might come is if you get a new Prime Minister that really can't keep their party together. But the thing that will be holding back Tory MPs voting for a general election, and remember, it's in the gift of the Prime Minister to call it, he needs the support of MPs, they need the support of MPs as well, is that the polls at the moment, a new poll out this morning, still puts Labour, some 39 percentage points ahead of the Tories at the moment. So if you're a Tory MP sitting on a marginal seat, even if you're a Tory MP sitting on a fairly safe seat, why on earth would you want a general election when it looks like that would probably put you out of a job? And if we're being honest, there's very little that the Labour Party and oppositions and other opposition parties can do to try and force that. At the moment, though, clearly it's sort of like shooting fish in a barrel for opposition parties at the moment. And we had the Shadow Chancellor, Rachel Reeves, on earlier. This is what she said.
We're looking at all different opportunities, but in the end, as you suggested earlier, Anna, we would have to work with Conservative MPs to be able to do that, because despite everything, they do have a majority in the House of Commons. But I know that there are a lot of Conservative MPs who share the worries of their constituents that another Conservative Prime Minister and Chancellor aren't going to be able to sort out this mess. The government has no mandate from the British people for what they're doing at the moment.
I think what's going to be interesting to watch in the next week, and this is a very accelerated process that we are getting now, 100 supporters needed for each candidate to come forward compared to 20 over the summer, meaning we're probably only going to get 3 people make it through to the MP ballot. So this will be over very quickly. But what we need to watch is the extent to which the party sort of lets it drift into the kind of bloody battle that we saw over the summer, or whether some of the soundings we were hearing earlier in the week about the need for maybe even a coronation, about some kind of seamless transition, whether that prevails and whether that's what the party decide that they actually want. The difficulty for the person coming in, though, the next Prime Minister, is after 6 months of real turmoil within the Conservative Party, of rancour, of a leadership contest in the summer that saw people knocking lumps out of each other, over the last 6 weeks as well with Liz Truss as Prime Minister, are the divisions now so deep within the party that makes it ungovernable? And if that's the case, can anyone command a support of a majority of Tory MPs, a majority in the House of Commons now? And if they can't, what does that mean? There's a reason why a lot of people are wondering whether we get an early election. That's because the divisions are so deep in the Conservative Party right now that it's hard to see whether anyone could be that unifying force to bring them all together again.
It's a tough job, whoever gets it. Interesting one to watch. Rob, thanks very much indeed. So let's get another take now. Joining me now is the leader of the Liberal Democrats, Sir Ed Davey. Sir Ed Davey, very good morning to you. As we were just discussing there, your party, the Labour Party, the SNP all want a general election, but you're not going to get one, are you?
Well, I agree with a lot of what Rob said, but also what a Conservative MP, Christopher Chope, said early on in your broadcast this morning. He said he wanted a general election, and I think you'll find that there are a number of Conservative MPs who, when they look themselves in the mirror, they'll realise what a shambles the Conservative Party is now, how divided it is, how incapable it is of governing our country. And I think they'll also recognise that they've got no mandate now. So Liberal Democrats have been saying, given Liz Truss trashed our economy with her unfunded tax cuts, Boris Johnson before her failed our country with his lies and his law-breaking, it really is time that the Conservatives were swept from power, and that requires a general election.
But the truth is that Tory MPs will look themselves in the mirror and think, I don't want to lose my seat.
Well, you're probably right. What I'm doing is calling on them to put the national interest first above their party interest. It's time they did their patriotic duty. Our country is in crisis. We've got mortgage rates going up, energy bills, food bills, fuel bills. I talk to my constituents, they're really, really fearful of this winter. There's going to be people going cold and hungry. There are millions of families who are struggling at the moment, pensioners, hundreds of thousands of businesses. And that's because of the Conservatives. They have failed our country in the most egregious, dreadful way. They don't deserve to lead our great country, and they should go. And, again, as Rob, your correspondent, just said, they are so divided, they are incapable of providing the strong political stability which is an essential prerequisite of getting the budget right, the economics right, so we can really help people and get our economy going.
Well, you said that, but there is a new Chancellor that's been installed, and wouldn't you say that he's brought some economic stability already, and we'll get a full outline of his fiscal statement in just over a week's time?
Well, only compared to what went before. We're still seeing a weak pound, we're still seeing higher interest rates, we're still seeing inflation, and to be honest, he's not doing the sorts of things that Liberal Democrats have argued for a long time. It was over a year ago now that Liberal Democrats and I put forward the case for a windfall tax on the record profits of oil and gas companies made because of President Putin killing innocent Ukrainians. Surely it's moral and fair and right to tax those huge profits so we can afford, in a responsible way, to help families and pensioners out there and business struggling with energy costs. That would be a fair approach, and we're not hearing that from the government.
I've just been shown a tweet by Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's just tweeted, "I'm backing Boris." What do you make of the possibility of a return by Boris Johnson?
Well, that would just be another terrible scandal from the Conservatives. Let's remember, Boris Johnson lied on an industrial scale. He broke the law. He failed to handle a sex abuse case in his own ranks properly. And it was Tory MPs who didn't have confidence in him, who got rid of him. I mean, they're all suffering from memory loss. Can they not remember what an absolute disaster Boris Johnson was? And I think it would be a scandal if they allowed him to stand, let alone voted for him.
Is it right that you've called for him to be barred from running? And if that's the case, isn't it up to Tories to decide who's their next leader?
Well, of course they can decide, but they should be judged by the British people about the decisions they make. Let us remember there is a privileged committee inquiry into whether Boris Johnson misled Parliament, the British people, at the dispatch box when he was Prime Minister. And many of us believe he did. And if he did, that is a resignation offence. It's a very serious offence. So what the Tories would be doing if they allow him to stand is creating yet more political instability, allowing someone with his track record to stand who, if he were to be elected, I just hope he can't be, it would be such a disaster, but if he were, he could then face being thrown out by a parliamentary committee findings in 2 or 3 months' time. Does that make sense? Our country is in peril. Do these Conservatives not realise that?
He, of course, maintains he did nothing wrong and is confident that he'll be cleared in that, doesn't he? I mean, some people might say Liberal Democrats did quite well when Boris Johnson was Prime Minister. You won a few by-elections when he was the leader, didn't you?
Well, you're right. We did win a lot of by-elections in true blue heartlands. In Buckinghamshire, we beat the Tories. Cheshire, Amersham, in North Shropshire, seat the Tories to have for 200 years, and in Tifton and Honiton, in East Devon, where we overturned a record majority. So you are right that we prospered. But, what we're doing is putting the national interest above our own interest. We think it is right for Boris Johnson never to go back into number 10. And I would just urge Tory MPs to do likewise, do their patriotic duty for once. Put the national interest first. That means certainly not backing Boris Johnson and preferably having a general election.
Well, yes, but any new leader that comes in will be able to lay out their plans. Jeremy Hunt has set out already some of the direction of travel. And don't they have the right then? They'll have a majority in Parliament. They have a right to see out the last 2 years of this term, don't they?
Well, they can fail to listen to British people. They can fail to listen to their constituents. You're right in constitutional theory. They can go on till, I think it's January the 2025 they can go on to if they really want to. But think of what damage that will do to our country. I'm almost speechless that the Tories could be so outrageous when people are suffering at a level I've never seen before. I was just at the food bank in my constituency last week. They say the numbers going there have never been higher. And I think it's going to get worse for many people when they look at their mortgage costs. I was talking to a guy who runs a cafe near these studios earlier today. He was saying he couldn't get staff, his costs are going up, he's really worried about the future, he doesn't know how he's going to pay his mortgage. That's the reality. I don't see Tories apologising, I don't think they've got a plan, they are divided and shambolic. I've never known it so bad. And so for the interest of our country, for the interest of millions of people and hundreds of thousands of businesses, they have to go. And Liberal Democrats will keep making that case. And what we'll do also is we will put forward an alternative plan that is costed, that is responsible, and that is fair. You know, British people go out to work every day. They try their best. They bring up their kids. They look after and care for their relatives. They run their businesses. All they want is a fair deal from government, and they are not getting that fair deal from the Conservatives.
OK, so Ed Davey, we appreciate your time this morning. Thanks very much indeed for talking to us.
Thank you.
And let's just take another quick look at that tweet from Jacob Rees-Mogg, the first cabinet minister to come out and back a potential candidate. I'm backing Boris, he's tweeted this morning. Of course, Boris Johnson hasn't formally declared that he is running in this leadership race, but Jacob Rees-Mogg, the business secretary, making it very clear who he wants to lead the Tory party. So Ed Davey there talking about the cost of living crisis. So let's get more on that. There is actually more bad economic news around this morning, with borrowing much higher than expected, as well as retail sales down. Joining me now is our business presenter, Ian King from the City. So Ian, tell us a little bit more about these borrowing figures and why they're so important.
Well, these borrowing figures really underline the challenge facing the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, as he prepares his medium-term fiscal statement, which is due for publication on 31st of October. Speculation that might be postponed due to the election of a new Prime Minister. It also really underlines the challenge that new Prime Minister themselves will face as well, in terms of trying to stimulate growth at a time when there are likely to be tax cuts and tax increases and cuts in public spending. Now, the UK borrowed £20 billion in September. That compared with a forecast of £14.8 billion from the Office for Budget Responsibility. It was up £2.2 billion. It was on the same period last year. It's the first year-on-year increase in government borrowing that we've actually had since March 2021. And it's the second worst September figure on record, topped only by September 2020, the height of the COVID pandemic. So the borrowing figure much, much worse, as I say, than the Office for Budget Responsibility was expecting in its forecasts earlier this year. It means that to date, in the fiscal year to date, the government has borrowed just over £133 billion. That compares with the OBR's forecast of around £127 billion. That is where they expected us to be at this point in time. And it's largely down to an increase in interest payments on the national debt. Those came in at £7.7 billion during September. And largely that reflects the fact that around a quarter of the national debt is linked to the rate of inflation. And obviously that is particularly problematic when you've got inflation in double digits. And actually it's worse than that because it's linked to the discredited old RPI measure of inflation, which lately has been topping 12%. So that is the key driver behind that. Government tax take came in at around £50 billion during the month, up from £45 billion in the same period last year. But it's really that big increase in government spending driven by higher interest payments on the national debt that are behind this increase. as I say, it's really quite problematic. Though government spending itself did increase as well. It came in at some £89 billion during the month. Now, Jeremy Hunt, the new Chancellor, has responded to this. He has said, we will do whatever is necessary to drive down debt in the medium term and to ensure that taxpayers' money is well spent, putting the public finances on a sustainable path as we grow the economy. Strong public finances are the foundation of a strong economy. To stabilise markets, I've been clear that protecting our public finances means difficult decisions lie ahead. So that's the one piece of data we've had out today. The other, of course, is the retail sales figures. Now, these are notoriously erratic. They do jump around a bit. But retail sales volumes during September were down 1.4% on August. That compared with market consensus, Reuters poll of economists, of a decline of just 0.5%, so significantly worse than expected. Driven largely, it seems, by food sales. That was down. They were down by more than 3% during the month. This is volumes we're talking about. That's the amount of stuff sold rather than the value of stuff sold. And that really does suggest that shoppers are drawing in their horns in response to higher prices. And what is particularly interesting is that food store sales were actually lower last month than they were going into the pandemic. So that's really quite a cause for concern, you would say. The other big drop-off in the retail sales area was in non-food, non-store sales, which is basically online, and that was down quite sharply as well. Now, you'd expect that because people have been going back to the stores now that everything has reopened again post the pandemic. The other factor that was at play during September was the late Queen's funeral, which entailed an extra bank holiday. But even putting that into account, there's no doubt that it seems that shoppers are spending less right now. Their disposable incomes are being eaten into by inflation.
Well, yes, Ian, that's so true. Thanks very much indeed. And those retail sales figures spell more bad news for small businesses, of course, who are battling the cost of living. Let's get more now from Sky's business correspondent, Adele Robinson.
The retail sales figures were 3 times worse than was expected. It was predicted that retail sales would fall by 0.5%. They actually fell by 1.4%. Compare that to August, it fell by 1.6%, which was actually revised to 1.7%. So that downward trend really continuing. Now, there was a bank holiday in September for the Queen's funeral that may play into the figures somewhat, but analysts suggest that actually it won't have had a huge impact. What these figures show is a drop, a real drop in the confidence of people and the real income pressures that they face. Food sales were also down 1.8%. The cost of food has gone up significantly. People are overall getting less for their money, so they're spending less, and what they're spending, they're getting less back from. And for all the same reasons that we've been talking about over the last couple of months, inflation is up. Part of the general cost of living crisis, energy bills, we're still paying more than we were a year ago, significantly more than we were a year ago, and also interest rate rises. All of those factors feed into low consumer confidence and low spending. And the wrapped around all of that is the impending recession. So conditions for people spending their money are expected to worsen in the coming months. Now, there are calls from businesses for some clarity from the government. I spoke to a local business here earlier this week who said that they didn't know if they were coming or going, and that the only thing worse than, in their eyes, a bad economic policy was either no economic policy or no clarity. They need some direction, and for that they want to see political stability, political credibility, and with that they hope will be financial stability too.
Adele Robinson there. Now, the care regulator has warned that a workforce the size of the population of Newcastle needs to be recruited urgently to ease the gridlocked health and care system. The Care Quality Commission says it's getting tougher and tougher to access care because of a massive shortage of workers. Our health correspondent Ashish Joshi reports.
Hello, Catherine.
Even at 96, living with cancer and diabetes, Catherine is still fiercely independent.
I've been not too bad, Rebecca.
But she knows eventually she will need more specialist end-of-life care in the community.
I know there's no treatment for me to have to prolong my life any longer. So we'll just accept what comes my way. If it can happen at the end of my life, then I don't mind. I'll tolerate it. I know my daughters will do everything possible for me to have a good ending.
500,000 people across the country can't count on the same support. They're waiting for their care to start or to be assessed. It means just under half of all patients waiting in hospitals to be discharged can't leave, even if they're medically fit.
The care sector has not always had the attention that it deserves. And this year, what we've seen is the system is gridlocked. And we're seeing when that happens, it means that people get stuck at home. It means that people come to harm.
The sector is hemorrhaging staff, just as its workforce needs to be growing to keep up with demand. Care sector leaders say the cost of living crisis has made recruitment and retention harder than ever.
We know that people are very low paid, so there's a huge concern about people leaving to join other sectors where they can earn more money, be that hospitality or retail or supermarkets.
We are monitoring closely your insulin.
Without immediate action, staff shortages in the health and care sector will increase pressure across the NHS and in the community. And that could leave people like Catherine more vulnerable this winter. Ashish Joshi, Sky News in South East London.
A New York court has dismissed a sexual assault lawsuit against Kevin Spacey. Anthony Rapp alleged the actor inappropriately touched him at a party when he was 14, which Mr. Spacey had vigorously denied. So let's find out a bit more from our correspondent Shaman Freeman-Powell. Shaman, what more can you tell us then about this case?
Well, the jury in Manhattan deliberated for around an hour before finding that Anthony Rapp hadn't been able to prove that Kevin Spacey had made unwanted sexual advances towards him. Now, Anthony Rapp had accused Spacey of abusing him when he was just 14 years old and when Kevin Spacey was 26. And Rapp, who is now 50, had been seeking around $40 million in damages in the civil case before it was dismissed. And of course, this was just one of the many cases that came off the back of the Me Too movement, which forced the entertainment industry to recognise the widespread allegations of sexual abuse and harassment, with Kevin Spacey being one of the Hollywood actors that had faced allegations. And it really did tarnish his reputation as an Oscar award-winning actor. He was sacked from the hugely popular Netflix series House of Cards and was even forced to pay around $31 million in damages to producers because of costs that they incurred after firing him. So Spacey had always categorically denied the allegations, and after the lawsuit was dismissed, it was reported that he had hugged his lawyers before leaving the courtroom. But he is likely to face more courtrooms in future, as he does have he is now facing 5 separate allegations of abuse here in the UK, with that trial starting next year in June.
OK, Shaman, thanks very much indeed for that. So let's take a look at some of the day's other headlines now. And a former US spy has pleaded guilty to causing the death by careless driving of Harry Dunn, following a 3-year campaign for justice by the teenager's family. The 19-year-old died in 2019 after being knocked off his motorbike by Anne Sekulas outside a US base in Northamptonshire. She's been directed to attend the sentencing hearing next month. The Biden administration has accused Iran of deploying troops in Russian-occupied Crimea to help launch drone attacks on Ukraine. The UK has announced sanctions on Iranian businesses and individuals responsible for supplying the drones. Vladimir Putin inspected a training ground for mobilized reservists on Thursday, where he was allegedly firing shots from a sniper rifle. The Russian president was accompanied on the trip to Ryazan by his defense minister, Sergei Shoigu, who reported to him on how the men were being trained. Well, let's return now to the resignation of the Prime Minister. How will Liz Truss be remembered in the history books? As you can see, by the time she leaves office, she would have been the shortest-serving Prime Minister in history. By some way, actually. Well, joining me now for a little bit more background is Tim Bale, a professor of politics at Queen Mary University of London. Tim Bale, very good morning to you. Thanks so much for talking to us. So, how big a moment is this in the country's history? A Prime Minister hang on to power for just 44 days?
Well, it is, as you've already indicated, unprecedented, to use that word that's being bandied around a lot these days. We certainly have never seen a Prime Minister's authority and indeed programme collapse quite as quickly as we have under Liz Truss. And to be honest, I'd be very surprised if we see it ever again.
Well, and it has been the most extraordinary 6 weeks, hasn't it? We've seen huge policy announcements, then retractions. We've seen sackings just in the last week, the Chancellor and the Home Secretary. I mean, it's been incredibly eventful for such a short period of time.
Yes, and I mean, it does throw into doubt the way the Conservatives choose their leader, to be honest. I mean, I think many people harboured concerns about Liz Truss, particularly in the parliamentary party, before she took over. We have to remember that she didn't even secure a third of MPs in the parliamentary stage of the voting. I think that's a very dangerous precedent to set. I note that the current leadership contest is going to involve members, or at least might do. Whether, we might find that, we get another Prime Minister foisted on the Conservative parliamentary party and indeed foisted on the country by a fairly unrepresentative bunch of people, we've yet to see.
And how much lasting damage do you think has been done to the Conservative Party? Is the fact that this has all happened so quickly, does that mean it's quicker to repair?
Well, I think that is a really good point. I mean, it's possible that the Conservative Party can dismiss this as a bad dream, if you like, or a nightmare, and then move on as quickly as possible. I certainly think if they'd have let Liz Truss hang on even longer, it would have been more of a problem. But listen, I mean, she has cratered the Conservative Party's poll rating. As we know, they are 30 points behind the Labour Party right now. We're running into, I think, a very difficult winter economically. I'm not really sure that the Conservative parties can completely recover, but at least they might be able to stop digging and begin to climb out of the hole that Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng and all the people who put them in power left the Conservative Party in.
She and her supporters, of course, would argue we had some really good ideas, we made a few mistakes, we perhaps implemented them too quickly, and then were put under far too much pressure from backbenchers who wanted change.
Well, they would say that, wouldn't they? But look, I mean, most people would have said that this programme, the one that she tried to introduce on September the 23rd, simply would not fly with the markets. If they had listened to experts, sorry to use that word, I know some Conservatives don't like it, they would have realised that there would have been a problem. Really, I think this was seen as the chance by Liz Truss and Kwasi Kwarteng and the people who wanted them there to finally do what they'd always dreamed of doing to the country and to take advantage, as far as they could see it, of the opportunities presented by Brexit. But it was simply never going to fly. And in some ways, it's probably good that the Conservative Party has learned that lesson, but it's not been a great lesson for the rest of the country who are having to suffer the consequences, particularly, obviously, for those people who are worried about their mortgages.
How hard do you think it'll be for the next Prime Minister to pull the party back together?
It's going to be difficult. I mean, there's a lot of bad blood in the party, which was part of the reason that Rishi Sunak lost the leadership contest to Liz Truss in the first place. I think there are going to have to be a lot of Boris Johnson supporters, who will be willing to forgive Rishi Sunak once and for all if he is to take the reins. Likewise, I think many Conservative MPs would be absolutely distraught, and some would even be disgusted were Boris Johnson to win. So it could be, of course, that there is another candidate who might come through the middle, neither Boris nor Rishi Sunak. And I suppose Penny Mordaunt will be hoping to play that role. But she doesn't have as much high-level experience as Sunak, and that might be a problem for her. But whoever wins is going to have trouble, I think, pulling the Conservative Party together. And they're certainly going to face a very, very big and very difficult in-tray.
Well, yes, with a fiscal statement just days after they take over.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, I don't think there's very much that they will do or can do to alter that. I think the markets have recovered a bit of confidence and have been calmed down by Jeremy Hunt. And certainly whoever takes over, I think Jeremy Hunt will still be a very powerful figure in this government. I can't see any changes being made to the statement on the 31st. And he will still, after that, be in quite a powerful position, I think. I mean, some people would say unsackable. I'm not sure that that's the case. No one's unsackable right now. But I suspect that he will stay there. And really, you know, the Conservatives must be hoping now for a period at least of market calm. But I'm not sure the electorate are going to forgive them for what's happened over the last 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 weeks.
OK, Professor Tim Bale, thanks very much indeed for your time this morning. Really interesting to get your reflections on the events of the last 24 hours and the last 6 weeks as well. Now, the Labour leader, Keir Starmer, has actually been speaking in the last few minutes, so let's listen in to what he said.
So a general election would arguably bring many more weeks of uncertainty. Isn't it time for some stability now?
The risk is not a general election. The risk is continuing with this chaos. What you've seen in the last few weeks is real damage to our economy, real damage to our reputation as a country, and people are paying the price for that, whether it's in mortgages or other things. So the risk is not changing, and there's an alternative. You can either have more of this chaos under the Conservatives or stability under a Labour government, stabilise the economy with a plan for growth, a plan for jobs. That's the choice, and I think the public are entitled to their say on that choice.
Lots of candidates being sort of floated around as options. Don't you fear Rishi Sunak the most as the next Conservative leader?
Look, we've got to get away from this idea that there's a sort of revolving door of chaos and that we just get the next experiment at the top of the Tory party. What matters is what happens to this country. And there's the contrast, more of this chaos or stability under a Labour government. And it's very important, I think, that everybody watching this appreciates we don't have to go on like this. We can have stability. We can have an economy that works for working people. That's why we need a general election. Give people a choice. Do you want to continue with this chaos, which is damaging the economy, or wouldn't you prefer a Labour government and the stability that that will bring for our country?
Some are saying Boris Johnson has got the numbers to make it through to the membership if he decides to stand. What would you make of that?
Well, I remind myself that only 3 months ago, Boris Johnson left office because most of those who were serving him on his front bench had declared that he was unfit for office. So to go from the kamikaze budget under Liz Truss back to a man that his own party has declared is unfit for office is the most powerful argument you could possibly have for a general election so that we can put the alternative case to the country, which is stability, growth, an economy that works for everyone rather than this chaos.
Liz Truss had to resign because of her economic plans, but Labour have yet to unveil their full economic plan. Is that fair?
We have set out that we want a fairer, greener Britain. We've set out that what that means is jobs, good jobs, secure jobs across all parts of the United Kingdom with the infrastructure to back that up. This is a plan that actually recognises that our economy needs to work for working people. The contrast with Liz Truss is she believes, and the Conservatives believe, that it's only those at the top that create our wealth. I fundamentally disagree. We've set out our plan. Our plan is based on working people, recognise that they create the wealth and they should benefit from that wealth.
Morally, should Truss get the £115,000 a year she's entitled to as a former Prime Minister after just 45 days in office?
No, she shouldn't take that entitlement. After 44 days, she has not earned the right to that entitlement. In my view, she should turn it down.
And what do you make of the Ukraine government tweeting "Better call Boris"? The tweet has been deleted, but it's another country getting involved in domestic matters. Is that okay?
Well, look, I saw that tweet. I was rather surprised by it. But look, as far as Ukraine is concerned, my absolute imperative is to make sure that we're all supporting Ukraine in the face of aggression from Putin. So I was surprised by the tweet, but look, in the circumstances that they face, my absolute focus is on giving Ukraine all the support that we possibly can.
The Labour leader, Keir Starmer, there, once again calling for a general election and pretty disparaging at the thought of Boris Johnson entering the race to be Conservative leader. So, as we've been telling you, with just 44 days in office, Liz Truss is the shortest-serving Prime Minister of all time. But those 44 days are going to make for some very interesting reading when my next guest's book comes out in December. The diary editor at The Spectator and author of Out of the Blue, the inside story of Liz Truss and her astonishing rise to power, James Heal joins me now. Very good morning to you. Lovely to talk to you this morning. First of all, are you going to have to add to that title and talk about not only Liz Truss's astonishing rise to power, but also her astonishing fall from power?
Well, yes, we finished it originally last week when it was clear that the political project of Liz Truss was over, even if she remained in office. She came into office promising to be a radical, the great disruptor-in-chief, someone who could shake things up. But clearly, after the mini-budget, that was all over. There was some hope that maybe she could survive as a conventional prime minister in the mould of Theresa May 5 years ago. But clearly, that wasn't to be the case. And now, after, as you say, 44 days, she becomes the shortest-serving prime minister in British political history.
And when you first pitched the book, did you ever think that her leadership would end up like this?
I think when we started writing it in the summer, there was a lot of talk among MPs how we couldn't possibly have another leader before an election, that it was going to be 2 years, trying to get through the economic pain of 2023 and therefore survive to 2024. So, no, we didn't think it would end this quickly. And frankly, I don't think any of her colleagues did as well, which is probably why they put her on the ballot.
And have you changed your view of her during the course of her short premiership? You've been watching her obviously very closely.
I think that there were always some warning signs there. I think one of Liz Truss's primary traits for her career has been an enthusiasm and an energy. And I think there's real echoes with what happened in her first ministerial job in 2012 when she came in and she was given the brief of childcare in the Ministry of Education. And she went too far too fast on childcare ratios, trying to change the ratios to ensure more children per carer. And as a result, got very badly burned and sidelined with that in the department. She survived in that case, but this time the forces against her were too great. And it all ended rather spectacularly.
Too far, too fast. Do you think that was her problem?
I think that was one of the problems. I also think it's very difficult 3 years into a 5-year parliament to come in on a new radical manifesto and try to change the course of a parliament. Of course, Thatcher in 1979 did so after a general election rather than an internal party election. And frankly, after 12 years in office, it would have been a very difficult task whoever won.
So you've been following her really closely. How do you think she'll be personally coping with this now?
I think that it is an extraordinary amount of pressure on her. Any British political prime minister. I mean, this is one of the most self-inflicted disasters. I mean, I think there's echoes with Suez here, really, and the great burdens that put on the incumbent premier, Sir Anthony Eden, who retired with ill health. I think it'll be a very difficult and stressful time, and I hope that personally she'll be able to get the space and support she needs in coming back and rebuilding for post-premiership life.
Well, and what does that involve, do you think? What next for her?
Well, I was interested to hear just Keir Starmer now saying that she shouldn't be entitled to the 115,000 that all ex-prime ministers are entitled. Look, I think, put it bluntly, I was talking to one MP last night who said that unlike Boris Johnson, the chances of a Liz Truss restoration are nil, and I can't see a comeback like Boris Johnson is now mooting.
He's now mooting it. What's your take on that? Do you think that he could make a comeback?
Well, I think that people are forgetting that, he is still under investigation by the Privileges Committee, and there really ought to be some kind of answer to that. Are we going to have a Prime Minister who's been suspended by the Commons? I mean, this is a way to get out of Prime Minister's questions on a Wednesday. I think that it's definitely, you talk to people who supporting him, they're very keen, but I think unlike in July when I think there was a sizable anti-Sunak faction, I think that has been diluted, and now very much there's a very diehard group of people who don't want Boris Johnson to be Conservative Prime Minister again.
So does that mean that you think that Rishi Sunak is the likely winner of this leadership race?
Well, I think it all depends on how many candidates get down to the final two. I mean, 3 names I'm hearing are Rishi, Boris and Penny Mordaunt as well. I think Rishi Sunak, of course, got 135, I believe, back in July. So he's going to clear that 100 threshold, I think, fairly easily. And I think that recent events, Rishi Sunak supporters would argue, would vindicate him. But I would say Rishi Sunak is definitely one of the 2 people likely to make the final 2. But we have to wait and see what happens with Boris Johnson and when he chooses to come out publicly.
We do indeed. It's going to be a fascinating weekend. James Heal, really interesting to talk to you this morning. Thanks so much. So lots to chew over then with our political correspondent, Rob Powell. It's been a really interesting morning, hasn't it, Rob? We've got various MPs considering their position, basically. There's probably a lot of phoning around going on, lots of texting and WhatsApping to find out what levels of support different candidates might have.
Yeah, no one formally declared yet, but you can start to see the sort of outlines of the pitches, really, from two of the candidates that are probably the most certain to run, Rishi Sunak and Penny Mordaunt, both trying to put across a kind of vision of trying to unify the party and bringing economic competence as well. I think the big unknown in all this clearly is what Boris Johnson does. We've had the first cabinet minister, Jacob Rees-Mogg, declaring for Boris Johnson this morning. I think the two things to watch for, though, is first of all whether he does actually say that he wants to run. This is very, very different to when he stood and won in 2019. The backdrop is completely different. Whoever becomes Prime Minister, their premiership will really be shaped far more by events than ideology. It will be shaped by a need to fill a big black hole in the public balance book, and that will mean taking decisions that may make them very unpopular with the public. All the polling shows Boris Johnson is not necessarily the vote winner he was either. So there's a big question mark over whether he'd want to do that. There's a big question mark over whether enough MPs will actually be prepared to back him to put him through to the later rounds of this competition as well. I think the important thing to remember, really, the backdrop to all of this, and this is beyond sort of getting sucked into another day of psychodrama and turmoil in Westminster, is we are talking about a backdrop where prices are going up, where rents, mortgages are going up, where a lot of people are looking into this winter with a degree of being frightened, of trepidation. And I think that is what is going to be interesting to see, whether the Tory party can maintain a focus on that rather than letting this descend into a big bloody battle.
So does that play into Rishi Sunak's hands, having been a Chancellor, having some real knowledge of the economy? Does it play against Penny Mordaunt because she was in the cabinet that approved the mini-budget? How much is the economy going to be a factor? Very briefly.
I think it does play into Rishi Sunak's hands because essentially in the summer, in the previous leadership campaign, he seemed to call most of it right. But that doesn't necessarily mean he is guaranteed to get through at the moment. I think we need to watch out for any allegiances that might be struck. But as I say, the next premiership will be shaped a lot more by events than ideology. And at the moment, I think a lot of MPs want someone that can bring a degree of stability. But at the same time, we have seen how these contests play out. And at the moment, I think it's far too early to say what could happen.
It's going to be a really interesting contest. We might know the result on Monday, of course. We shall see. Rob, thanks very much indeed. We talked about the economy. Lots more about that coming up on Ian King Live next.
top stories live from the Sky News City studio. The economic experiment which led to the Prime Minister's downfall. I'll be speaking to one of the economists who warned Liz Truss of the dangers. Boris Johnson could join the race to succeed her. What lessons can the next Prime Minister learn? Also ahead, businesses call for stability as they brace for higher interest rates and rising energy bills. And government borrowing hits £20 billion in September as inflation pushes up interest payments. Good morning, this is Ian King Live and our business and economic news from the heart of the city. Well, Liz Truss will go down as the shortest serving Prime Minister in British history after the spectacular failure of her economic experiment. Her £45 billion package of unfunded tax cuts led to the pound falling to its lowest level against the US dollar on record, a sharp rise in gilt yields and emergency intervention by the Bank of England. It's now emerged that Liz Truss ignored warnings from senior economists about the potential consequences of her so-called mini-budget. Well, one of them was Gerard Lyons, Chief Economic Strategist at NetWealth, who joins me now. Gerard, welcome to you. So you warned Liz Truss that she risked crashing the markets. Do you think if she'd listened to you, she'd still be in her job?
Ian, good morning. It's great to be on the show. Yes, there was a news story in The Guardian today that related to a meeting where she and Kwasi Kwarteng, before they had gone into Downing Street, had invited in some outside economists. And at that meeting, and indeed without giving any secrets away, it was something I was saying publicly in my comments at the time. It was necessary for any new policy actions to actually stick to what the markets expected. At that time, everyone was expecting the statement to be a fiscal event where they merely outlined what had been unveiled on the campaign, namely the energy levy and reversing the 2 tax increases. Anything beyond that needed to wait for a proper budget, needed to be fully costed. In terms of the answer to the second part of your question, clearly the economic backdrop was a key part of how things have unfolded, but the politics as well need to be considered, and I can't really comment on that. But certainly they didn't get the economics right, despite, I would say, as Tony Blair actually said last week, she probably identified the right problem, the need to turn the growth picture around in the UK, but clearly it was executed very poorly.
As things stand, Gerard, we've got a fiscal statement due on the 31st of October. Would it be wise, in your view, to postpone that so the new Prime Minister has had a chance to look at the books and have a think about what they want to do?
Well, this is a very interesting point because from the market's perspective, sooner is better. And from the market's perspective, it's quite clear what needs to be done, regardless of who is in number 10, never mind in number 11. From a political perspective, though, there's a very different dimension. Inflation has already caused havoc in some respects with the government's finances. It's actually given a big plus on the revenue side, but on the expenditure side, it's squeezed real budgets. Spending in real terms, taking into account inflation, is less than expected. Now, if on top of that, there is to be around 20 to 35 billion pounds of spending cuts, then clearly departments need to be considered. But from an economic and the market perspective, coming back to your question, it would probably send the wrong message, the wrong signal to postpone that event at the end of October. But again, it highlights the fact that all the components of a budget not only need to be fully costed, but there's a political dimension as well as the economic/market dimension.
And then, of course, you mentioned the market dimension. The very next day, the Bank of England is due to start QT, selling down some of its stock of assets.
Yeah, well, personally, I don't think the Bank of England should be engaging in quantitative tightening. I think the real challenge here with monetary policy is 2 wrongs do not make a right. Last year, it was wrong for the Bank of England to not be raising rates and at the same time to be easing policy through quantitative easing. It was quite clear at the beginning of last year, inflation was rising and the economy would have coped with policy tightening. But that is not corrected by having a wrong now, which in my view is to actually engage in quantitative tightening, selling gilts into a market that's already got a lot of debt to absorb, and also the danger about the fact that they could overdo it on monetary policy and interest rates, as indeed was alluded to by a speech by one of the deputy governors the other day. But no doubt the key issue in the UK is the fact that the markets felt that fiscal policy needed to be shown to be affordable. But at the same time, often overlooked in recent weeks, the markets quite correctly said that inflation needed to be nipped in the bud if possible, and that the Bank of England has clearly been behind the curve. So we've got a very difficult backdrop here. I think the Bank of England should be raising interest rates, but I don't think they should be engaging in quantitative tightening.
It was very interesting. We had a speech yesterday from Ben Broadbent, the Deputy Governor of the Bank, in which he indicated very strongly that he thought market expectations for where bank rate peaks in this cycle were too high. Did you take comfort from that?
Look, Ben Broadbent and the other deputy governors at the bank should be reassuring the markets that they're going to get on top of inflation. That's the key message they need to be getting across. But quite clearly, the scale of the tightening really depends on many factors. And I've said for some time, the speed, the scale, and the sequencing in terms of what they do on quantitative tightening and on interest rates needs to be very sensitive to the economy's performance. As we saw with pension funds recently, which was a problem waiting to happen, basically many parts of the financial system have become used to very cheap money. The challenge is that parts of the real economy also have become very used to cheap money, notably the property sector. So Broadbent is right about the fact that the markets and the economies will be, or the economy rather, will be very sensitive to higher interest rates. But I think he shouldn't be indicating where rates will be peaking. I think he should be reassuring, as in America, where the Fed is doing it right, you need to be reassuring the markets and the general public that inflation will be controlled and start to decelerate.
Now, received wisdom has it that the Chancellor and indeed the new Prime Minister will have very little room for manoeuvre from here on in. They've got to put up taxes, they've got to cut public spending and so forth. Does it have to be like that in your view?
Right. I think it's very important to stress this, that debt to GDP in the UK is high, but it's manageable. But what happens when debt to GDP is high? It makes the fiscal outlook very dependent on your assumptions about growth and also on the outlook for interest rates. And hence the relationship between growth and interest rates is key. If you assume growth is too low and will be very low, then it means you end up either raising taxes too much or cutting spending too much. And it's like being in the hole and digging deeper. Of course, interest rates going up doesn't give them much room for manoeuvre. But coming back to your question, I think the scale of tightening we're now seeing might be overdoing it. But there's no doubt that we've got to a situation where stability has taken centre stage. And that's unfortunately, in some people's eyes, taking too much of a centre stage. But as someone looking at it from the market's perspective, I'm saying, well, stability has to now be the issue that's addressed. And therefore, coming back to your question, it could result in fiscal policy being tightened too much, particularly on the spending side. If one assumes, just a little bit further, for instance, when the IFS did their recent growth projection or fiscal outlook, it was based on the growth projection from Citibank of minus 0.7% for growth next year. The IMF was saying growth next year could be 0.3%. Others have slightly higher figures. If you assume basically 0.75% higher growth over the next few years, that fiscal hole disappears. I'm not saying there's not a fiscal hole, but it's very sensitive. Your projections of the fiscal hole are very sensitive to your assumptions about growth as well as about interest rates. So there is a danger it could be overdone, but we are in a situation where stability is now centre stage, and that needs to be achieved and really nailed down first.
That's a very good point, Gerard. Thanks very much for joining me today. It's good to see you again. Thank you.
And you, take care.
Well, Gerard mentioned some of the challenges facing the new Chancellor there, and we've had one of them this morning, a big reminder, because higher interest payments on the national debt meant the government borrowed more last month than expected. Well, public borrowing in September came in at £20 billion. That was £2.2 billion more than in the same month last year, and the second highest September figure on record for borrowing. Only the borrowing figure in September 2020, at the height of the pandemic, was higher. Well, the figure compares with the £14.8 billion that had been forecast by the Office for Budget Responsibility, and it was inflated by interest payments of some £7.7 billion on the national debt, which now stands at £2.45 trillion. The government collected £52 billion in taxes during the month. That was up £4.5 billion on the same period last year, but it spent £89.5 billion. And retail sales volumes in September were down 1.4% on August, compared with city forecasts for a decline of 0.5%. Well, the figure was down 6.9% on the same month last year. Food store sales volumes were down 1.8% during the month, while non-store retailing sales volumes, which is largely accounted for by online shopping, were down by 3%. Meanwhile, sales of motor fuel were down by 1.3%. The declines can be partly explained by the extra bank holiday for the Queen's funeral, but also point to growing pressure on household spending. Well, the departure of Liz Truss comes as businesses are bracing themselves for a recession, higher interest rates and rising energy bills. And all of this at a time of severe labour shortages. Well, joining me now is Siobhan Haviland. She's the Director General of the British Chambers of Commerce. Siobhan, welcome to you. I guess you just want a bit of stability, do you, both political and economic?
Good morning, Ian. Yes, indeed we do. I spent the last couple of days in Somerset with business leaders, and they're very frustrated. They want to see some economic and political stability. You have to remember that over the last year, we've seen increasing prices in raw materials, in shipping costs, real issues in getting labour, and now, of course, spiralling energy bills. They had to wait through the leadership battle of the summer, and then, of course, the issues going backwards and forwards more recently. Even before the mini budget, businesses were telling 40% of businesses told us that they expect to see a fall in their profitability over the next year. So what we really want to see is a government that can put in place a long-term economic strategy so we can get back to focusing on business confidence.
Gerard Lyons was just making the point there that he thought there was a risk of a mistake on the fiscal side, that the government tightens too much. Is that something that you'd be worried about? Do you think stability has been put too much at the centre of things and that growth has kind of been pushed back into the background?
Well, stability is important, in context, but at the same time, 80%, over 80% of businesses say that inflation is their number one concern, and number two is interest rates. And that's the first time in 30 years that our survey's been running that inflation's been number one concern. So what we want to see is government put in place three things. Firstly, the cap on energy is very much welcome, but it's, as you know, only in place for 6 months. So what is going to happen after April? Secondly, how can we help on the labour shortages? We've still got 1.2 million open headcount, and that really is a drag on business growth. But thirdly, actually, how can government help businesses export more? Because exporting, of course, brings more money back into the country and back into the Chancellor's coffers.
On that point then, do you think the new Prime Minister should have as a priority trying to reset relations with the EU? I mean, obviously, Boris Johnson's deal with the EU for Brexit was pretty thin compared with what Theresa May had been pushing for. Is this a chance to reset relations, do you think?
We absolutely want to see a good relationship with our nearest trading partners. We've been asking for a number of years for the UK trade agreement to be reviewed to make sure that all the things that we wanted to fix after it was put in place are being put in place. Our businesses are still having an enormous amount of problem moving goods to Europe. I was with a big hospitality business yesterday. They have just stopped sending food and drink to Europe because it's just too difficult to do. And they are trying to grow their exports. So this is really an issue that we'd like to see addressed very quickly.
On that basis, Siobhan, if Boris Johnson were to come back, would you be fairly pessimistic about the chances of getting a more workable trade deal with the EU?
I think we won't go into personalities, Ian, but what I think every person, any person who gets that role knows what they have to do. The new Prime Minister has to focus on helping business get back to growth, get through what is going to be a very difficult winter and year ahead. And what they need is stability. They need a clear economic direction so they can get on with doing what they do best and growing their businesses.
One of the interesting details of the last few days was that apparently Suella Braverman, the now departed Home Secretary, reportedly had a row with Liz Truss, who supposedly wanted to relax migration rules. I mean, this is something that business leaders like you have been talking an awful lot about. Do you think that's back on the agenda?
We hope it's back on the agenda. About 60% of businesses are saying that they cannot work at capacity because they don't have enough access to labour. we absolutely agree that we want a country that is high skilled, high wage economy, but there are always going to be roles that are not high wage and high skills. And what we want to see is the government using the mechanisms they've put in place, shortage occupation lists, to turn on immigration where it will help the economy in areas like hospitality and manufacturing construction. So we hope to see a change in the view on that from the government.
All right, Siobhan, we have to leave it there. Really appreciate you joining me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Now, the Chancellor had been, and still is at the moment, due to deliver his medium-term fiscal plan on the 31st of October. That is now in doubt. But this morning, Jeremy Hunt released a statement saying that the government will do whatever is necessary to get the public finances on a sustainable path. Well, joining me now is Roger Bootle. He's founder and chairman of Capital Economics, and he served on the panel of independent economic advisors when Ken Clarke was Chancellor. Those were the days, eh? Roger, welcome to you. You have a very readable column in the Daily Telegraph. You wrote this week, changing the Chancellor will not be enough. It is policies rather than personalities that matter. I mean, on the basis that all of her economic policies have been junked, does it really matter that Liz Truss has gone?
I don't think it matters a great deal. No, the markets, of course, rose initially. What matters, I think, is that we end this just extraordinary period of instability and chaos, and that we get some grown-ups in charge of economic policy.
What's been really interesting, I mean, you mentioned there the need for stability. If you look at the gilt market, gilt yields on 2, 5, 10, 20, 30-year gilts are all now lower than their US Treasury equivalents. Does that mean that the crisis is over?
I don't think it's over, but things have improved a great deal. We're in very febrile territory. The markets can go up and down, frankly, on a whim. And of course, in this country, the markets are waiting to see the colour of the Chancellor's money. That's to say, exactly what is he going to be saying if the statement does happen on October the 31st or after? Is it going to be credible? And is the Conservative Party going to hang together as a party of government? That's what the markets want to find out.
Gerard Lyons made the point earlier on, I don't know whether you heard him, Roger, but he said that he thought there was a danger of a mistake being made on the fiscal side. Do you agree with that?
Well, theoretically, there's always a danger like that, but it's not one, frankly, that worries me. I mean, given where we are, I'm afraid that's the risk we've got to take. We certainly don't want to take the risk, I think, of fiscal policy being too loose because of what's happened over recent weeks. It would have been different, I think, a month or two ago, but we're not there. We are where we are. No, I wouldn't worry too much about over-tightening given what's being proposed. After all, if that happens, then inflation will come down sooner and the Bank of England won't have to put up interest rates as far as it would otherwise have done. It's going to be a struggle to get a reasonable fiscal package together, I'm afraid. So I'm not really worried about over-tightening in the short term. And if what happens is that spending cuts turn out to be tougher than people would have wanted or expected, as far as I'm concerned, that's fine, because it means that later on there can be a favourable surprise. I mean, the big problem, it seems to me, with the Truss government, and before that even the Johnson government, was to think you could have tax cuts on the cheap. That's to say, you could just announce them, a great bundle of them, and you'd get this whoosh supply-side response, which was always, in my view, wildly too optimistic. What they failed to appreciate is that into the medium term, and that's when tax cuts matter, into the medium term, to get tax cuts, you have to trim government spending.
Do you think the case for low tax is dead now for a generation?
No, I don't. I still believe in the case for low taxes. There's a lot to be said, for looking at what Mrs. Thatcher did. And I've recently been rereading the memoirs of Lord Lawson, Nigel Lawson, as he was then. Very interesting because, of course, Truss and her supporters argued that this was, as it were, Thatcherism Mark II. I would dispute that. I mean, the striking thing about those early Thatcher years is how slowly the government proceeded and what importance they placed upon getting the public finances right. They raised taxes, first of all, not cut them. They only cut them subsequently when the public finances were under control. And the other thing is, of course, they were quite clear, although they thought that there would be a supply-side response to lower tax rates, and I think there was, they also were concentrating on the supply side of the economy. These are governments that privatised huge parts of the British economy and tackled the power of the unions. And in my view, those were the things that really, really brought about the bulk of the supply-side transformation of this country.
So what supply-side measures could the Chancellor introduce now, assuming that tax cuts are now off the table?
Well, I think there are a series of small things. He can't, I think, imagine that there's a silver bullet. I don't see one anyway. There are some things that can be done. He's got to tackle the limits on pension contributions, which has seen lots of doctors and other professionals retiring early, because if they don't, they carry on working. They get stung by some amazing tax rate. That's an easy win, it seems to me. The big issues that could be tackled are in the labour market. We've got low unemployment, which is good, but we've got it partly on the back of the fact that large numbers of people have stopped working and have stopped looking for work. This is crazy. That's where the government's got to concentrate its efforts. It's got to try to encourage people, I'm afraid this is largely going to be, I think, by stick rather than carrot, back into the workforce.
Do you think on that basis, though, public spending, I mean, you haven't said anything about public spending there to a degree, Roger. I mean, is public spending as a share of GDP going to stay where it is, in your view?
Well, it depends on what the government does. I don't think it should stay that way. It would be, I think, a grave mistake if the government relied upon big tax rises to try to bring the public finances under control. In that sense, I'm with Liz Truss and her supporters. It would not be a good thing. To some extent, we've got to have higher taxes, I think, unfortunately, given where we are. But no, I would like to see a fair bit of the burden of adjustment falling on public spending. And that doesn't necessarily mean to say massive cuts. There've got to be some cuts, I think. But inflation's doing a lot of the work in reducing the real value of government spending. And remember that when he was Chancellor, Mr. Sunak announced some big increases in government spending. At the time, I thought they were actually very rash. I think that settlement needs to be looked at again.
Roger, it's a rotten question, but I'm going to put it to you anyway. Who should be the next PM and who should be their Chancellor?
I'm going to give you a rotten answer. It's not up to me, I'm afraid, to make comments about the candidates. All I can say is it's got to be someone, I think, of supreme economic competence, who understands the economy and is determined to put the return of stability in the economy absolutely first.
All right, we'll leave it there. Roger, great to see you as ever. Thanks for joining me today.
Thank you.
Still to come here on Ian King Live. We'll have a look at what effect, if any, Liz Truss's resignation has had on the markets. Don't go away.
I'm Neville Lazarus and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
Is the time for debate. Time for discussions. Time for answers.
The evidence is there.
Time to join the conversation.
I really hated it.
To try and make sense of issues that affect you.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
is the soundtrack to your weeknights on Sky News.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
Well, the market in gilts, UK government bonds, remains very much the focus of attention right now. The yield, which is an implied government borrowing cost, has risen for the first time all week on 10, 20 and 30-year gilts this morning. On the foreign exchange markets, well, sterling is lower against both the euro and the US dollar. It's off by around 0.9% against the greenback, off by just under 0.5% right now against the single currency. On the equity markets, last night's falls on Wall Street were followed by mixed trading overnight in the Asia-Pacific region. Tokyo, Hong Kong and Sydney all fell. Shanghai managed to eke out a modest gain, as did Mumbai, which isn't on the screen. In Europe, stocks are all heading into the weekend on a downbeat note. Here's the current picture. All of the main continental European indices off by between 1.5% and 2% right now. Talking points in Europe this morning include Adidas. Shares of the sports giant are down 8% in Frankfurt following a profits warning. Well, here in London, the FTSE 100 is also in negative territory now, currently off just over 1% in a broad-based sell-off. The biggest faller is JD Sports. Its shares currently off by nearly 7% following that Adidas profits alert, which has also sent shares of Frasers Group, the owner of Sports Direct, down by 4.5%. Other fallers on the FTSE this morning include Intercontinental Hotels, the owner of Holiday Inn. Shares there off by 4.5%. That's after the unexpected resignation of the finance director. Meanwhile, Rightmove is off by some 1.5% on news its chief executive is stepping down. Outside the FTSE, the online fashion retailer ASOS is off another nearly 7% right now, following its trading update yesterday, while the shopping centre operator Hammerson, its shares are down by 5%. I suspect that's on those retail sales figures. As for the oil price, well, that is lower this morning as fears over global demand have revived. A barrel of Brent crude will currently set you back $91.52 a barrel. That is down 0.9%. Well, joining me now is Craig Earlham, senior market analyst at Oanda. Craig, welcome to you. Let's kick off with gilts. It's been quite a benign week, really, for gilts, following the tearing up of Kwasi Kwarteng's mini-budget earlier in the week. Well, we've had this sort of slight pick-up today. What do you put that down to?
Well, we've actually seen more broadly a global increase in yields, and it seems that expectations around the world now are starting to tip higher once more. I think for the majority of the last week, maybe going into last week as well, there's been a sense of optimism in the markets, which just didn't feel particularly sustainable. Maybe we were just seeing a bit of profit taking on some earlier moves because of what we've seen over the course of the 6 weeks prior to that. And maybe we're seeing a bit of reality filter back through to the market. So we are seeing global yields rising today, and that's having an impact on gilts as well.
There's been a lot of talk in the market. I mean, the market's christened it the moron premium, which was these elevated borrowing costs, this rise in gilt yields that we saw. I mean, it's completely unwound in terms of US Treasuries. I mean, US Treasuries now yield more than UK gilts.
They do. The Federal Reserve has been tightening monetary policy far more aggressively than the UK has. And one of the reasons for that is because its economy is just much stronger than the UK. You look at how many rate hikes we've had in the US of 75 basis points, and they started raising rates early this year in February, but have since caught up with the Bank of England and gone well beyond. And still, the economy is extremely strong. We're seeing the housing market has been dented, which is understandable under the circumstances, given what impact it has on mortgage rates for new purchasers. But the labour market is still extremely strong. Retail sales are holding up to a much better extent than what we're seeing here in the UK. And the cost of living crisis just doesn't seem nearly as severe. So the Federal Reserve is going to have to keep on hiking rates because it's just not currently having the desired impact.
Now, sterling has been substantially weaker over the last 48 hours. How much of that is down to Brem Broadbent's speech yesterday, do you think?
Yeah, I mean, there's so many different things. I mean, there's so many different things that we need to factor in over the course of this week. As you alluded to earlier, the idea of going back to early this week when Jeremy Hunt made the big mini budget U-turn, it feels weeks ago. And we're talking days. There's been so much that's been happening in the UK this week. And then you take into consideration the data as well and these central bank comments. Also, trying to factor all that in and come up with an explanation for why the currency is moving as it is, it's extremely difficult on a day-by-day basis. We're seeing so much volatility in the pound, and it will stabilise over the coming weeks, especially once we get a new leader and we get more details from the budget, should it come at the end of the month. And then the Bank of England will have a much better idea on what it's dealing with because, I mean, we talk about how difficult it is being a forecaster at the best of times. Imagine your job at the Bank of England right now. You've got to come up with sound economic forecasts and base your monetary policy on the back of it when everything across the country right now seems to be falling apart.
Absolutely. We shouldn't forget, actually, I mean, we've been talking all morning about events here in the UK. I mean, the big event on the Forex markets this week has been the dollar going above 150 yen for the first time since 1990.
Yeah, it has. And already a month ago, we saw the Japanese government intervene in the FX markets because the yen had weakened so considerably. It's worth noting that while the pound weakness that we're seeing at the moment is being driven primarily by economic instability and political instability, in Japan, it's more a case of monetary policy divergence. We're seeing rate hikes all around the world, particularly aggressively in the US, while the Bank of Japan still has its interest rate at minus 0.1% and is still undergoing massive quantitative easing. And that policy divergence has hammered the yen over the course of this year to the point that it's now at the lowest level in more than 30 years. As I say, the Ministry of Finance intervened last month in order to try and support the currency, and that lasted about a day before the markets pushed it lower once more. And we're likely to see more interventions still going forward because the Bank of Japan is just so heavily buying Japanese government bonds that's having a detrimental impact on the currency.
Yeah, good time for tourists to be visiting Japan right now. Craig, before I let you go, what about the equity markets? Do you expect much over the next 5 days as we await the choice of the new PM?
So it's interesting. As I say, the equity markets have been performing well over the course of the last week, and I don't think it's necessarily a renewed sense of optimism. I don't think there's an idea that, hold on, the economy could actually be on a sound footing. I think it's more a case of, well, actually, we saw pretty much a 20% sell-off over the course of the last 6 weeks, and maybe we were just seeing investors looking for a bit of a bottom, buying those quite sizable dips at this point. But like I say, it feels very unsustainable just simply because the economic outlook is still pretty dire here in the UK, but even across the world. The next year is going to be extremely challenging. We still don't know where peak inflation is. We don't know where peak interest rates are going to be. That's enormous uncertainty for the markets, and it's not really an environment that I think equities can thrive in, even at these levels. So we may see equity markets climb a little bit further over the course of the next week, but anything beyond that is going to be extremely challenging because until the economic environment and the economic outlook improves, the bullish case for equities just simply isn't there.
All right, Greg, got to leave it there. Appreciate you joining me today. Thank you.
Thank you.
Still to come here on Ian King Live. Businesses call for stability. I'll be discussing what that means next with the Federation of Small Businesses. Don't go away. Well, we had a call earlier on in the programme from Siobhan Haviland of the British Chambers of Commerce in which she called for stability. Well, that's also something that the Federation of Small Businesses has said it needs this morning, calling desperately for a bit of stability for businesses. Joining me now is Tina McKenzie. She's Policy Chair at the Federation of Small Businesses. Tina, welcome to you. Tony Danker from the CBI said this morning, lots of businesses want to invest, they have the money and the plans, but half of them won't until this political mess clears up. Is that what you're hearing from your members?
Well, we're certainly hearing that they're in dire straits. We just had our Q3 survey, one of the biggest, if not the biggest business survey in the UK. And we can see that they're really struggling. They're struggling with finance costs, they're struggling with utilities, fuel and labour market, and the list just goes on. So it's a really tough time for small business. You know, I don't think there's a lot of money out there in their pockets to invest because they're covering such high costs. But in order for them, the small businesses of this country, to keep their doors open, we need some stability and some leadership from government, that's for sure.
I mean, Jeremy Hunt made clear earlier this week that as things stand, his support for businesses and households with energy bills will end in March. What do you want to hear from him beyond that?
Well, we've said that if the support for energy, the energy costs ends in March, just like consumers, businesses will, if we're in the same environment, businesses in their thousands will close down. So Jeremy Hunt and the rest of the cabinet and the next Prime Minister need to understand that if the high streets in the UK start to close up, they're sitting with a bigger problem on their hands.
Is that a bigger concern for your membership right now than rising interest rates?
Interest rates are also a concern. I mean, we have seen from our survey that the applications for finance, they're being, small businesses are being quoted, between 5 and 11% for finance. And a lot of that is just to help things like cash flow. And cash flow is so bad because we have so many big businesses that are really not paying the small businesses on time. And that's something that if we had a functioning government, that we could really start to do something about. And we've given the government and the cabinet ideas and what they can do to help that. And that is not going to cost our country any money. So there's plenty that a functioning government with good leadership could be getting on with in this country that doesn't actually cost money, that helps small and medium businesses across the country. And that's important because in the last recession, 80% of the improvement that we saw coming out of the recession, that came from the small businesses around the country. So unless we support those small businesses, then we are not going to get out of this recession in a hurry. And I think the government know that, but there's so much they can do that doesn't cost money to give leadership and to help business across the country. They just need to get down to work, quite frankly.
Well, give me an idea of what you're thinking about, Tina. I mean, Roger Bootle gave us a few ideas earlier in the programme. What would you suggest specifically?
Okay, there's some very simple things they can do. Small businesses and medium-sized businesses have a real issue with the labour supply. So they need to look at what the barriers to labour supply are. An example, simple example that we've been talking about for years is the cost of childcare. So many people want to go back into work, but especially women, but they can't get back into work because the cost of childcare is so high. If we had that extra talent back in the labour market, that would help economic growth. Also, if we look at the costs, the spiralling costs that we've got, what can they do around helping with finance? What can they do around cash flow issues? What can they do to help us with late payments? That doesn't cost money. That costs some regulation and some time, which wouldn't take... I spoke to Jacob Rees-Mogg at length at the Conservative Party conference about this and gave him the ideas and the structures in how he could do that. But I don't know if they really understand the pressure that the small businesses up and down the country are under, and how some small things around looking at planning and other things, structural things, looking at how they can support local authorities to give more reasonable business rates. Look at the tax structures. What are you doing around big businesses that are offshoring their taxes and not paying taxes? And then the small businesses that are left to pick it all up. If you're in the high street, a small business with falling revenues, no profit, you're still expected to pay business rates just by opening your door in the morning. What can they do around making it a fair playing field? And these are all things that we put these people into Westminster to help sort out, to help get a fair playing field for British businesses. And quite frankly, this turmoil, although it's great media and it's great theatre, These people are out every day working 10, 12, 14-hour days and just feel like nobody's listening.
Yeah, well, hopefully they'll feel that you've given them a voice this morning, Tina. Appreciate you joining me today. Thank you.
Yeah.
Time now for a look at this morning's business pages. And the Financial Times leads its print edition with Liz Truss's departure. Its commentator Robert Shrimsley says markets will hope all candidates vying to succeed Liz Truss will commit to keeping Jeremy Hunt in place as Chancellor. Meanwhile, in its leader column, the FT says the government cannot be surprised if the UK appears to act like an emerging market with chaotic governance. Investors treat it like one. The FT calls for a general election. The Times leads its business pages with yesterday's warning from Ben Broadbent, the Bank of England Deputy Governor, that raising interest rates to 5.25% next year would knock nearly 5% from UK GDP. The Times' business commentator Alistair Osborne writes that the new PM needs to reform the wholesale energy market, deliver an immigration plan to cut labour shortages and reach a workable trading relationship with the EU. Daily Telegraph also leads its business pages with Ben Broadbent's speech, which markets have taken as a hint that interest rates will peak at a lower level than has been priced in. Its commentator Ambrose Evans-Pritchard writes that the new PM faces being the economic captive of the Office for Budget Responsibility. Well, joining me as ever on a Friday is the financial markets commentator and Evening Standard columnist Neil Collins. Neil, welcome to you. You were making that very point to me this time last week, that the new PM was a captive of the OBR.
Yeah, well, the OBR is certainly in the driving seat at the moment, because that's what the markets will look at if we have this Halloween horror from our new Chancellor week after next. It's coming up very quickly. And they are a sort of unelected body, but they are the sort of voice of conventional financing, and I think they are the ones that are going to influence what happens in the gilts market. And as we know, and we've learned the hard way, the the gilts market is calling the shots at the moment. I see this morning it's gone a bit soggy again, which is not a good sign. I think that Mr. Hunt has a hell of a job in front of him, because underlying all this, I think the real problem is that there is no appetite among people for anything that could be described as cuts in spending. I think making significant cuts in public spending is essentially impossible, because wherever you look, the plea is for more spending. And there's no way you can look and say, well, they could make a significant cut in one of the big spending departments without causing real pain. So I think we're stuck with public spending much as it is, and the other side of the balance sheet, as we saw with the borrowing figures today, 20 billion in a single month, means that the corollary of that is they're going to have to be more tax rises, I'm afraid. And I suspect that's what we're going to get on the 31st of October.
Yeah, it's quite an unappeasing, unappealing prospect you paint there, Neil. I mean, we've heard from other guests during the programme that there are measures that could be made to boost productivity, to try and boost growth, whether that's making childcare more affordable. What have you heard? What would you like to see done on that front?
Well, I thought that Tina, your previous interviewee, was extremely sensible. Unlike most people, she wasn't just asking for more money from the government. She was listed a series of measures which the government could take, which actually wouldn't cost anything particularly. I mean, not any significant sum. It would just ease the process of running a business and trying to provide employment and make a living. And I think that there's a great deal of sense in what she said. It's a refreshing change, since wherever you look, people are asking for more government handouts, often the same people who are calling for cuts in public spending. And you can't have both. But she was very good, I thought.
Good point. Some of those people are voters, of course, Neil, we shouldn't forget. No, I mean, one thing that is being talked about an awful lot is some sort of windfall tax on the banks, or potentially this idea of reserve tiering, which would essentially take a lot of money away from the banks. Paul Tucker talked about this last week, but he also flagged that it might lead to a decline in bank lending.
Well, you can't use the same pound twice. If the money is gone in a windfall tax, then obviously it's not available to put in your reserves or to lend out to your borrowers. So he's right about that. I suspect that a windfall tax on banks is coming. They already pay a higher rate than other industries. I think the reason why we haven't had one recently is, of course, interest rates have been so low. Now they are getting to a point where they're really counting. Then I think there will be some sort of windfall tax on banks. And I dare say it will inhibit their lending to some extent. But I think needs must. The times are pretty desperate, and the windfall tax on banks, because of their size, doesn't raise a quite serious amount of money. So I think they should be braced for that.
Of course, and I mean, lest we forget, it's what Sir Geoffrey Howe did in 1980 when, of course, the government set interest rates itself. He ratcheted them up. He knew it was going to boost bank profits, and therefore he turned around and took some of that back from them.
Yes, well, Geoffrey Howe is my hero chancellor, because he sort of turned the UK economy around and was not afraid to do uncomfortable things. He also was the man, I think, who scrapped exchange controls, which was another inhibiting factor on the UK economy. At least we haven't got to that point yet, so let's hope we don't get there.
Looking at the current crop of politicians, Neil, do you see anyone out there who could challenge Geoffrey Howe in stature?
I think the short answer is no. We've put a lot of faith in Jeremy Hunt, but he has no Treasury experience. And as far as I can see from his record, has never really expressed much interest in economics. So it is very difficult to see where the talent will arise from. And I fear that it may be, Sunak as Prime Minister, and he'll have to take the pledge to keep Hunt as Chancellor. And let us hope he can learn on the job. It's one hell of a baptism for him.
It really is. Neil, always good to talk to you. Thanks for joining me this Friday morning. Thank you. Still here to come on Ian King Live. What lessons can the new Prime Minister learn from how the markets reacted to Liz Truss's policies? Stay tuned.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
p.m.
9 p.m.
Is the time for debate.
Fix the screen.
Time for discussions.
Net zero means
Time for answers.
The evidence is there.
Time to join the conversation.
I really hated it.
To try and make sense of issues that affect you.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Is the soundtrack to your weeknights on Sky News.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
Tap into the latest news and insight. Invest in your future. Sky News Financial Reports, sponsored by Interactive Investor. Invest in your future. Sky News Financial Reports, sponsored by Interactive Investor.
Welcome back. Well, ultimately, Liz Truss was undone by the reaction of financial markets to her first Chancellor's mini-budget. Her successor is likely to be more mindful of those markets than she initially was. But what will the markets look for in the new Prime Minister? Well, joining me now is Neil Wilson. He's Chief Market Analyst at Finalto and Markets.com. Neil, welcome to you. I mean, you made the point in one of your notes yesterday. There was actually very little reaction on the markets to her departure because her economic policies had already been junked.
Yeah, I mean, we definitely saw a small knee-jerk when we knew she was resigning, but overall the market's been pretty tame. I think, I think the market understands that probably there's not going to be a Conservative government that takes on the bond vigilantes again. You know, they're not going to feel that they can do that. And we've got a Chancellor in Jeremy Hunt who seems to be pushing the fiscal, credibility angle, and even Boris Johnson, who, in the event that if he were to come back, although he's not exactly one for spending cuts, we also don't think he's probably going to be pushing aggressive tax cuts a la Truss. So I think the market seems pretty stable at the moment, and really the uncertainties now are probably more about monetary policy and what happens across the pond with the US.
You mentioned the bond vigilantes. I mean, it's very, very clear that bond markets are not going to underwrite the fiscal policies of governments around the world in the way they have done over the last decade. Do you see other countries coming in for the kind of beating that the UK has had over the last month?
Well, I think we are. We have seen some countries, obviously, smaller economies that are also sort of at the prey of, if you like, the kindness of strangers or the unkindness of strangers. Big economies. The US is carrying out policies that are not unlike what Truss was going for. But it's got the reserve currency status and the dollar is very strong, so it can get away with it. The Eurozone is looking pretty stable in that sense, and they've got pretty tight rules around that. We're not sure, of course, what happens with the new Italian government. That could cause some uncertainty there. But I think it's the UK's unfortunate position in a way is being such an open economy, running these twin deficits. And really suffering from an economy that's struggling to recover its pre-pandemic GDP levels. So I think the UK has maybe just been a bit of an outlier in that sense. But I think, on the whole, you're going to need to see, more kind of prudence on the fiscal side. Otherwise, bond markets, as they are quite volatile at the moment. We have seen a lot of selling of bonds lately globally. Then there are risks if you're not pursuing that sort of credible fiscal stance.
Neil, we've heard from other guests on the programme this morning that the new Chancellor, the new Prime Minister, will have very little flexibility in terms of either raising taxes or cutting public spending. It seems impossible almost to do the latter. There's no scope for cutting taxes whatsoever. I mean, to that extent, is it anti-democratic? Are the markets sort of preventing politicians from doing very much? Some would say that.
Yeah, and I think that's a good point. Central banks have come in for that sort of criticism in the past, the ECB in particular, and the Bank of England has they cast your mind back a week or two. They basically forced the hand of the government. Truss was forced to sack Kwarteng, and they were forced to ditch the mini budget policies. And that's because the Bank of England kind of held the line and said, we're not going to bail you out. There are elements or arguments that it's anti-democratic, but the market is the market. You can't really do anything about it. The market has to act, and the market is just giving an agnostic verdict on what the policies are. And governments can, if you were a new prime minister with a mandate, say you go into an election now and you win a majority of 50 or 60 on a ticket of cutting taxes and so on, then you can do it because you've got that mandate and you've got a clear vision about what you're doing. I think that the problem was really that it came out a bit out of the blue, and there was all this sort of failure of communication and failure of really to make a credible case for why those tax cuts could work. And I think that's really what undid the Truss regime.
OK, Neil, we've got to leave it there. Appreciate you joining us today. Thanks very much.
Thanks a lot.
That's it from me. I'm off next week. Wilfred Frost is going to be in the chair. Do make him welcome. In the meantime, do stay tuned. Up next after this short break, it's Sam Washington. I'll see you soon. Cheerio.
This is Sky News Today. It's 11 o'clock. The headlines this morning. The race is on again. Possible Tory candidates look to build support for a leadership challenge with a new Prime Minister expected to be appointed in a week. The former Prime Minister Boris Johnson is tipped as a potential candidate, with reports suggesting he could be coming back from his Caribbean holiday to run.
He's a known winner, and that's certainly who I'll be putting my name against, because I want us to win the next election.
We've got to get away from this idea that there's a sort of revolving door of chaos and that we just get the next experiment at the top of the Tory party.
The economy under growing pressure as new figures this morning show government borrowing is soaring and retail sales are falling. The damning report that shows patients unable to leave hospital and a health and care system seizing up. Reports that Iranian forces are on the ground in Crimea supporting Russian drone attacks against Ukraine. And Kevin Spacey is cleared in a civil trial that claimed he sexually abused a 14-year-old boy in the 1980s. Please join me. Good morning. The battle for number 10 is on again. Only 6 weeks after the last Tory leadership race ended, another has now started after the Prime Minister resigned yesterday. Potential contenders are taking soundings to try to build enough support to make a bid to replace Liz Truss in 7 days' time. So with only a week until we have a new PM, how will this leadership contest actually be decided? Well, nominations are now open and will close at 2 p.m. on Monday. Candidates must secure 100 nominations from MPs to get through. If only one contender reaches that mark, they'll be elected Prime Minister on Monday. If more than 2 candidates make it through, Tory MPs will vote between 3:30 and 5:30 on Monday. The person with the fewest votes will be eliminated. MPs will vote then for their favourite out of the 2 candidates between 6:30 and 8:30. That would be an indicative vote. Those candidates will then face televised hustings, and the final choice will be made by Conservative Party members in an online vote which closes at 11 a.m. next Friday. The result will then be announced by the evening of Friday the 28th at the latest. So, who is in the running? Well, Rishi Sunak currently has the most number of MPs backing him. 45 have come forward so far. Boris Johnson is in second place. A remarkable comeback possibly on the cards, with reports he is coming back from a Caribbean holiday to enter the race. 31 MPs say they will support him, including the Business Secretary, Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's followed by the current Leader of the Commons, Penny Mordaunt, who has the support of 16 MPs so far. Now, there are suggestions the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, might put himself forward, as well as the International Trade Secretary and former leadership contender herself, Kemi Badenoch, and Suella Braverman, who resigned as the Home Secretary. Well, Michael Gove, Tom Tugendhat and Jeremy Hunt, they've already ruled themselves out of the race. A little earlier, we heard from one of the potential candidates, former Home Secretary Suella Braverman.
Sorry, well, I thought I'd have another go now you've got the little one off. Are you able to give us a sneak preview? Are you going to stand or rule yourself out?
Making a statement, could you please? And from the man hoping to be the next Prime Minister, this was Rishi Sunak leaving home this morning.
Morning, Mr. Sunak. Think you'll be Prime Minister next week? You were right about fantasy economics, weren't you?
One of the names heavily tipped to be in the race is that of the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson, and it's being reported that he is coming back from a holiday in the Caribbean to enter the leadership contest. Earlier, we spoke to his former press secretary, Will Walden, about the possibility of a Johnson return.
I've spoken to someone that's spoken to him, and he is on the way back, and clearly he's taking soundings. But
the thing about Boris is that he absolutely hates to lose, and I suspect that if he doesn't think he can get to the 100, or more importantly, he can come second in this in the first vote, because I think Rishi Sunak is clearly the front runner, then he won't run. But if he does think he can, then I'm sure he will. I think we are all guilty of collective amnesia if we forget that 6 weeks ago 70% of the country consistently wanted him out, including a majority of Tory voters. And there's no evidence that they've changed their mind. There's also no evidence that Boris has changed his mind in terms of how he'll behave or how he'll govern.
Well, Boris Johnson's supporter Nadine Dorries said the former Prime Minister still had a mandate to run the country.
He's a known winner, and that's certainly who I'll be putting my name against, because I want us to win the next election. And it's time for some stability and some unity. And I think in order to achieve that, we need to put in place, I believe, the person who has the mandate of the British people.
Well, as the Tory leadership race begins, Labour are calling for an immediate general election. And speaking a little earlier, Sir Keir Starmer said the possibility of Mr Johnson's return was proof of the need for a public vote.
Only 3 months ago, Boris Johnson left office because most of those who were serving him on his front bench had declared that he was unfit for office. So to go from the kamikaze budget under Liz Truss back to a man that his own party has declared is unfit for office is the most powerful argument you could possibly have for a general election, so that we can put the alternative case to the country, which is stability, growth, an economy that works for everyone, rather than this chaos.
Let's go live to our political correspondent Amanda Akas, who's in Central Lobby. So, Amanda, 7 days exactly to go. Where do we stand?
Well, of course, Labour want to see a general election. They're currently 39 points ahead in the polls. And given that, however despairing Conservative MPs are about the situation at the moment, they know if there was an election right now, they'll be frankly voting themselves out of a job, which is why we're hearing so many calls to try and unify around a candidate who can bring the disparate factions of the party back together again after the chaos of Liz Truss's premiership, avoiding the long and drawn-out bitterness of the kind of leadership campaign we saw over the summer in favour of this short, sharp contest we're going to see over the next week. But it could still be incredibly brutal. The signs so far from MPs, no one has publicly declared their candidacy yet, but many MPs are publicly coming out and backing who they want to see stepping into number 10 next, and the party is clearly still very divided. Rishi Sunak obviously came second last time around. He's got the greatest number of MPs calling for him to take over from Liz Truss, 45, arguing that he's the unity candidate for the party, the man best placed to run the economy, the former Chancellor, whose predictions about the impact Liz Truss's policies would have largely come true. Equally, he's also quite divisive, being seen as the man who stabbed Boris Johnson in the back. Penny Mordaunt, the lady who came third, she's got 16 MPs publicly calling for her to step in. She's quite popular in the party. She's seen as putting up a very good performance at the dispatch box a couple of days ago when she stood in for Liz Truss with that memorable line about her not hiding under a desk. But of course, the real agent of chaos in all of this is Boris Johnson, with 31 Conservative MPs openly saying they want him to come back and return to Downing Street. Rather extraordinary, really, if you remember the events of the summer, indeed the whole year. It's a succession of scandals around Wallpapergate, Partygate, the allegations around Chris Pincher, which led to his downfall, with 62 of his own MPs calling for him to go, which really precipitated this whole leadership crisis in the first place. Equally, on the other hand, some of his MPs argue he's the one with the mandate from the British people, and that's why he's the right person to come back. Well, earlier we've been speaking to a few Conservative MPs who I think really crystallised the divisions in the party over Boris Johnson.
I rather thought pessimistically yesterday that he wouldn't be wanting to engage in this, but I'm absolutely delighted that it seems that he is.
I was supporting Boris right until the end, and I don't think we can go back there for the next 2 years.
Now, of course, all of this is very much up in the air. No one has publicly declared their candidacy yet. And there are questions over whether Boris Johnson would even want the job. The situation now with the economic turmoil we're in is very different from 2019 when Brexit was the key question. He's been on holiday in the Caribbean. There's conflicting reports about whether or not he's coming back already to try and take soundings from his supporters. Now, the Liberal Democrats, they've been quick out the blocks today. They're tabling a motion trying to prevent him from even being able to stand. But I think the key question for MPs today and over the weekend for the Conservatives, of course, is who will be able to garner that crucial threshold of 100 MPs getting support to enable them to go through to the party membership. And indeed, if only one person actually reaches that level of support, then we could see a new Prime Minister in office by Monday. If not, we're going to have a whole week of campaigning.
OK, Amanda, thanks a lot. Well, one of the main issues facing whoever becomes the next Prime Minister will be the turmoil of the UK economy. New figures today reveal how the cost of government borrowing is rising and retail sales are falling more than expected. The Office for National Statistics, the ONS, reported that public sector net borrowing came in at £20 billion last month. That's £3 billion more than economists had expected. And it's £2.2 billion more than in the same month last year, and the second highest September borrowing figure on record. Only the borrowing figure in September of 2020, which was at the height of the pandemic, was higher. Retail sales volumes in September were down 1.4% on August, compared with city forecasts for a decline of 0.5%. The figure was down 6.9% on the same figure last year. Food store sales volumes were down 1.8% during the month, while non-store retailing sales volumes, which is largely online shopping, were down by 3%. The Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, has reiterated today that the government will do whatever is necessary to drive down debt in the medium term and to ensure that taxpayers' money is well spent, putting the public finances on a sustainable path as we grow the economy. He added that strong public finances are the foundation of a strong economy. To stabilise markets, I've been clear that protecting our public finances means difficult decisions lie ahead. Well, joining me now is our business presenter, Ian King. Good morning again to you, Ian. So not great news this morning, Ian.
No. If we take the two things separately, though, I mean, the retail sales figures were actually markedly worse than the city had been expecting. But, I mean, the retail sales figures can be quite volume. They're a devil of a thing for people to try and predict accurately. And, of course, in September, you had the added complication of the late Queen's funeral as well, which entailed an extra bank holiday. So that would have certainly...
Sorry about that. Sorry about that. A bit of a problem with Ian's mic, but we'll try and get back to him so he can talk us through all of those figures. But I think we can... Yeah, Ian, are you there?
I am indeed.
OK, fantastic. OK. Go ahead.
OK. Yes, so I don't know what point you missed out on me. I mean, I was saying that the retail sales figures are devilishly difficult to predict. They do tend to get revised quite a lot. So although the numbers were markedly worse than the city was anticipating, as I say, they are very, very hard to call and very, very prone to revision. The one certainty that we did have over September figures was that obviously we had an extra bank holiday because of the late Queen's funeral, and so spending would have taken a hit anyway. But it's really, really interesting when you look at the components involved in spending. Food sales volumes down 3.2% on where they were going into the pandemic. So people are buying less foodstuffs. That reflects inflationary pressures, I think. You're certainly seeing it in motor fuel sales, which were down by more than 1% month on month. That is obviously a reflection of higher costs of petrol and diesel. And then, interestingly, you had a big drop-off in non-store sales, the bulk of which, that includes street markets, but predominantly it is accounted for by online shopping. And so there's an interesting conclusion to be drawn there, that online sales do appear to be under an element of pressure as well. And that was actually borne out by something that we heard yesterday from ASOS, one of the big online fashion retailers. They produced some pretty disappointing numbers yesterday. So, yeah, clearly consumers' disposable incomes are under great pressure. It's clear that the Bank of England's interest rate rises are starting to have an impact, and that is, of course, why retail sales are falling. Now, on the public sector finances, well, these were markedly worse than expected as well, as you say. And chiefly, it is down to the fact that government borrowing costs have risen. Borrowing costs alone, £7.7 billion during the month of September. The government has borrowed in the financial year to date £133 billion. That's up from the Office of Budget Responsibilities forecast, which is 127 billion. That's where they thought we would be at this point in the year. And that is largely down to inflation, because around a quarter of the national debt, some 28% of it, interest payments are linked to the rate of inflation. And accordingly, with inflation rising sharply, so too have interest payments on that component of the national debt. So that's why you're seeing this big increase in interest payments. As I say, £7.7 billion for September, up £2.2 billion on the same month last year. And it's actually the biggest year-on-year. It's the first time we've had a year-on-year increase in government borrowing since March 2021. That really does point to the challenge that the new Prime Minister and the new Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, face when in terms of publishing this medium-term fiscal plan, which at the moment is due on the 31st of October. There are one or two people suggesting that might have to slip in order for the new Prime Minister to get their hands on the books and have a look at Mr Hunt's projections and see what they want to do. But that would really have come with a risk, because the focus right now in the markets is on the need for stability. I've been talking to the economist Gerard Lyons earlier on today. Here's what he told me.
Debt to GDP in the UK is high, but it's manageable. But what happens when debt to GDP is high? It makes the fiscal outlook very dependent on your assumptions about growth and also on the outlook for interest rates. I think the scale of tightening we're now seeing might be overdoing it. But there's no doubt that we've got to a situation where stability has taken centre stage. And that's unfortunately, in some people's eyes, taking too much of a centre stage. But as someone looking at it from the market's perspective, I'm saying more stability has to now be the issue that's addressed.
Now, I should probably tell you, Kimberly, what's been going on the markets in reaction to all of this. Sterling has fallen again against the US dollar. It's off by just over 1% right now against the US dollar. It's off by slightly less against the euro. Now, that is not only a reflection of the data that we've had out today. I think it's still markets taking in what we heard yesterday from Ben Broadbent. He's the Deputy Governor at the Bank of England. And he made a speech yesterday in which he indicated that were interest rates to peak at 5.25%, which is where the market has been pricing it, he said that would clip some 5% from GDP over the course of the rate tightening cycle. And he went on to say, and this is a really, really crucial intervention from Ben Broadbent. He said that the market was perhaps pricing in a higher peak for bank rate than it ought to be. And accordingly, you've seen sterling selling off accordingly. People think that the peak interest rate rises will now not be as high as the market has been pricing. And that's a factor there. Also worth pointing out that the gilt market has been showing a few signs of distress this morning. Now, obviously, gilt yields have come down very, very sharply since Kwasi Kwarteng was sacked a week ago and most of his mini-budget torn up. Gilt yields, which are implied government borrowing costs, they've been going in the right direction so far this week, but we've seen a slight blip higher in yields this morning, and that is something that, again, the new Chancellor will be keeping a close tab on. Worth pointing out, though, that UK gilt yields are now yielding less. They're lower than their US Treasury counterparts. And that is really quite an interesting development, because they were at very elevated levels, even compared with US Treasury yields just a couple of weeks ago.
OK, Ian, thanks a lot. More on the new Conservative leadership contest now. And what do people in the so-called red wall seats in the north of England think now? They were crucial in giving Boris Johnson his large majority at the last general election after being promised regeneration and levelling up. Well, Fraser Moore is in Wakefield, which Labour won back from the Tories in a by-election in June. And what are they making of all of this, Fraser?
Well, this is one of those famous red wall seats, as you say. It did go over to Tories. People voted for Boris Johnson. A lot of those votes were Brexit-based. A lot of them were people saying that they were lending their votes to Boris Johnson to get Brexit done, and they would perhaps revert to voting Labour again. It seems as though that's the sort of flavour at the moment. Some people saying they'd be happy to see Boris come back. He was, after all, the person that they voted for back in 2019. He was the person that they gave their mandate to. Whether that vote was lent to him or not. A few people saying, yes, they'd see Rishi come back, but the one thing that everyone agrees on is that the government at the moment is in a complete mess and something has to be done. Well, there's people in here enjoying their cups of coffee a short time ago. I had a chat with a few of them to judge their mood about what they want to see happening in the immediate future.
I said that yesterday. We need to go for a general election, definitely.
I wouldn't really like an election, but I think it would be the best way to calm it all down.
I think it's the only way to sort the problem out now is to go to the country and let them decide and take it from there.
So there's no great appetite for a general election, but many people think it's the only way that this situation can be sorted out, although a few people saying they would be happy to see Boris Johnson come back. One lady I spoke to said that she'd always voted Labour her whole life, but she voted Tory at the last general election because she wanted to see Brexit being done. And she said if the Tories, if she were to vote for the Tories again, she would only do so if Boris Johnson was in charge. So despite the ignominy with which he left the post, despite all the scandals and so on around Boris Johnson's exit and his lack of support from his own party, people here would still support him if he were to come back into power. A few people mentioning Rishi Sunak, saying that he had a better handle on the economy, and during the prime ministerial leadership debates he seemed to have a better understanding, and the things that he said during those debates against Liz Truss have come to light when Liz Truss tried to put her Trussonomics into practice. So the mood is mixed here. I think, as I say, the one thing that everyone can agree on is that the government's in a mess at the moment. So they think that the only way to sort out the situation is a general election, but they're not expecting one to be called anytime soon.
OK, Fraser, thank you so much. We've got some breaking news this morning, and that is about the Labour MP Christian Matheson. The independent expert panel, parliamentary watchdog, is recommending that Mr Matheson be suspended from the Commons for 4 weeks for serious sexual misconduct. Now, the IEP, the independent expert panel, has published a report recommending that, and it follows an investigation by an independent investigator that the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards upheld 2 allegations of sexual misconduct against Mr Matheson by a former member of his staff. That was made under Parliament's Independent Complaints and Grievance Scheme. And as the report sets out, that independent investigator concluded that Mr Matheson had invited the complainant to take a private trip abroad and, quote, the invitation was sexually motivated, unwanted, and had placed the complainant under pressure and intimidated her, and that during a work-related corporate event held outside the parliamentary estate, quote, linked arms with her, made personal comments about her appearance while looking at her suggestively, made her hold his hand as they left and insisted on accompanying her to a bus stop. It also goes on. Mr Matheson did not appeal the Commissioner's decision, but has contested some of her findings during the process for determining sanctions. So that is the latest. The IEP parliamentary watchdog recommending that the Labour MP Christian Matheson be suspended from the Commons for 4 weeks for serious sexual misconduct. A Labour spokesperson, we've had a response from them saying this is an incredibly serious case. There must be a zero tolerance for sexual harassment. And the Labour Party has acted immediately following the ICGS findings. We will now select a candidate that the people of Chester can be proud to vote for. So that is the latest. Christian Matheson, MP, suspended for a recommendation that he be suspended for 4 weeks for serious sexual misconduct. Kevin Spacey has said he's deeply grateful after winning a civil lawsuit against an actor who accused him of making an unwanted sexual advance. Anthony Rapp alleged the Hollywood star inappropriately touched him at a party when he was 14, which Mr Spacey vigorously denied. Siobhan Freeman-Powell joins us from the newsroom. Just talk us through this case, Siobhan.
Yeah, well, the jury deliberated for around an hour at a court in Manhattan before eventually finding that Anthony Rapp hadn't been able to prove that Kevin Spacey had made unwanted sexual advances towards him. Now, Anthony Rapp, who is now 50, had alleged that Spacey had abused abused him when he was just 14 years old, and Spacey was 26. And he was also seeking around $14 million in damages in the civil case before it was dismissed. And of course, this is just one of the many cases that came off the back of the Me Too movement, which forced the entertainment industry to really have a look at the widespread allegations of sexual abuse and sexual harassment. And Kevin Spacey was among some of the Hollywood actors that had faced allegations. And as a result, Spacey's reputation has been badly tarnished as well. He was kicked off of the hugely popular Netflix series House of Cards, and was also ordered to pay around $31 million to producers for the costs that they had incurred after firing him. Now, Spacey had categorically denied the allegations, and after the lawsuit was dismissed, it was reported that he hugged his lawyers before leaving the courtroom. But it isn't the last courtroom that Spacey is likely to see, as he is also facing separate charges in the UK for sexual assault as well, which he has denied, and that trial is due to begin in June next year.
OK, Shaman, thank you. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up this morning, British and US intelligence say Iran has deployed troops to Crimea to help with drone attacks against Ukraine.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
Is the time for debate. Time for discussions. Time for answers.
The evidence is there.
Time to join the conversation.
I really hated it.
To try and make sense of issues that affect you.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
is the soundtrack to your weeknights on Sky News.
I'm Dan Whitehead, and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
British and US intelligence say Iranian troops are on the ground in Crimea supporting Russian drone attacks on Ukraine. It comes as the Ukrainian military continues a counteroffensive in the strategic Kherson region, an area that was annexed and put under martial law by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's take a more detailed look at the situation on the ground. We're joined now by retired Air Vice Marshal Sean Bell. Sean, thank you so much for joining us this morning. We'll get to this issue of Iranian troops in Crimea in a moment, but just bring us up to date with where we are on the ground in general.
Yeah, good morning, Kimberly. Then basically, the noose is tightening on the Russian forces around Kherson at the moment, and forcing the Russians into a decision whether to stay or leave. If they stay, they risk getting surrounded and therefore isolated and potentially extinguished. And if they leave, it will be a really, really big defeat for Russia. Russian officials have been told to leave Kherson. There's also reports of some of the Russian soldiers walking around in civilian clothes. You make of that what you will, but what looks most likely is that they therefore can leave without it looking like a military exodus. And Russia's also imposed martial law on the city. General Surovikin, who is the most senior Russian general of all the Russian forces in Ukraine, has admitted there are difficulties in Kherson. Really unusual. Any Russian official amidst those difficulties seems to be setting the conditions that potentially Russian forces will withdraw. But I wouldn't underestimate how difficult that will be. The bridges have all been blown over the Dnipro River, and therefore getting heavy equipment across pontoon bridges is really slow and really, really difficult. Unless they start doing that now, there's a grave risk that the Russian soldiers will suddenly flee in panic. So if we zoom out, though, let's zoom out and look at the whole of the country. Russians on the back foot, and from a military perspective, I'm really struck at the moment. The Russians are on the back foot at Kherson, down to the southwest. They're also on the back foot if you go right to the north, north of the Donbass region. So from a military perspective, Russia will be using any spare military forces to plug the gaps. In reality, what's happening is Russia is still fighting in Donetsk. It's still pushing hard there. One explanation is that Putin has always claimed this is a special military operation. He knows that winter is advancing fast, and it does seem to be a desperate attempt by Russia to try and fulfill its original objectives. So it can then go into the winter pause. It can look to Russia and say, look, we've succeeded in our ambition, pause the war, and then potentially negotiate with the West. Challenge here, of course, is only Putin knows what his actual plan is.
OK, let's talk about these reports that there are Iranian troops in Crimea helping with those drone strikes. How significant is that?
Well, so for the last 10 days, the Russian focus seems to have been on energy infrastructure across Ukraine. About 30 to 40% has been targeted, which is more than in the previous 8 months of the war. They've been using these Shahed 136 drones. Just a reminder, they're about 3 metres square. They fly at about 100 miles an hour. They've got a range quite significant, about 1,100 to 1,500 miles. Relatively small warhead on them. They're quite vulnerable to small arms fire to shoot them down, but they launch a lot of them, so they swamp enemy defences. The significant news at the moment, though, is that Iranian military experts have been deployed into Crimea to help the Russians with training and operation of these things. And as a result, the US and the UK have triggered sanctions against Iran. Let's be quite clear, though, these are not targeting military targets. This is civilian infrastructure. And very much like at the World War II, the doodlebugs, which were a terror weapon against the civilian population, that's exactly what these are in the 21st century.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there, but thanks a lot. Time for a quick look at the weather.
Anticipation is rising, and so is the atmosphere. Are you ready? The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Low pressure will dominate our weather over the next few days, and that means further showers or longer spells of rain. Cloud and outbreaks of rain will slowly clear from northern Scotland today. Elsewhere, low cloud and fog will lift to reveal sunny spells, but bands of blustery showers will move up from the southwest to affect much of Ireland and the UK. Showers will continue to advance further north and east this afternoon.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up, as Boris Johnson is said to be heading home, I'll talk to one of his former advisors about his chances of making a successful comeback. got an update on Christian Matheson, the Labour MP for the city of Chester. He says he's tendered his resignation as MP after a parliamentary watchdog recommended that he be suspended from the Commons for serious sexual misconduct, which he denies. In a statement, he said, "I have today, with great sadness, tendered my resignation as Member of Parliament for the city of Chester. This follows publication of a report which had found me guilty of sexual misconduct." And it does go on, but the latest is that Christian Matheson, Labour MP for the city of Chester, says he's tendered his resignation after a parliamentary watchdog recommended that he be suspended for the Commons for serious sexual misconduct, which he denies. More on a possible comeback now by Boris Johnson, following signs that he may run as a candidate and is said to be on his way home from the Caribbean. And joining me now is Joe Tanner, who is a director at the In-House Communications and is a former Conservative Party advisor to Boris Johnson. Joe, thank you so much for talking to us. So, do you know where Mr. Johnson is?
Well, I think I know the same as the rest of us, is that he's been enjoying a holiday with his family.
Is he on his way back, though?
I think he's due to be heading back because of the timings. I think his trip, I presume, coincided with the parliamentary recess. Looks like it's overhung a little bit. So I guess, yes, he's on his way back shortly.
When do you think he'll arrive back here? Do you have any idea?
No, none at all.
OK. So do you think he's going to run then, is my second question?
I'm afraid I'm not one that's privy to that information, but certainly his name is being bandied around by many of his colleagues. Seems to be that there is great interest in him standing, but we've also seen calls for Rishi as well that have started quite firmly from the parliamentary colleagues already today.
Do you think he should run?
I think it's really hard to answer. He left in very difficult circumstances, and he also had a very difficult time with his colleagues. You will remember that it was his colleagues that decided they wanted him to go. So I think there are some very significant conversations that need to take place. Even if, he is considering it, he needs to be clear about what he wants to do, why he wants to do it, and to be confident of the backing of his party should he decide to go for it.
What would you advise him?
I think anybody that decides to stand needs to be really clear on two particular things. Number one is that I think they need to actually show who a couple of their key lieutenants are going to be very early on, because I think one of the big problems is that there are different factions within the party, and there are those that are seen as trusted and those that perhaps aren't, and seen as competent, and those that perhaps that aren't. And I think it's really important that as your parliamentary colleagues, you understand how you're going to, as has been called for, unify the party. I think the second thing is that whoever decides to stand needs to be really clear that they're going to put an end to this division politics where they say, you didn't back me before, you didn't support me on Brexit, or you didn't agree with this particular issue, therefore you're not going to be part of my team. I think, Liz Truss made a very big mistake in openly saying to colleagues, you're very good, but you didn't back me, so you're not getting a job. We should be seeing leaders who are very clear that there is talent across their political party, and as a result, they will look to ensure that their team is full of the best that they can possibly put into the jobs that are very much needed in order to sort the problems out the country's facing.
Well, he will need them to back him, won't they?
Yeah, I mean, you need to get the support in order, but you only need the support of what looks like 100.
Can you really say only when it's Boris Johnson?
Well, I mean, you can say it's only when it's still a percentage of the parliamentary party. But the point is that if you are really serious about moving forward, and, I mean, I still think the Tories' chances of winning the next general election are going to be very difficult. You have got to do your very best at trying to unite that party. And I think it's not just about what you say, it's about what you do. And therefore, you need a team that will represent the very best that the party's got to offer.
And knowing him, knowing his personality, A, do you think he'll run? And B, do you think that is what he will do? Is he the person to unite this party?
Well, I think he is not somebody that would necessarily hold grudges. I think there was an element of Dominic Cummings, for example, had been very vocal about, you're not with us, therefore you're not on our team. And I think that was part of a problem that Boris's administration suffered very early. But I think, there is no question that if the call for Boris to stand, I'm sure it will be a very great pull for him. But also, he was, as he would, I presume, probably term it, he was, that he saw the herd, as he described it, turning on him. And they turfed him out. And so that's a big ask to then say, OK, so now you've decided you want me back. There are a lot of conversations that would have to take place in order for you to then want to stand and essentially work with those people that had turned their back on you previously.
And if he is up against Sunak, do you think that he would win?
I think it's going to depend on the team that they assembled. To my point earlier, I think the really important thing is, who is it that's going to be part of that team, and therefore how are you bringing together the talent? So how are you showing that you're not just putting forward people or policies that are just from a particular stance that you've been known to take or you're interested in taking? The issues that we face now are slightly different to what were faced in the 2019 election because of what's happened over the last few weeks with the markets and the decisions that were taken with the now known as the mini budget. So it's not that you look directly. I think they've got to look very closely at the 2019 manifesto and stick as close to that as possible, because that is what the Conservative Party were elected on. But let's face it, some of the challenges they faced back then are now significantly worse as a result of the actions of the outgoing Prime Minister. So there is definitely more work to be done, but taking the party on some sort of radical path in another direction is not going to be palatable for the public. And I think, will only increase the calls from Labour for a general election.
OK, Jo, well, let's see what happens in the next day or so. Jo, thanks a lot. Let's go straight to Boris Johnson's constituency in West London. Saba Chowdhury is in Uxbridge. What are they making all of this, Saba?
Good morning, Kimberly. Well, general election to be or not to be, that is the question that we've been putting to people here in Uxbridge in the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson's constituency. And really, we've been having some mixed views, I would say. So some people were saying that they want a general election. That's something that they're calling for, saying that this is a democracy and we should have the chance to have our say forwards. But what I find most interesting is that despite Partygate, despite the scandals, the vast majority of the people that I've spoken to here in Uxbridge are saying that they want Boris Johnson back as leader. This is what they had to say.
Boris Johnson was actually the Prime Minister that took us out of Brexit. So I'm a big fan of Boris Johnson. I don't think we actually gave him a fair chance based on what he had to deal with.
Well, I think they're going to have somebody in place, but it's who they're going to have in place. And I don't know whether Boris would be any good at being back again.
Do you know what? He did a good job during a crisis. I think if it hadn't been for the dishonesty of it all, Partygate and everything else that he did, I think he would have done a good job.
I'd rather not have an election. I'd rather go back to Boris, because I think he was great. And he made a few mistakes, but who doesn't?
Well, some mixed views there, certainly, but the people of Uxbridge that we've spoken to certainly seem to want former Prime Minister Boris Johnson back. Whether he will stand or not, we don't know. We don't have official confirmation. But his father yesterday, Stanley Johnson, did say that his son has a strong record and that he hopes that he will put his name in the ring. Now, whoever does become the UK's next leader will be the fifth Conservative Prime Minister in 6 years. That's, of course, after yesterday Liz Truss handed in her resignation after just 44 days in the job. Now, who will be our next leader? We'll find out next week.
Saba, OK, thanks a lot. The care regulator has warned that a workforce the size of the population of Newcastle needs to be recruited urgently to ease the gridlocked health and care system. The Care Quality Commission says it's getting tougher and tougher to access care because of a massive shortage of workers. Our health correspondent Ashish Joshi reports.
Hello, Catherine. Even at 96, living with cancer and diabetes, Catherine is still fiercely independent.
I've been not too bad, Rebecca.
But she knows eventually she will need more specialist end-of-life care in the community.
I know there's no treatment for me to have to prolong my life any longer, so we'll just accept what comes my way.
if it can happen at the end of my life, then I, don't mind. I'll tolerate it. I know my daughters will do everything possible for me to have a good ending.
500,000 people across the country can't count on the same support. They're waiting for their care to start or to be assessed. It means just under half of all patients waiting in hospitals to be discharged can't leave, even if they're medically fit.
The care sector has not always had the attention that it deserves. And this year, what we've seen is the system is gridlocked. And we're seeing when that happens, it means that people get stuck at home. It means that people come to harm.
The sector is hemorrhaging staff, just as its workforce needs to be growing to keep up with demand. Care sector leaders say the cost of living crisis has made recruitment and retention harder than ever.
We know that people are very low paid, so there's a huge concern about people leaving to join other sectors where they can earn more money, be that hospitality or retail or supermarkets.
We are monitoring closely your insulin.
Without immediate action, staff shortages in the health and care sector will increase pressure across the NHS and in the community. And that could leave people like Catherine more vulnerable this winter. Ashish Joshi, Sky News in South East London.
You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, as the Conservatives begin a leadership race, the opposition are calling for a general election. But how likely is that? I'll ask an elections expert next.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
Is the time for debate. Time for discussions. Time for answers.
The evidence is there.
Time to join the conversation.
I really hated it.
To try and make sense of issues that affect you.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
is the soundtrack to your weeknights on Sky News.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
Global insight, made local. Invest in your future. Sky News Financial Reports, sponsored by Interactive Investor. Invest in your future. Sky News Financial Reports, sponsored by Interactive Investor.
Now, as the Conservatives enter their second leadership race of the year, the opposition are calling for a general election. But who can trigger one? As the last general election was in December of 2019, the next election isn't due until January 2025. However, since the repeal of the Fixed-Term Parliament Act earlier this year, the Prime Minister does have the power to call an early general election. Although, in highly unusual circumstances, the King could potentially refuse this request if an alternative Prime Minister can command the support of the House of Commons. Alternatively, if the Labour leader, Sir Keir Starmer, calls for a parliamentary vote of no confidence in the government and enough Tory MPs support it to reach a majority of 640 MPs, then Parliament would dissolve, triggering a general election. This could also happen if the government tabled a confidence vote in itself and lost, or if a majority of MPs voted against a vote billed as a confidence issue, for example, on the budget or the King's speech. But how likely are any of these outcomes? I'm joined by Professor of British Politics and the Constitution and Director of the Constitution Unit at UCL, Robert Hazel. Robert, thank you so much for talking to us. I mean, first of all, what do you make constitutionally of where we are right now?
Well, in all my lifetime, and I'm 74, so a post-war child, and I've lived through, I think, 15 prime ministers. I've never seen a political and constitutional crisis as severe as the one that we're now in. We really are in uncharted waters.
OK, so what are the options to get out of it?
They were very well explained in your intro. So there are formally only two ways of triggering a general election. One is if there is a formal vote of no confidence tabled in the House of Commons, that this House has no confidence in His Majesty's government, and if that vote is carried by a simple majority of those voting. The second way is for the Prime Minister to request a dissolution. I say request because it's not automatically granted. Again, as you explained in your intro, the King can, in exceptional circumstances, refuse a request for a dissolution if it's seen to be too soon after the last election. That's not the case clearly now. If it might cause serious damage to the economy, or if it seems likely that there is another person in the House of Commons who could command the confidence of Parliament. And those two, the second and third considerations, might possibly come into play. But if the Prime Minister were to request a dissolution, I would expect the King to grant it.
And given where we are, I know everyone's obviously looking at the leadership race. I mean, Keir Starmer obviously calling for a general election, but do you think that after the next 7 days, let's say, we could then go into a general election?
I think it's highly unlikely. If Keir Starmer tables a formal vote of no confidence in the government, I would expect Tory MPs to rally round and for that no confidence motion to be quite convincingly defeated. Secondly, I would be very surprised if the next Prime Minister, whoever that is, wanted to seek an early election, given where the Tories are currently in the polls, trailing miles behind Labour. And at the moment, any elections expert or indeed bookmaker would tell you that the Tories are facing electoral wipeout at the next election, whenever that is. So I'd be very surprised if they wanted to bring it on early.
Do you think that if we were to head into a general election, it would bring stability or more instability?
Well, clearly it would be destabilizing, at least during the election campaign, which typically lasts 5 weeks or so, because the outcome would be uncertain. Given how jittery the markets are, I think it will be potentially very bad news for sterling and for the economy. Those are additional reasons why a cautious Prime Minister might not want to request an early election.
OK, thank you so much. We're going to have to leave it there. Robert Hazel, thanks a lot.
Thanks very much. Bye-bye.
Bye-bye. Just some breaking news from the current Prime Minister's spokeswoman. Liz Truss's spokeswoman has said that it will be the new Prime Minister who will decide whether the medium-term fiscal plan will be delivered on October the 31st, and that they are working in preparation for that medium-term fiscal plan on October the 31st. The current Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, said that there remain, he was speaking to the House of Commons, he said there remain many difficult decisions to be announced in the medium-term fiscal plan on October the 31st, when I confirm that we will publish a credible, transparent, fully costed plan to get debt falling as a share of the economy over the medium term, based on the judgment and economic forecasts of the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility. However, with everything that's happened, we're going to get a new PM by Friday the 28th, so that's in 7 days. The 28th, that medium-term fiscal plan going to be announced on the 31st, so not a lot of time for the new PM to come in, have a look at it and decide what to do. And so that is why we've heard from the PM's spokeswoman saying we're working in preparation for a medium-term fiscal plan on October the 31st. However, it will be the new PM who will decide whether the medium-term fiscal plan will be delivered on October the 31st. And again, when we do get that, it will be with economic forecasts of the Independent Office for Budget Responsibility. And that's the man who said that, Jeremy Hunt. This is Sky News Today. It's 12 o'clock. The headlines this afternoon. The race is on again. Possible Tory candidates look to build support for a leadership challenge, with a new Prime Minister expected to be appointed in a week. The former Prime Minister Boris Johnson is tipped as a potential candidate, with reports suggesting he could be coming back from his Caribbean holiday to run.
I think that he will be one of the last two to go to the membership, and I think that if whoever the other candidate is, I think Boris would prevail.
We've got to get away from this idea that there's a sort of revolving door of chaos and that we just get the next experiment at the top of the Tory party.
Labour's Christian Matheson resigns as MP for the city of Chester following accusations of serious sexual misconduct, which he denies. The economy under growing pressure as new figures this morning show government borrowing is soaring and retail sales are falling. The damning report that shows patients unable to leave hospital and a health and care system seizing up. Reports that Iranian forces are on the ground in Crimea supporting Russian drone attacks against Ukraine. And Kevin Spacey is cleared in a civil trial that claimed he sexually abused a 14-year-old boy in the 1980s. Good afternoon. The battle for number 10 is on again. Only 6 weeks after the last Tory leadership race ended, another has now started after the Prime Minister resigned yesterday. Potential contenders are taking soundings to try to build enough support to make a bid to replace Liz Truss in 7 days' time. So, with only a week until we have a new PM, how will this leadership contest actually be decided? Nominations are now open and will close at 2 p.m. on Monday. Candidates must secure 100 nominations from MPs to get through. If only one contender reaches that mark, they'll be elected Prime Minister on Monday. If more than 2 candidates make it through, Tory MPs will vote between 3:30 and 5:30 on Monday. The person with the fewest votes will be eliminated. MPs will then vote for their favourite out of the 2 candidates between 6:30 and 8:30. That would be an indicative vote. Those candidates will then face televised hustings, and the final choice will be made by Conservative Party members in an online vote which closes at 11 a.m. next Friday. The result will then be announced by the evening of Friday the 28th at the latest. So, who is in the running? Well, Rishi Sunak currently has the most number of MPs backing him. 49 have come forward so far. Boris Johnson is in second place, a remarkable comeback possibly on the cards, with reports that he is coming back from a Caribbean holiday to enter that race. 32 MPs say they'll support him, including the Business Secretary, Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's followed by the current Leader of the Commons, Penny Mordaunt, who has the support of 17 MPs so far, and there are suggestions the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, might put himself forward, as well as the International Trade Secretary and former leadership contender, Kemi Badenoch, and Suella Braverman, who resigned as Home Secretary. Meanwhile, Michael Gove, Tom Tugendhat and Jeremy Hunt have already ruled themselves out of the race. A little earlier, we heard from one of the potential candidates, the former Home Secretary, Suella Braverman.
Sorry, well, I thought I'd have another go now you've got the little one off. Are you able to give us a sneak preview, or are you going to stand or rule yourself out?
And from the man hoping to be the next Prime Minister, this was Rishi Sunak leaving home this morning.
Morning, Mr. Sunak. Think you'll be Prime Minister next week? You were right about fantasy economics, weren't you?
Well, one of the names heavily tipped to be in the race is that of the former Prime Minister Boris Johnson. It is being reported he's coming back from a holiday in the Caribbean to enter the leadership contest. And earlier we spoke to his former press secretary, Will Walden, about the possibility of a Johnson return.
I've spoken to someone that's spoken to him, and he is on the way back, and clearly he's taking soundings. But the thing about Boris is that he absolutely hates to lose, and I suspect that if he doesn't think he can get to the 100, or more importantly, he can come second in this in the first vote, because I think Rishi Sunak is clearly the front runner. Then he won't run. But if he does think he can, then I'm sure he will. I think we are all guilty of collective amnesia if we forget that 6 weeks ago, 70% of the country consistently wanted him out, including a majority of Tory voters. And there's no evidence that they've changed their mind. There's also no evidence that Boris has changed his mind in terms of how he'll behave or how he'll govern.
Well, as the Tory leadership race begins, Labour are calling for an immediate general election. Speaking a little earlier, Sir Keir Starmer said the possibility of Mr Johnson's return was proof of the need for a public vote.
Only 3 months ago, Boris Johnson left office because most of those who were serving him on his front bench had declared that he was unfit for office. So to go from the kamikaze budget under Liz Truss back to a man that his own party has declared is unfit for office is the most powerful argument you could possibly have for a general election, so that we can put the alternative case to the country, which is stability, growth, an economy that works for everyone, rather than this chaos.
Let's go live to our political correspondent Amanda Akash is in the Central Lobby. And Amanda, I suppose you would expect that from the leader of the opposition.
Well, yes, indeed. Of course, they want a general election, particularly when Labour are currently 39 points ahead in the polls. But equally, I think that means many Conservative MPs know, however despairing they are of the behaviour of their own party lately, if they want to have a general election, many of them will be, frankly, out of their jobs. It's part of the reason why so many are calling for a unity candidate to be found to avoid the kind of bitter, more divisive leadership campaign of the kind we saw this summer. Instead, we've got this very short, sharp contest with the next Prime Minister decided by Friday, but the party is still clearly very divided over who best to back. So Rishi Sunak, the front-runner with 48 MPs publicly calling for him to take over. Obviously, the former Chancellor came second against Liz Truss, but many of his predictions about the impact of Trussonomics on the UK economy have come true. Equally, for many in the party, his anathema is seen as someone who stabbed Boris Johnson in the back and precipitated his downfall this summer. Then Penny Mordaunt, who came third, she's also garnering quite a lot of support among MPs. She's a popular figure here. She's seen as acquitting herself very well when she stood in for Liz Truss at the dispatch box just a few days ago with that memorable line about the Prime Minister not hiding under a desk. But of course, the real agent of chaos in all of this is Boris Johnson himself. 31 MPs are asking for him to come back and establish himself in Downing Street. Now, of course, no one has publicly declared yet. They've only got until 2 o'clock on Monday for all the nominations to be in, however. But already in the party, there's a real debate about that. Of course, this summer, we heard he was forced from office by 62 of his MPs, fed up after months of scandals, Wallpapergate, Partygate, the allegations against Christopher Pincher. But then others, on the other hand, say, well, if we've already lost one Prime Minister who wasn't voted in by the people during a general election, we shouldn't have another one. Earlier on, we spoke to a couple of MPs who I think really crystallised this debate in the party.
I rather thought, pessimistically yesterday, that he wouldn't be wanting to engage in this, but I'm absolutely delighted that it seems that he is.
I was supportive Boris right until the end, and I don't think we can go back there for the next 2 years.
But I also spoke to the MP for Great Grimsby earlier, who is a passionate Boris supporter, who believes that he is the most appropriate person to take over and really try and unite the party.
OK. I think Boris Johnson is the leader that the country wants, that they voted for, especially in my constituency. They believe that he wants to make positive change in the country, and I support that. And I think he's a leader that can actually move the country forward in the direction we want.
OK, Amanda, let's talk about the fiscal plan. We're expecting to hear from the Chancellor on October the 31st, and we've heard from Liz Truss's spokeswoman about that timing, because it's a bit of a tight squeeze, isn't it, from the 28th to the 31st?
Well, yes, indeed. It's not that long at all. And given the chaos that we've seen on the markets, the reason that Jeremy Hunt was brought in, replacing Kwasi Kwarteng, was to try and calm it all down, to say that he was working ahead to this medium-term fiscal event, announcing a plan to try and show that he has a plan to make the finances add up and publish those all-important forecasts from the Office of Budget Responsibility. Still, billions of pounds that the government's going to have to find to plug the black hole in the finances, even though all of those tax cuts that Kwasi Kwarteng announced in the mini-budget have now been dropped. Of course, there are still big question marks, though. The incoming Prime Minister may well decide that they want a new Chancellor. What does that mean? Does that mean that that event is pushed forward? And what impact will that have on the markets again? I mean, it's clearly been a time of such real turmoil financially that's something that I think all here in Westminster are acutely aware of.
Amanda, obviously this is such a changing situation in regards of who is backing who. Do we have an idea? You said they haven't formally declared. Do we have an idea of how many MPs are backing each of the potential candidates?
Well, we've just heard that the numbers are going up all the time. Obviously, MPs don't have very long, today, tomorrow, Sunday, before 2 o'clock on Monday, to make their minds up who they're going to be backing. So far, 51, we've now heard, are publicly coming out and saying that they are behind Rishi Sunak. And of course, he secured well over 100 votes from MPs last time around. He was the most popular among his parliamentary colleagues. But of course, Liz Truss stormed ahead with the membership vote. But Penny Mordaunt last time around also achieved more than 100. Currently, she's just on 17, Boris Johnson on 31. Overall in the party there are 357 MPs, so it is possible that all three of them could end up with the requisite 100 supporters, in which case there will then be a vote of MPs to pick the final two, which will then go to the party membership, or if only one of them gets 100, because of course there are other names being talked about, Suella Braverman, Kemi Badenoch. Even yesterday we were hearing there was talk of Brandon Lewis potentially throwing his hat in the ring. It's not over yet until we hear the declarations in terms of who is going to be running. So I think MPs are having many conversations here in Westminster, also going home, many of them home in their constituencies now, sounding out their local parties and trying to work out who best to back for the future of the party and indeed the country.
Amanda, OK, let's talk about Christian Matheson now, obviously away from the leadership race, but he has resigned in the last few minutes.
Yes, indeed. So he has been the Parliamentary Standards Commissioner has found him guilty of allegations of serious sexual misconduct, which the Labour Party say that they take this very seriously. They have zero tolerance for this, and they acted immediately following the findings of the independent panel. He himself has resigned, so they say they're going to be selecting a new candidate for the city of Chester. He has apologised to the complainant in the case, although he's also said that although he believed he was guilty of some minor infractions of the code, he doesn't accept that he was guilty of all the allegations against him. The panel initially recommended 4 weeks suspension as punishment, but obviously as he's resigned, a new MP will be put in place. But it basically relates to a former staff member. Allegedly, he invited her on a private trip overseas, an invitation which the Commissioner said was sexually motivated, unwanted, and placed her under pressure and intimidated her. And there was also another incident at a work event outside Parliament when apparently he linked arms with her, made personal comments about her appearance while looking at her suggestively, made her hold his hand, and then tried to invite her back to his flat, kissing her on the forehead and attempting to kiss her on the mouth. The Commissioner has basically concluded that all of this was unwanted and unwelcome sexual advances. Clearly, Parliament has been rocked by a number of these cases in recent months and years. They're trying to tighten up the processes around dealing with it, and clearly for the Labour Party, they want to demonstrate that they're acting quickly in a way they haven't needed to do so to take direct action against him, because he has immediately resigned himself. But clearly something that all the parties are keen to show that they are taking very seriously.
OK, Amanda, thank you so much. Now, a Cabinet Minister has told Sky News they believe Boris Johnson could secure the 100 nominations that he needs from the Conservative MPs to progress in the Tory leadership race if he were to stand. Joining me now is Sky's Saba Chowdhury. She's in Uxbridge for us. So, Saba, what are people telling you there? Would they support a Johnson comeback?
Good afternoon, Kimberly. Well, to be very honest with you, it's been mixed views speaking to the people here in Uxbridge, as you say, former Prime Minister Boris Johnson's constituency. And, you know, some people have been saying that they want a general election, that the vote should be put to the people. We are a democracy and it should be down to the people of the country, not just a handful, as one person said to me, a handful of Tory members. But the thing that's most interesting is the fact that the vast majority of the people that I've spoken to are saying that despite Partygate, despite the scandal after scandal, they would love to have Boris Johnson back as Prime Minister. And that is the mood that we have captured here in Uxbridge. Here are what people have had to say.
Boris Johnson was actually the Prime Minister that took us out of Brexit.
So I'm a big fan of Boris Johnson. I don't think we actually gave him a fair chance based on what he had to deal with.
Well, I think they're going to have somebody in place, but it's who they're going to have in place. And I don't know whether Boris would be any good at being back again.
Do you know what? He did a good job during a crisis. I think if it hadn't been for the dishonesty of it all, Partygate and everything else that he did, I think he would have done a good job.
I'd rather not have an election. I'd rather go back to Boris, because I think he was great. And he made a few mistakes, but who doesn't?
Well, some different opinions there, but the vast majority of people wanting to have the former Prime Minister back. Now, we don't yet know whether he will be putting his hat in the ring, but his father yesterday, Stanley Johnson, did say that he hopes that his son will do just that and that he has a strong record to be considered. Now, we understand that the Prime Minister is currently in the Caribbean, and some sources have been saying to Sky News that they think that he will be coming back. But again, as I say, no official confirmation on that just yet. Now, whoever the new leader will be the fifth Conservative Prime Minister in 6 years. Now, that, of course, comes after Liz Truss's resignation yesterday. Who that new leader will be, we'll find out next week.
OK, Saba, thanks a lot. The Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, has been talking about the leadership contest this morning. What would you say to that?
Well, I think the Tory party has to settle down and get on with delivering its mandate that it was elected on in 2019 with a massive majority, which is to govern on behalf of the citizens of this country. And I think that means tackling the economic challenges we face, tackling the threats globally that we face, and I make sure that's the real number one priority for us all.
Can you say whether you would be standing in this leadership race?
Look, last time I said I wouldn't stand, it was not something that I was prepared to do. I think you really have to want it as a Prime Minister to do that job. You have to really, really think it's the job for you. For me, I feel that I can add the best value in keeping people safe at Defence by being the Defence Secretary. It's the job that I have been doing, and it's the job I intend to stay doing. So I am not going to be standing for Prime Minister this time, and the same reasons really apply as last time.
Can you tell us who you would be putting your weight behind?
Well, I think it's really important to consider for me which candidate will recognise the very pressing security concerns that face this country at the time, that will take decisions to invest in defence and security. It's really important. Without national security, there is no economic security, and I think that is important that whoever are the candidates putting their names forward, they indicate that. But also at the same time, I have to recognise the issue of the mandate. This will be potentially our third Prime Minister since the general election of 2019. That means we have to think about that legitimacy question that the public will be asking themselves, and also about who could win the next election. That's obviously important for any political party at the time. So, at the moment, I would lean towards Boris Johnson. I think he will still have some questions to answer around, obviously, that investigation. But I know when I was Secretary of State for Defence, he invested in defence, he supported me, he supported the actions this country has taken to keep us safe. So that's at the moment, I'm leaning towards that. But I think, there are a few days to go, and we'll see what's happened. There's some other candidates who are just as excellent putting their name in the ring, but I think fundamentally we have to answer those first 2 points I said earlier.
So you would not be supporting then the candidacy of Rishi Sunak?
Well, I think what I've said is at the moment I'm leaning towards Boris Johnson. I'll be keen to see what Rishi Sunak also says on defence and security and investment. And I think it's just important to reiterate to your viewers, there can't be economic security without national security. And therefore, those candidates need to answer that question as much as what they're going to do in the here and now about the economy.
Do you know whether Mr Johnson would be in favour of keeping the commitment to keeping defence spending at 3% of GDP in the next decade?
Well, his track record is definitely of investing in defence. He gave me an extra £24 billion into defence when other departments weren't getting a multi-year settlement at the time, and I think that shows his actions were obviously his true colours on that. And I think we just have to continue looking at the impacts of the economic situation. But the direction of travel has to be an increased investment in defence, and certainly recognising that there are real threats to this country, and there's not a day that goes by without me working on that. And I am in a position where I see those threats. Often the public can't see them, I'm afraid, because of intelligence, but nonetheless they are real, and I'll look for a candidate and a leader that can do that Boris Johnson has to date always had that track record, and that's why I'll be leaning towards him at the moment.
Do you not think that Mr Johnson, though, is tainted by previous scandals and that the electorate really wouldn't go for that?
Well, let's see. In 2019, he won a general election with a huge majority. He was legitimately sent into Parliament as the Prime Minister based on the vote of the whole electorate, not just on Tory members, not just on members of Parliament. That he got a mandate, and I think that's an important thing for all of us to bear in mind. We'll see what happens. Of course, unity is also important. I'll be looking for how the candidates are prepared to bring the party together, because without unity, we can't govern either.
But some would say that Mr Johnson would be even more divisive, because it seems that a number of MPs have said that they will resign the whip if he becomes the candidate.
Look, we've seen, sadly, from the last leadership election, the party had lots of finalists. There wasn't a clear winner head and shoulders above the other. That, of course, is cause for concern. And here we are back again, I'm afraid. And last time they didn't choose, Rishi Sunak, they didn't choose others, they chose Liz Truss. I would have hoped that we'd all settled down, given people some space, delivered a new budget. That hasn't happened. So therefore, we have to recognise we have to focus on unity. We have to focus on who's best placed to win the next election as well.
Do you think it's realistic for there to be a Halloween budget, given that the new leader will only be in place 2 days before this budget takes place?
Well, look, I think the timing of the budget is incredibly important when it comes to the advice you get from the Treasury. The Treasury has to make sure that it keeps confidence in the international markets, and if that deems a budget on the 31st October, then that is what potentially has to happen. But I'll leave that decision to the Chancellor, who has the best interests of the economy at his heart.
Do you think any potential leader is going to have to really work hard with Jeremy Hunt, the Chancellor? Is it really Jeremy Hunt who's still going to be in charge?
Well, I hope Jeremy stays as Chancellor. I had a meeting with him yesterday. Jeremy is, like me, a very experienced member of the government. He joined with me in 2005. He is calm, he is experienced, he's knowledgeable about all that needs to be done. And, I have a lot of faith in him being our Chancellor.
And how realistic is it, do you think, of any of these candidates to get 100 votes? How many candidates do you think will be able to achieve that?
Well, we've got over 350 MPs. I think that is possible. We've got between now and Monday, and I think we'll get on with it.
OK, got until Monday. We need to get on with it. Ben Wallace there saying the Tory party has to settle down and get on with the job of delivering the 2019 mandate. He says he will not be standing, and that at the moment he will be leaning towards Boris Johnson. At the moment, he also says that he hopes Jeremy Hunt will carry on as Chancellor. So Ben Wallace saying he's not standing, at the moment leaning towards Boris Johnson. Well, one of the main issues facing whoever becomes the next Prime Minister will be the turmoil of the UK economy. New figures today reveal how the cost of government borrowing is rising and retail sales are falling more than expected. The Office for National Statistics, the ONS, reported that public sector net borrowing came in at £20 billion last month. That's £3 billion more than economists had expected. And it's £2.2 billion more than in the same month last year, and the second highest September borrowing figure on record. Only the borrowing figure in September of 2020, at the height of the pandemic, was higher. Retail sales volumes in September were down 1.4% on August, compared with city forecasts for a decline of 0.5%. The figure was down 6.9% on the same figure last year. Food store sales volumes were down 1.8% during the month, while non-store retailing sales volumes, largely online shopping, they were down by 3%. Now, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, has reiterated today that the government will do whatever is necessary to drive down debt in the medium term and to ensure that taxpayers' money is well spent, putting the public finances on a sustainable path as we grow the economy. He added that strong public finances are the foundation of a strong economy. To stabilise markets, I've been clear that protecting our public finances means difficult decisions lie ahead. Let's talk to our business presenter, Ian King, now. So not great news, Ian.
No, Kimberly, that's right. The figures out today really underline the challenge that faces not only the new Prime Minister, but also the newish Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt. If I take them in turn, I mean, the numbers on retail sales, pretty disappointing all in. Now, retail sales can be quite scatty. They can be quite erratic. This 1.4% decline in retail sales volumes was getting on for some 3 times worse than the consensus number, according to Reuters polling, which was looking at a decline of 0.5%. These figures are prone to revision changing quite often. So, as I say, they are quite difficult to forecast. But nonetheless, they do point to potentially the fact that the UK may already be in recession. They chime very much with some of the awful figures that we've had on consumer confidence lately. A couple of really eye-catching aspects to them. One is that in terms of food sales volumes are actually lower in September than they were in February 2020 going into the pandemic. That really does show you the extent to which consumer spending is being squeezed. There was a 1.3% drop in sales of motor fuel, petrol and diesel. Again, I think that points to the fact that prices are at elevated levels. And funnily enough, there have been some other statistics this week pointing to an increased use of cycles recently. So it shows that people are getting out of their cars and onto their bikes in an attempt to save money. And the biggest drop actually was in non-store sales. Now, that includes things like street markets, but it's predominantly made up of online shopping, and that was down 3%. And again, that shows that consumers are really drawing in their horns in all aspects of their spending. And it actually chimes with something that we heard yesterday from the online fashion retailer ASOS, which announced that it had gone into the red in the year to the end of August. So consumer spending really under a great deal of pressure right now. Now, on the public finances, again, pretty disappointing. There are a couple of things to point out here. First of all, this takes government borrowing overall for the first 6 months of the financial year to £133 billion. The Office for Budget Responsibility in its most recent forecast was expecting borrowing to be at £127 billion at this stage of the financial year. So not particularly encouraging news there. Now, a lot of this is down to higher costs in terms of interest payments on the national debt, £7.7 billion, as you were saying, and up some £2.2 billion on the same month last year. It's actually the first year-on-year increase in government borrowing since March 2021. So not a statistic that the Treasury will have wanted to see. Now, about 28% of the national debt, interest payments on it are fixed to the rate of inflation, and not just any old inflation number, but the largely discredited now RPI figure, which has been running in excess of 12% in recent months. So that is why you're seeing that component of interest on the national debt increasing. The national debt, incidentally, now stands at £2.45 billion, which is some 98% of GDP, getting dangerously close towards 100% there. It wasn't just interest payments on the national debt, though, that pushed up government borrowing during the month. Government spending was up. That came in at some £89 billion during the month of September, and included in that was some £1.3 billion worth of payments to benefit claimants to help them with their fuel bills. So that is a factor. That's one to keep tabs on as well. Taxes, by the way, well, they're still increasing. I mean, there is an element of growth being eked out in the economy so far, and tax receipts were up by some £5 billion to just over £50 billion. It's that big increase in government spending, and in particular the higher interest component on the national debt that is really adding to those woes. It kind of highlights the lack of wriggle room that the Chancellor has as he prepares his medium-term fiscal statement on the 31st of October. There is very little scope indeed for doing anything other than raising taxes and cutting public spending to a degree. But Gerard Lyons, the economist who I spoke to earlier on today, he was making the point that he thinks the government potentially has a bit more room for manoeuvre than it was thinking about.
Debt to GDP in the UK is high, but it's manageable. But what happens when debt to GDP is high? It makes the fiscal outlook very dependent on your assumptions about growth and also on the outlook for interest rates. I think the scale of tightening we're now seeing might be overdoing it, but there's no doubt that we've got to a situation where stability has taken centre stage, and that's unfortunately, in some people's eyes, taking too much of a centre stage. But as someone looking at it from the market's perspective, I'm saying more stability has to now be the issue that's addressed.
And Gerard mentioned the financial markets. Well, I can tell you sterling is lower on the day so far, off by nearly 1% against the US dollar. Meanwhile, gilt yields, which have been going in the right direction for all of this week, which is obviously an implied government borrowing cost, well, they've actually ticked higher this morning.
OK, Ian, thanks a lot. Time for a quick look at the weather.
Anticipation is rising, and so is the atmosphere. Are you ready? The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Low pressure will dominate our weather over the next few days, and that means further showers or longer spells of rain. Cloud and outbreaks of rain will slowly clear from northern Scotland today. Elsewhere, low cloud and fog will lift to reveal sunny spells, but bands of blustery showers will move up from the southwest. Those will affect much of Ireland and the UK.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Watching Sky News today. Coming up this afternoon as the Conservatives enter their second leadership race of the year, who are the favourites to win? I'll speak to a polling expert next. New figures from the ONS show COVID infections have continued to rise in England and Wales. The total number of people in private households in the UK testing positive for coronavirus stood at just over 2 million in the week up to October the 10th. Let's speak to our science correspondent, Thomas Moore. He's in the newsroom for us. So, Thomas, COVID infections on the rise.
Yes, it shows another 15% rise in COVID infections. This is the wave now, which has continued for several weeks. But there are hints that it may be beginning to turn, and I'll dive into some of the data in a minute. But it is 1 in 30 people in the UK currently had the virus. This is from the Office for National Statistics, and there is a slight lag in the data. When you start to dig in and look at the regional stats, though, there are hints that in many parts of England, the cases are beginning to level off or even beginning to fall. So they are only rising in Yorkshire, the West Midlands and the southeast of England. Elsewhere, there is this turn, as I say. But there is a lag, and if you look at other data sources, such as was the UK Health Security Agency's weekly survey, which came out yesterday. It looked at testing of hospital patients and hospital workers. That did show that there had been a decrease over the last week. So, and that is really a reflection of community rates. That's likely to take another couple of weeks to show up in the ONS data, but I think there are hopeful signs, certainly, that immunity from past infection and vaccination, of course, with the current autumn booster campaign, that is beginning to win out as predicted it would as the autumn progresses.
OK, Thomas, thank you. Well, more now on where the Tory leadership is heading as potential candidates try to get the support of Conservative MPs and weigh up their chances. The latest figures that we have are that Boris Johnson has the backing of 34 MPs, Penny Mordaunt has 17 and Rishi Sunak is now on 52. I'm joined by Joe Twyman, who's the co-founder of Delta Poll. Joe, good afternoon to you. First of all, when they announced that threshold of 100 MPs, what did you think of that?
Well, it struck me that it was designed to make this process move as quickly as possible and perhaps not involve the membership of the Conservative Party at all, make it a decision for the MPs that they would decide between themselves, and for all intents and purposes, it was designed to have a new Prime Minister announced on Monday evening. OK, so how would that happen? Just talk us through that. Well, the voting takes place on Monday. Candidates need over 100 MPs to support them in order to get onto that ballot. If more than two do get through, then there's a process of indicative voting, which will essentially whittle the candidates down to the final two. Now, the suggestion is that at that point, one of the candidates, presumably the one not in first place, will choose to not go forward and will resign from the contest, leaving the person in first place to go forward. But there's no guarantee of that. And I would say that an interesting situation could emerge if one candidate gets a large number of MPs, let's say north of 200, another gets just over the 100 threshold, but then still insists on going to the party vote. I think that would... Because
that's what happened last time, wasn't it? That the party vote was different to what the MPs said.
Yes, but the thresholds were very different last time, and so you had a series of votes to whittle things down. But it's certainly the case that Liz Truss was not the most preferred candidate among MPs, nor was she the most preferred candidate among the general public. In that instance, the only constituency that she actually won was, ironically, the only one that really counted, and that was the Conservative Party members. This time around, I think, in an attempt to avoid that situation, as I say, they will hope, the Conservative Party within Westminster will hope that the winner of the MP's vote then goes forward unopposed and that all other candidates drop out. OK, Joe, you're the pollster. Who do you think is going to come out Trump? And do you think it will actually happen on Monday, or we're going to have to, or it will all play out until the 28th? Predicting what MPs may do is extremely difficult at the best of times. And with all the horse trading that's going on, no doubt, as we speak, but also in the weekend ahead, it's extremely difficult to say what will happen. I think the three main candidates are Penny Mordaunt, Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson. But we don't officially know if Boris Johnson has even confirmed if he's running yet. And all of the suggestions that he might be doing well or might not be doing well, might reach the threshold, might not, are simply speculation. And among the general public, it is Boris Johnson who is seen as the preferred candidate of those three. But having said that, he is still not a popular candidate overall. And I think the difficulty that the Conservative Party have is that no one of those candidates is a real standout, as has been the case in previous leadership elections. It may be that the party within Westminster, I should say, opts for a unity candidate in the hope of bringing stability and calm rather than rocking the boat yet further. On Monday evening, if there are two candidates, the MPs will vote for their favourite of the two, and then it will go to the membership. That vote of the MPs between the two, how indicative do you think that will be of what will happen when the members vote? Well, as I say, there's no guarantee that the members will vote if one of the candidates drops out. And I think a lot of it will depend on who those final two candidates are. I imagine that Boris Johnson, if he does get through to the final two, will fancy his chances with based on some evidence that he could win a vote of the Conservative Party membership. But there is an interesting question about if he just scrapes over the line, if he gets just over the 100 MPs compared to whoever it is against him who could get well over 200. Does he then go forward to the membership, or does he decide that perhaps he should reflect the views of his MPs and try to get the party to unite around a more popular candidate among the MPs? But as I say, it's trying to game this out, trying to second guess where each of the candidates will be is extremely difficult, and it may be that before we even get there, the candidates reconcile what's going on between them, and perhaps only one person goes through to the vote. It's all possible, but it's very difficult to see the precise pathway that we'll go down.
Okay, well, we shall see, Joe. Thanks a lot for talking to us.
Thank you.
British and US intelligence say Iranian troops are on the ground in Crimea supporting Russian drone attacks on Ukraine. It comes as the Ukrainian military continues a counteroffensive in the strategic Kherson region, an area that was annexed and put under martial law by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's take a more detailed look now at the situation on the ground. We're joined by retired Air Vice Marshal Sean Bell. Sean, thank you so much for talking to us. We'll get to the Iranian troops in a bit, but just in general, what's happening on the ground?
Yeah, I think the noose is tightening. You talked about Kherson. The Ukrainian noose is tightening around the Russian soldiers in Kherson. Russian officials have been ordered to leave and head across the Dnieper River. There's also lots of reports of Russian soldiers being seen in Kherson in civilian attire, which is really indicative that they're trying to get them out without attracting media attention of any sort of withdrawal. General Surovikin, who's the most senior Russian general there, has hinted there are difficulties in Kherson, which is really unusual that Russians would admit that. Seems to be setting the conditions for a Russian withdrawal. But even if they do withdraw, getting those forces across the Dnieper River when there are no bridges active, it wouldn't be hard to get their soldiers out. But it'd be really difficult to get the heavy weapons out, and Russia will not want to leave those weapons. But if we zoom out, actually, across the whole country, what I'm struck by is that Russia is on the back foot in Kherson, down to the southwest here. It's also on the back foot up in the north, in the Kharkiv region. From a military perspective, if you're on the back foot, you'd use any spare resources to plug the gaps. Whereas, in fact, what the Russians are actually doing is still fighting around Donetsk and trying to take the rest of the Donbass region that they don't currently own. One explanation for that is that President Putin has always claimed this is a special military operation. Winter's fast approaching. If they can have a desperate effort to win the Donbass, President Putin could then have a pause, look east and claim success to his Russian stakeholders, look west and start to negotiate. But only Putin knows what his plan is at this stage.
What do you make of these reports that there are Iranians in Crimea helping with the use of Iranian drones in Ukraine? I mean, that is standard, isn't it? If you're going to use another country's drones, they do send operators, don't they?
It depends how simple they are, and it depends how much of a book comes with it, because a manual, as it were. For the last 10 days, Russians have a massive focus on the targeting Ukrainian energy infrastructure. These are not military targets. Let's be quite clear. They are definitely trying to terrorise the population with this. They're using the Shahed 136 drones, which are about 3 metres by 3 metres, only about 100 miles an hour, but quite a long range, 1,100-mile range. And they have deployed, Iran has deployed a number of specialist military experts to help more in support and training. As a result, the UK and the US have imposed more sanctions on Iran.
OK, we're going to have to leave it there. Sean Bell, thanks a lot. The care regulator has warned that a workforce the size of the population of Newcastle needs to be recruited urgently to ease the gridlocked health and care system. The Care Quality Commission says it's getting tougher and tougher to access care because of a massive shortage of workers. Our health correspondent Ashish Joshi reports.
Hello, Catherine. Even at 96, living with cancer and diabetes, Catherine is still fiercely independent.
I've been not too bad, Rebecca.
But she knows eventually she will need more specialist end-of-life care in the community.
I know there's no treatment for me to have to prolong my life any longer, so we'll just accept what comes my way. If it can happen at the end of my life, then I, don't mind. I'll tolerate it. I know my daughters will do everything possible for me to have a good ending.
500,000 people across the country can't count on the same support. They're waiting for their care to start or to be assessed. It means just under half of all patients waiting in hospitals to be discharged can't leave, even if they're medically fit.
The care sector has not always had the attention that it deserves. And this year, what we've seen is the system is gridlocked. And we're seeing when that happens, it means that people get stuck at home. It means that people come to harm.
The sector is hemorrhaging staff, just as its workforce needs to be growing to keep up with demand. Care sector leaders say the cost of living crisis has made recruitment and retention harder than ever.
We know that people are very low paid, so there's a huge concern about people leaving to join other sectors where they can earn more money, be that hospitality or retail or supermarkets.
We are monitoring closely your insulin.
Without immediate action, staff shortages in the health and care sector will increase pressure across the NHS and in the community. And that could leave people like Catherine more vulnerable this winter. Ashish Joshi, Sky News in South East London.
Kevin Spacey has said he's deeply grateful after winning a civil lawsuit against an actor who accused him of making an unwanted sexual advance. Anthony Rapp alleged the Hollywood star inappropriately touched him at a party when he was 14, which Mr. Spacey vigorously denied. I speak to Shaman Freeman-Powell, who's in the newsroom for us. Hi, Shaman. So these were allegations dating back to the 1980s, weren't they?
Yes, that's right. And a jury deliberated for around an hour at a court in Manhattan before finding that Anthony Rapp had not been able to prove that Kevin Spacey had made unwanted sexual advances towards him. Now, Rapp, who claimed that he was 14 and had accused Kevin Spacey of abusing him when Kevin Spacey was 26, had been seeking $40 million in damages in the civil case before it was dismissed. And of course, this was just one of the many cases that came off of the back of that Me Too movement in 2017. And as a result, Spacey's reputation as an Oscar award-winning actor was completely tarnished. He was sacked from the hugely successful Netflix series House of Cards and was also ordered to pay around $31 million in compensation to the producers for the costs that they incurred after firing him. Now, Spacey had always categorically denied these allegations, and after the lawsuit was dismissed, he's reported to have hugged his lawyers before leaving the courtroom. But he is likely to face more courtrooms in future, as he is separately facing 5 charges in the UK for sexual assault, which he does deny, and he will face that trial in June next year.
OK, Shaman, thank you. You're watching Sky News Today. Coming up this afternoon, we'll have more on the Tory leadership contest as the favourites prepare to mount bids to become Prime Minister. I'm going to be speaking to the political editor of the Daily Mirror next.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
9 p.m.
is the time for debate. Time for discussions.
Net zero means
Time for answers.
The evidence is there.
Time to join the conversation.
I really hated it.
To try and make sense of issues that affect you.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
Is the soundtrack to your weeknights on Sky News.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
For rainy days or silver linings. Invest in your future. Sky News Financial Reports, sponsored by Interactive Investor. Invest in your future. Sky News Financial Reports, sponsored by Interactive Investor.
More now on where the Tory leadership is heading as potential candidates try to get the support of Conservative MPs and weigh up their chances. Latest figures that we have, Boris Johnson has the backing of 34 MPs, Penny Mordaunt 17 and Rishi Sunak now on 52. Let's speak to the political editor now of the Daily Mirror, John Stevens. Good afternoon to you, John. Thanks so much for talking to us. I mean, I think everyone is still trying to come to terms with what happened yesterday. What was your reaction and how are you dealing with it?
Yeah, well, things seemed to move quite quickly yesterday. Obviously, we knew over the last couple of months, Liz Truss seemed to make a complete mess of the economy. But it is still a shock that someone could be Prime Minister for just 44 days. Before basically having to admit that she didn't have the support of her party anymore and that we need a PM. And it just feels like to go back into this whole cycle of a Tory leadership election so soon, it does feel slightly surreal. I mean, Boris Johnson only left Downing Street last month. Liz just came in at the beginning of the month. Most of the people had only just about put away all their campaigning T-shirts, all their leaflets. People like Rishi Sunak, people like Penny Mordaunt, who went through it last time. And here we are back again doing the same thing again.
Yeah, I mean, thankfully, it'll only be a week. If it does extend to a week, it could only be Monday, couldn't it?
Yeah, so on Monday, the candidates have got until 2 p.m. on Monday to get the backing of 100 Tory MPs. And then on Monday, if there's more than 2 candidates who do get that backing of 100 out of about 357 Tory MPs, that there will be a vote of Tory MPs. And then it will go to the membership if there are still 2 candidates, and they will have until Friday to vote online. So it's going to move a lot quicker than last time. Remember that process took about 2 months last time around. We had the candidates going all around the country doing all these different hustings events. This time it's going to be much, much quicker. And it looks like we're just going to get one TV debate at some point next week.
Sir Keir Starmer, what did he call it? A revolving door of chaos. And he's also, of course, called for a general election. I mean, do you think there's appetite for a general election among the general public?
Yeah, you look at the polling and it does look like there is strong backing from the public for that. I think it's just over 60% of people in a poll yesterday said they wanted a general election. The Daily Mirror set up a campaign calling for a general election. That got set up last night, just overnight. It's on the Daily Mirror website. That's up to about 68,000 people have signed that. So, yeah, I think there are a lot of people in the country who think that these 170,000 Tory members got to choose who became the PM last time. She made a total mess of the economy, which means that people's mortgage rates are going up, that there's a massive black hole in the public finances. And now they're going to have another go. And I think a lot of people think that the public should have some role in this to decide who runs the country.
OK, well, let's have a look at who we think is going to be running. Ben Wallace obviously the last half an hour or so has said it's not going to be him. He's leaning towards Boris Johnson. Didn't want to do it the first time, not going to do it now. The figures we have are Boris Johnson on 34 MPs, Penny Mordaunt on 17, Rishi Sunak now on 52. So who do you think, do you think that Rishi Sunak will get to that threshold of 100? Do you think Penny Mordaunt, if she's on 17, will get there? And do you think Boris Johnson, who's apparently winging his way back from the Caribbean?
Yeah, so I think Rishi Sunak obviously came top of the vote of Tory MPs last time round. So he seems the most likely to be able to get to that magic number of 100. Boris Johnson's numbers are rising quite quickly. We know that his supporters say that he won that massive general election victory in 2019. I think it is a boost to him that he has got someone like Ben Wallace saying that they are going to possibly support him. But he is a divisive figure and he does have things still hanging over him. That privileges investigation into whether he lied to MPs about Partygate, that's still ongoing. That's not been resolved. And his critics on the Tory backbenches would say, hang on a minute, if we pick Boris Johnson, he becomes the Prime Minister and the Tory leader, then that Commons investigation finishes. It's possible that he could be suspended from the Commons. If he got suspended, what's the Tory party going to do then? Are they going to pick another leader to take his place? So I think that is something that a lot of them are concerned about. There's also the possibility that he may not be able to bring the Tory party back together again. We've already heard from some Tory backbenchers yesterday saying that if Boris Johnson came back as leader, they would think about defecting, sitting as independents, or just giving up their seats in Parliament full stop and triggering by-elections. So I think, yeah, there are a lot of people who think that Boris Johnson could be an election winner for him, but equally there are a lot of people who think it would be very dangerous if he came back as PM.
OK, John Stevens. John's the political editor of the Daily Mirror. Thank you so much, John. You're watching Sky News. All the latest coming up on the Tory leadership contest as the favourites prepare to mount bids to become the next Prime Minister. Good afternoon. You're watching Sky News at 1. The headlines. The race is on again. Possible Tory candidates look to build support for a leadership challenge with a new Prime Minister expected to be appointed in a week. The former Prime Minister Boris Johnson is tipped as a potential candidate, with reports suggesting he could be coming back from his Caribbean holiday to run.
At the moment, I would lean towards Boris Johnson. I think he will still have some questions to answer around, obviously, that investigation. But I know when I was Secretary of State for Defence, he invested in defence, he supported me.
We've got to get away from this idea that there's a sort of revolving door of chaos and that we just get the next experiment at the top of the Tory party.
Labour's Christian Matheson resigns as MP for the City of Chester following accusations of serious sexual misconduct, which he denies. The economy under growing pressure as new figures today show government borrowing is soaring and retail sales are falling. The damning report that shows patients unable to leave hospital and a health and care system seizing up. Reports that Iranian forces are on the ground in Crimea supporting Russian drone attacks against Ukraine. And Kevin Spacey is cleared in a civil trial that claimed he sexually abused a 14-year-old boy in the 1980s. Good afternoon. The battle for number 10 is on again. Only 6 weeks after the last Tory leadership race ended, another has now started after the Prime Minister resigned yesterday. Potential contenders are taking soundings to try to build enough support to make a bid to replace Liz Truss in 7 days' time. So with only a week until we have a new PM, how will this leadership contest actually be decided? Well, nominations are now open and will close at 2 p.m. on Monday. Candidates must secure 100 nominations from MPs to get through. If only one contender reaches that mark, they'll be elected Prime Minister on Monday. If more than 2 candidates make it through, Tory MPs will vote between 3:30 and 5:30 on Monday, and the person with the fewest votes will be eliminated. MPs will vote then for their favourite out of the 2 candidates between 6:30 and 8:30, and that would be an indicative vote. Those candidates will then face televised hustings, and the final choice will be made by Conservative Party members in an online vote which closes at 11 a.m. next Friday. The result will then be announced by the evening of Friday the 28th at the latest. So who's in the running? Well, Rishi Sunak currently has the most numbers of MPs backing him. 55 have come forward so far. Boris Johnson is in second place, a remarkable comeback, possibly on the cards with reports that he's coming back from a Caribbean holiday to enter the race. 34 MPs say they will support him, including the Business Secretary, Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's followed by the current Leader of the Commons, Penny Mordaunt, who has the support of 16 MPs so far, and Suella Braverman, who resigned as Home Secretary, as well as the International Trade Secretary and former leadership contender, Kemi Badenoch. Well, earlier, the Defence Secretary, Ben Wallace, ruled himself out of the race to be the next PM and weighed in on who he might support.
For me, I feel that I can add the best value in keeping people safe at Defence by being the Defence Secretary. It's the job that I have been doing, and it's the job I intend to stay doing. So I am not going to be standing for Prime Minister this time, and the same reasons really apply as last time. At the moment, I would lean towards Boris Johnson. I think he will still have some questions to answer around, obviously, that investigation. But I know when I was Secretary of State for Defence, he invested in defence, he supported me, he supported the actions this country has taken to keep us safe. So that's at the moment, I'm leaning towards that.
Well, as the Tory leadership race begins, Labour are calling for an immediate general election. Speaking a little earlier, Sir Keir Starmer said the possibility of Mr Johnson's return was proof of the need for a public vote.
Only 3 months ago, Boris Johnson left office because most of those who were serving him on his front bench had declared that he was unfit for office. So to go from the kamikaze budget under Liz Truss back to a man that his own party has declared is unfit for office is the most powerful argument you could possibly have for a general election, so that we can put the alternative case to the country, which is stability, growth, an economy that works for everyone, rather than this chaos.
So let's speak to our political correspondent again. Amanda Akers is in Central Lobby. Hello, Amanda. So one would actually expect the Leader of the Opposition to call for a general election in these rather interesting circumstances in which we find ourselves.
Well, yes, absolutely. I think Labour would be cock-a-hoop if that happens. They're currently 39 points ahead in the poll, but therefore I think it's also very unlikely, however despairing the Conservative MPs are about the current situation of their party, and a number perhaps privately willing to accept that maybe they need some time in opposition to regroup and gather their party back together. If they wanted to have another general election, then many of them would be, frankly, voting themselves out of a job. So instead, there's a lot of talk about trying to find a unity candidate for Prime Minister to try and bring all those disparate factions back together after the chaos of Liz Truss's premiership and also the very divisive, bitter nature of the leadership campaign we saw over this summer. I think in reality, however, the party is incredibly divided and there's a lot of work going on behind the scenes, a lot of frantic horse trading, because the candidates only have until 2 o'clock on Monday to gather the support of the 100 MPs they would need to go ahead to the next stage of the contest. As we've seen from those figures there, at the moment, Rishi Sunak is the one who is out ahead in terms of the number of MPs who have been publicly backing him. He was the person who came second to Liz Truss, of course, and his supporters, of course, none of them have publicly declared yet, but his supporters argue that he would be the person to bring economic stability back to the country. Pretty much all of his predictions over Liz Truss's economic programme ended up coming true, which of course has given him a great deal of credibility. At the same time, many of Boris Johnson's supporters see him as the man who stabbed him in the back. Penny Mordaunt, she came third last time. She's also garnering support of her own. Last night we heard from MPs saying that many individuals were calling her, urging her to stand. So she's also looking like a very likely candidate. But of course, the big drama is over Boris Johnson and whether he is likely to try and re-enter the fray. Currently, he's been on holiday in the Caribbean. Many in the party are frankly aghast at the idea he could come back, having himself been defenestrated by 62 of his own MPs after the sagas of Patterson, Wallpapergate, Partygate, the allegations around Chris Pincher and so on. He's still got the Privileges Committee investigation hanging over him. Equally, on the other hand, many in the party love him. They believe he is the candidate who is best able to speak to the country, given that he was the one who was directly elected in that sense in the last general election. Earlier, I spoke to one of his backers, the MP for Grimsby.
I think Boris Johnson is the leader that the country wants, that they voted for, especially in my constituency. They believe that he wants to make positive change in the country, and I support that. And I think he's a leader that can actually move the country forward in the direction we want.
OK, Amanda, let's leave the leadership contest now and talk about Christian Matheson, the Labour MP. Why has he resigned?
Yes, so we found out earlier today that the Parliamentary Commissioner for Standards had upheld 2 allegations of sexual misconduct against him made by a former staff member. We understand that he allegedly invited her on a private trip overseas, an invitation which the investigation concluded was sexually motivated and unwanted and placed her under pressure as well as intimidating her. There was also another event surrounding a work event which was outside Parliament where he reportedly linked arms with her, made personal comments about her appearance while looking at her suggestively, made her hold his hand, accompanied her to a bus stop, tried to get her to come back to his flat, kissed her on the forehead and attempted to kiss her on the mouth. Now, he has apologised to the complainant, but he and has resigned his seat as the MP for Chester, although he also says he only accepts that there are what he describes as minor breaches of the code. He doesn't accept the more serious allegations. However, the Labour Party have come down very strongly on this. They say they have a zero-tolerance approach to sexual harassment. They've acted immediately following the findings of the independent panel. Now, interestingly, we've also had a statement in the past few minutes from the GMB union, who represents the staff of members here in Parliament, and they've described it as a grotesque abuse of power. They welcomed the sanction handed out because the parliamentary commissioner wanted him to be suspended for 4 weeks. Labour already moved to withdraw the whip, saying they were going to find another candidate. He, of course, has gone further than that and resigned completely. So they say progress is being made in the way these kind of complaints are handled, but they still criticise the fact that it took 17 months to conclude.
OK, Amanda, thank you so much. We have some breaking news from the Thames Valley Police. They're saying that human remains found in a loft space at a property in Thurston in Milton Keynes, well, they have been confirmed as the body of Leah Croucher. In a statement, the Thames Valley Police have said officers investigating the murder of Leah Croucher in Milton Keynes can today confirm that she has been formally identified. A Home Office post-mortem, which was conducted last week, has been inconclusive as to the cause of Leah's death, and investigations are continuing. A murder investigation was launched last week following the discovery of Leah in the loft space of 2 Loxbear Drive in Thurston in Milton Keynes. Now, one of the main issues facing whoever becomes the next Prime Minister will be the turmoil of the UK economy. New figures today reveal how the cost of government borrowing is rising and retail sales are falling more than expected. The Office for National Statistics, the ONS, reported that public sector net borrowing came in at £20 billion last month. That's £3 billion more than economists had expected, and it's £2.2 billion more than in the same month last year, and it is the second highest September borrowing figure on record. Only the borrowing figure in September of 2020, at the height of the pandemic, was higher. Retail sales volumes in September were down 1.4% on August, compared with city forecasts for a decline of 0.5%. The figure was down 6.9% on the same figure last year. Food store sales volumes were down 1.8% during the month, while non-store retailing sales volumes, which is largely online shopping, they were down by 3%. Now, the Chancellor, Jeremy Hunt, has reiterated today that the government will do whatever is necessary to drive down debt in the medium term and to ensure that taxpayers' money is well spent, putting the public finances on a sustainable path as we grow the economy. He added that strong public finances are the foundation of a strong economy, and to stabilise the markets, I've been clear that protecting our public finances means difficult decisions lie ahead. Let's speak to our business presenter now, Ian King, who's in the city for us. So, Ian, not great news.
No, not terribly encouraging news at all there, Kimberly. If I take them in turn, the retail sales figures really do point to an economy that, if not is not already in recession, is certainly heading that way. They also tally with some of the really dreadful consumer confidence figures that we've had recently. Now, the reason, one of the reasons why we had this big drop in sales volumes was partly because there was an extra bank holiday during September. That was because of the late Queen's funeral. But it's clear, very clear indeed, that consumers are spending less and being more careful how they deploy their disposable income as well. Particularly that food sales figure, which is quite extraordinary. It means that food sales volumes were actually lower in September by about 3.2% than they were in February 2020, going into the pandemic, which is really very striking. The non-store sales decline as well. That was the biggest single element of decline within these numbers overall. Well, that is largely due to online shopping. It includes things like street markets as well, but by and large, it's online spending, and that has been particularly badly hit, it seems, and that tallies with what we've been hearing in recent days from trading updates. We heard, for example, yesterday from ASOS, the fashion retailer. They reported a loss for the year to the end of August, and we're talking about tough trading conditions there. But it's also notable that, for example, fuel sales, motor fuel sales, petrol and diesel, that was around 1.5% lower as well. So it's really painting a picture of an economy under which consumers are already coming under a lot of pressure, not only from rising interest rates, but also from higher inflation as well. Now, the public finances, again, there's an inflationary element to that as well, because one of the big areas of increased government spending. The government spent £89 billion during the month and took in something like £52 billion worth of taxes. Of that spending increase, some £7.7 billion was spent on interest payments on the national debt, as you said, up £2.2 billion on the same period last year. And that really reflects higher inflation, because around 28% of the national debt, interest payments on it are linked to inflation, and particularly they're not linked to CPI, which is high enough, but they're linked to the old discredited RPI measure, which in recent months has been running at north of 12%. So that partly explains the big increase in government spending. Another factor to bear in mind, though, is that benefit payments to some people to help them with their fuel bills got underway that month in September as well, and that cost the government the best part of £1.3 billion as well. But it all paints a picture of why the Chancellor is having to come up with these extra measures in his medium-term fiscal statement. 10 days from now, both public spending cuts and tax increases are widely expected, and there's really very little room for manoeuvre. However, earlier on today, I spoke to the economist Gerard Lyons. He's a former advisor to Boris Johnson when he was Mayor of London, and he was making the point that he felt that maybe the government did have a bit of room for manoeuvre. Here's what he told me.
Debt to GDP in the UK is high, but it's manageable. But what happens when debt to GDP is high? It makes the fiscal outlook very dependent on your assumptions about growth and also on the outlook for interest rates. I think the scale of tightening we're now seeing might be overdoing it, but there's no doubt that we've got to a situation where stability has taken centre stage, and that's unfortunately, in some people's eyes, taking too much of a centre stage. But as someone looking at it from the market's perspective, I'm saying more stability has to now be the issue that's addressed.
Well, Gerard Lyons made reference to the markets, and obviously the big focus of attention has been the gilt market. Gilt yields rise in the opposite direction to prices, moving the opposite direction to prices. The gilt yield is an implied government borrowing cost. They've been moving down all week as a result of Jeremy Hunt's actions earlier this week in tearing up his predecessor Kwasi Kwarteng's mini budget. But gilt yields have gone higher this morning on on those public borrowing figures. I should also tell you that the pound is in the doldrums this morning. Sterling off by the best part of 1% this lunchtime against the US dollar. It's worth pointing out, though, the dollar is on an absolute tear, but sterling is off both against the dollar and the euro this lunchtime.
OK, Ian, thank you. New figures from the ONS show COVID infections have continued to rise in England and in Wales. The total number of people in private households in the UK testing positive for the coronavirus that stood at just over 2 million in the week up to October the 10th. Sky's Thomas Moore has the latest.
It shows another 15% rise in COVID infections. This is a wave now which has continued for several weeks. But there are hints that it may be beginning to turn, and I'll dive into some of the data in a minute. But it is 1 in 30 people in the UK currently had the virus. This is from the Office for National Statistics, and there is a slight lag in the data. When you start to dig in and look at the regional stats, though, there are hints that in many parts of England, the cases are beginning to level off or even beginning to fall. So they are only rising in Yorkshire, the West Midlands and the southeast of England. Elsewhere, there is this turn, as I say. But there is a lag, and if you look at other data sources, such as the UK Health Security Agency's weekly survey, which came out yesterday, it looked at testing of hospital patients and hospital workers. That did show that there had been a decrease over the last week. So, and that is really a reflection of community rates. That's likely to take another couple of weeks to show up in the ONS data, but I think there are hopeful signs, certainly, that immunity from past infection and vaccination, of course, with the current autumn booster campaign, that is beginning to win out as predicted it would as the autumn progresses.
We just want to bring you some breaking sports news now. And the Northern Ireland manager, Ian Barraclough, has been sacked. It comes after just 2 wins from 8 for the national team. The Irish FA Chief Executive Patrick Nelson has said, under Ian's stewardship, we've seen the introduction of new players who will wear the green jersey with pride for years to come. And for this, we place on record our gratitude. However, in light of the overall record of results on the pitch, the Irish FA board has subsequently taken this decision. So Ian Barraclough sacked as Northern Ireland manager. Kevin Spacey has said he's deeply grateful after winning a civil lawsuit against an actor who accused him of making an unwanted sexual advance. Anthony Rapp alleged the Hollywood star inappropriately touched him at a party when he was 14. Mr. Spacey vigorously denies this. Let's speak to Shaman Freeman-Powell now. She's in the newsroom for us. These allegations date back to the 1980s, don't they, Shaman?
Yes, they do. And the actual trial lasted for around 2 weeks and deliberations for around an hour before the jury in Manhattan found that Anthony Rapp hadn't been able to prove that Kevin Spacey had made these unwanted sexual advances towards him. Now, Anthony Rapp, who is now 50 years of age, had been seeking around $40 million in damages in the civil case before it was dismissed, accusing Kevin Spacey of abusing him when Rapp was just 14 and Spacey was 26. Now, this was just one of the many cases that came about after the Me Too movement erupted back in 2017, and Kevin Spacey was among the Hollywood actors to be accused of sexual harassment and abuse. However, he'd always vehemently denied these allegations, and of course now this lawsuit in America has been dismissed, but he is still facing criminal charges in the UK, and that trial is due to start next year in June. But Kevin Spacey also denies those charges too.
OK, Shaman, thank you. You're watching Sky News today. Coming up, British and US intelligence say Iran has deployed troops to Crimea to help with drone attacks against Ukraine.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
Is the time for debate. Time for discussions. Time for answers.
The evidence is there.
Time to join the conversation.
I really hated it.
To try and make sense of issues that affect you.
9 p.m.
9 p.m. 9 p.m.
Is the soundtrack to your weeknights on Sky News.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
British and US intelligence say Iranian troops are on the ground in Crimea supporting Russian drone attacks on Ukraine. It comes as the Ukrainian military continues a counteroffensive in the strategic Kherson region, an area that was annexed and put under martial law by the Russian President Vladimir Putin. Let's take a more detailed look at the situation on the ground now. We're joined by retired Air Vice Marshal Sean Bell. Sean, thank you so much for joining us again this afternoon. Let's take a step back. We'll leave the Iranians for a bit. What is the situation on the ground in Ukraine?
Yeah, looking at Kherson, as you say, the Ukrainians are tightening the noose around the tens of thousands of Russian troops that are in that city. Russian officials have been told to leave. There's lots of reports of the Russian soldiers actually in civilian clothing. Almost certainly that means they're trying to escape as civilians and not attract media attention. General Surovikin, who's the most senior Russian commander of the region, has admitted that there are difficulties for Russians there. That's really unusual for the Russians to actually admit that they're having problems, almost certainly setting the conditions for a Russian withdrawal from Kherson. But of course, to do that, they've got to cross the Dnipro River, which most of the bridges have been blown. Interestingly, the other story here is that President Zelensky has accused the Russians of mining the Kakhovka hydroelectric plant dam, which is just up, you can see it circled at the top there. It's one of the few remaining crossing points that the Russians can use to cross the Dnipro River. And if that was to be blown, there'd be extensive flooding down the Dnipro River, but also around Kherson. The Russians have been there since the start of the war. If they were to blow this, the damage would be extensive, but the Russians probably have mined it because if they have to leave Kherson, they'd be leaving in a bit of a hurry, and by flooding the area, it would protect their flanks. In other words, it would stop the Ukrainians capitalising. The trouble is, it also would decimate the water supply to the south of Ukraine, and also would stop the cooling water to the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant. So quite significant.
OK, let's talk about these Iranians. Iranian troops, there are reports that they have sent Iranian troops to Crimea to help with the operation of these drones that we've seen in the last couple of days. How standard is that, and would that be significant if there were Iranian troops there?
Yeah, for the last 10 days, the Russian focus has been targeting Ukrainian energy infrastructure. And these are not military targets, let's be quite clear. This is terrorising the civilian population. They've been using the Shahid 136 drone to do that, which is an Iranian drone. We tend to think of drones as being short range, but actually these things, if they were mounted from Crimea, would actually be able to hit targets anywhere across the whole of Ukraine. They've got a range that would take them well beyond anywhere in Ukraine. Iran has deployed military personnel, only a small handful by all accounts, into Crimea to help the Russians with technical support. But as a result of that, the US and the UK have increased their sanctions on Iran.
OK, this is an interesting one. We had Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, saying yesterday that a Russian aircraft released a missile near an unarmed RAF plane over the Black Sea. What do you make of that?
This is amazing news. I mean, from my perspective, the incident occurred on the 29th of September.
You used to fly fighters, didn't you?
I used to fly fighters. So 29th of September. But it's been 3 weeks later before any announcement was made yesterday that one of these Russian aircraft, the Su-27 flanker, released the weapon. The target was a British Royal Air Force RC-135 rivet joint. We'll see a picture of one of those in a moment. This aeroplane looks complicated. It actually provides the eyes and the ears over the battlefield, routinely flies over the Black Sea, looking across Ukraine.
It's from the UK.
It's from the UK, yeah. A crew of about 30 people. It's unarmed.
That's a lot of people.
Yeah, it's unarmed. It was flying in international airspace. It was flying on a flight plan. Now, it's quite usual for these aeroplanes to be shadowed by Russian fighters who try to intimidate or collect information. On the particular day in question, the Russians were shadowing for about 90 minutes. Then they disappeared out of view, and that's when the incident occurred. The Russians claim that it was a technical malfunction. As a fighter pilot, when you've got live weapons on board, there is no such thing as a technical malfunction that would have caused this. There's no way in the world that happened. What's most likely is the Russians are very frustrated that West's successful use of air and space power to support the Ukrainians. And if they had been successful, if the Russians had been successful, what a coup it would have been for Russia, but also would have provoked NATO to come out with some sort of response. As it is, the flights of these have resumed again, but now they have Typhoons acting as armed escort for them, so they're bristling with offensive power as well. But if the Russians had been successful, if the missile had struck one of these aeroplanes, it would have been a massive escalation, and we would be covering a very different story.
Indeed, and these planes have a lot of defences, so if a missile is fired at them, they can evade them.
We'll probably never know what actually happened on the day, but the way you know a missile's been fired is that the launch aircraft lights you up with his radar, then has a target locking radar, which sends a very different tone to the pilots in here. They can then launch a lot of defensive aids, and they could be chaff, they could be flares, sort of Second World War thing. There's also all sorts of electronic warfare countermeasures that can be used. But the very fact that a missile was launched in close proximity to one of these aeroplanes is incredibly inflammatory.
OK, Sean, fascinating. Thank you so much. Time for a look at the weather now.
Anticipation is rising, and so is the atmosphere. Are you ready? The weather. sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Now, low pressure will dominate over the next few days, and that means further showers or longer spells of rain. Cloud and outbreaks of rain will slowly clear from northern Scotland today. Elsewhere, low cloud and fog will lift to reveal sunny spells, but bands of blustery showers will move up from the southwest to affect much of Ireland and the UK. Showers will continue to advance further north and east this afternoon, some heavy and thundery, with a risk of hail, lightning and even gusty winds. It's going to be quite mild, although it won't feel so in the strengthening wind, with coastal gales possible. Showers, some heavy, will push northwards overnight, mainly affecting Northern Ireland, Scotland and Cumbria. Clear spells will develop elsewhere, but it remains mild and breezy.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News at 1. Still to come this afternoon, the race for number 10 is on again. I'll be speaking to an MP who's backing Rishi Sunak to be the next Conservative leader. Let's get some more on our top story today. And the race for number 10 is on again after Liz Truss resigned yesterday. She remains in Downing Street for now while her successor is selected. But Ms Truss knows she is the shortest serving Prime Minister in British history. Her premiership was dramatic and ultimately catastrophic. Let's have a look back. It was former Chancellor Kwasi Kwarteng's radical mini-budget unveiled less than 3 weeks after her appointment that plunged Liz Truss's leadership into chaos. His announcement of £45 billion in unfunded tax cuts sparked market turmoil and political backlash. 10 days later came the first U-turn, Mr Kwarteng announcing the government would be abandoning the cut to the top rate of income tax. A week ago, he was sacked by the Prime Minister and replaced with Jeremy Hunt. On Monday, the new Chancellor reversed almost all of the tax measures in the mini-budget and scaled back the energy price guarantee. On Tuesday, a new poll revealed Liz Truss's popularity rating had slumped to the lowest ever of any UK political leader. Another blow on Wednesday when Suella Braverman quit as Home Secretary for breaching government security rules and also hit out at the PM, expressing concern about the government's direction. By yesterday, it was all over. Following meetings with senior Tories, Liz Truss resigned. Well, a cabinet minister has told Sky News they believe Boris Johnson could secure the 100 nominations he needs from Conservative MPs to progress in the Tory leadership race if he were to stand. A correspondent, Sabah Chowdhury, has been in Uxbridge in West London to see what residents think about the former PM potentially making a comeback.
To be very honest with you, it's been mixed views speaking to the people here in Uxbridge, as you say, former Prime Minister Boris Johnson's constituency. And, you know, some people have been saying that they want a general election, that the vote should be put to the people. We are a democracy and it should be down to the people of the country, not just a handful, as one person said to me, a handful of Tory members. But the thing that's most interesting is the fact that the vast majority of the people that I've spoken to are saying that despite Partygate, despite the scandal after scandal, they would love to have Boris Johnson back as Prime Minister. And that is the mood that we have captured here in Uxbridge. Here are what people have had to say.
Boris Johnson was actually the Prime Minister that took us out of Brexit. So I'm a big fan of Boris Johnson. I don't think we actually gave him a fair chance based on what he had to deal with.
Well, I think they're going to have somebody in place, but it's who they're going to have in place. And I don't know whether Boris would be any good at being back again.
Do you know what? He did a good job during a crisis. I think if it hadn't been for the dishonesty of it all, you know, Partygate and everything else that he did, I think he would have done a good job.
I'd rather not have an election. I'd rather go back to Boris because I think he was great. And he made a few mistakes, but who doesn't?
Well, some different opinions there, but the vast majority of people wanting to have the former Prime Minister back. Now, we don't yet know whether he will be putting his hat in the ring, but his father yesterday, Stanley Johnson, did say that he hopes that his son will do just that and that he has a strong record to be considered. Now, we understand that the Prime Minister is currently in the Caribbean, and some sources have been saying to Sky News that they think that he will be coming back. But again, as I say, no official confirmation on that just yet. Now, whoever the new leader will be the fifth Conservative Prime Minister in 6 years. Now, that, of course, comes after Liz Truss's resignation yesterday. Who that new leader will be, we'll find out next week.
And joining me now is Conservative MP and member of the 1922 committee, Richard Graham, who's backing Rishi Sunak in the leadership contest. Mr. Graham, thank you so much for talking to us this afternoon. What do you make of where your party currently is?
It's been a bit of a roller coaster and not our finest hour over the last few weeks, but some big decisions have been made. Obviously, we got a new Chancellor in Jeremy Hunt to stabilise the way we approach public finances and get the reassurance of markets. That, I think, has been an instant success. And now the Prime Minister has decided to stand down, and we've got the opportunity to get the right Prime Minister to lead us through this very difficult time. And I hope that we will get the right solution next week.
You hope you'll get the right selection next week. I mean, what do you say to people, members of the public, who are looking at this and saying, this is ridiculous? Why should you get another chance?
Well, the mandate from 2019 remains in place until 2024. We've got a majority of 70, and the last thing that people who want stability need now is sort of 3 or 4 months off for a general election with all the much greater uncertainty that that could bring with it. So this is a very important change. As I say, if we get the right solution, then I think we'll have a strong government in place that will demonstrate competency and compassion in dealing with the issues that lie before us.
And what if you don't get the right choice again? Are you just going to change the rules again and then try someone else out?
Well, we haven't changed the rules at all. Actually, the rules we put in place are precisely those that are in the party constitution, but we sorted those out very fast yesterday afternoon. We've got consensus and a process on how we go forward on Monday, and by Monday night we may even have a new leader and Prime Minister.
Indeed, and if that new leader is not the right choice, what happens then?
Well, one can ask endless hypothetical questions about what happens about everything, but let's see where we get to on Monday. I believe there's a real opportunity for people from all different parts of the party to come together and recognise that in this time of national, and it's not unique to us, crisis, that we do need to find the right person with the right economic approach, the right judgment, and the right experience to lead us through and into a better place over the next couple of years. And I've no doubt in my mind that Rishi Sunak is the man who can do that. He's got Jeremy Hunt as his Chancellor. There is talent in the current government, and there's lots of talent as well not in the government that he can draw on.
Well, the members didn't think he was that person last time around, did they?
They decided that Liz Truss and her promises of rapid economic growth were a more attractive solution. He warned them what might happen, and I'm afraid broadly that's come to pass. There are some aspects of her growth plan that are very much intact, and which I welcome, and others will benefit from, for example, the investment zones, the speeded up infrastructure projects. But to go in for a huge amount of unfunded tax cuts at a time of rising inflation was a step too far. The process wasn't right. And as you know, that's been sorted with Jeremy Hunt's appointment.
What do you say to the people who think that actually you shouldn't have another chance? You had a chance. It's been a massive mistake. We're all going to be paying the price of it for many years to come. And that what should happen now is that there should be a general election.
It's become a bit like asking people in the SNP in Scotland, how should we fix problems in the health system in Edinburgh? And the answer you get from an SNP person is give us independence. If you talk to somebody in Labour about what their economic policy is, the answer is give us a general election. That is not a solution to anything right now. We need to have people of experience and credibility reasserting their authority for a competent and compassionate government that reassures the markets and enables everyone to get on with their lives and sort out cost of living pressures as fast as possible.
And do you think Rishi Sunak is going to get the support that he needs? A lot of people look back at what he did and say he actually stabbed Boris Johnson in the back.
Yeah, this is an extraordinary accusation. I mean, there were other people who stood for the leadership in the summer who were campaigning a long time before Rishi, and I know that from personal experience.
But it was his resignation.
Unfortunately, the myth of the stab in the back does exist in some parts, just as there will be a new myth about Liz Truss being stabbed in the back. In neither case is it true, unfortunately. Both Prime Ministers' downfalls were of their own making. But what we have to focus on now is having the right person in place that can bring together all parts of the party. And I very much hope that Rishi will be that person.
And if he doesn't go through, who would you then back?
I'm not even thinking about that.
OK, so do you think he'll get to Monday, he'll get the 100 MPs and we won't even get beyond that?
Well, I think on Monday night, the responsibility of the 22 is to put before the wider party two candidates. But of course, if the candidate who comes second decides to drop out, as happened in 2016 with Theresa May and Andrea Leadsom, then at that stage, the one remaining person, of course, automatically becomes leader. And the voluntary party has accepted that. So we'll have to wait and see what happens on Monday night. But I think there's a chance that whoever comes second recognises that it's in the national interest to move forward as quickly as possible.
Do you think, given that your party is so divided, that Rishi Sunak is the one to unite the Tories?
Well, you've asked that question in a number of different ways, and I've given the same answer, which is, yes, I do think he is, but I can't answer for all my colleagues. I think those who supported Liz Truss in the leadership election last time, would recognise, at least privately, that actually all the warnings that Rishi gave turned out to be true, and the economic policy does need to be different. It is already changing quite fast, and we need to get back behind that.
OK. And Boris Johnson, we expect him to come back. There are reports that he's on his way back from the Caribbean. What do you think his chances are?
Well, I've got enormous respect for Boris Johnson's many talents. I've worked with him on lots of different things. But I do think that all of us need to think very carefully about the fact that he is currently under investigation by the Privileges Committee. That committee is bound to determine that he did mislead Parliament, and it may determine that he knowingly misled Parliament. That's a very serious accusation if that's what the committee determines, and would normally lead to resignation from a minister. So I do think if we want to move forward, then going back into the issues of what happened at Number 10 during the pandemic would be a huge mistake.
OK. Mr. Graham, thanks a lot for talking to us.
Thank you.
The care regulator has warned that a workforce the size of the population of Newcastle needs to be recruited urgently to ease the gridlocked health and care system. The Care Quality Commission says it's getting tougher and tougher to access care because of a massive shortage of workers. Our health correspondent Ashish Joshi reports.
Hello, Catherine. Even at 96, living with cancer and diabetes, Catherine is still fiercely independent.
I've been not too bad, Rebecca.
But she knows eventually she will need more specialist end-of-life care in the community.
I know there's no treatment for me to have to prolong my life any longer, so we'll just accept what comes my way. If it can happen at the end of my life, then I, don't mind. I'll tolerate it. I know my daughters will do everything possible for me to have a good ending.
500,000 people across the country can't count on the same support. They're waiting for their care to start or to be assessed. It means just under half of all patients waiting in hospitals to be discharged can't leave, even if they're medically fit.
The care sector has not always had the attention that it deserves. And this year, what we've seen is the system is gridlocked. And we're seeing when that happens, it means that people get stuck at home. It means that people come to harm.
The sector is hemorrhaging staff, just as its workforce needs to be growing to keep up with demand. Care sector leaders say the cost of living crisis has made recruitment and retention harder than ever.
We know that people are very low paid, so there's a huge concern about people leaving to join other sectors where they can earn more money, be that hospitality or retail or supermarkets.
We are monitoring closely your insulin.
Without immediate action, staff shortages in the health and care sector will increase pressure across the NHS and in the community. And that could leave people like Catherine more vulnerable this winter. Ashish Joshi, Sky News in South East London.
You're watching Sky News at 1. Still to come this afternoon, as Liz Truss departs as Prime Minister and the Tory leadership contest hots up. What are those in the Conservative grassroots thinking?
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
9 p.m. is the time for debate. Time for discussions.
Net zero means
Time for answers.
The evidence is there.
Time to join the conversation.
I really hated it.
To try and make sense of issues that affect you.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
is the soundtrack to your weeknights on Sky News.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
Navigate your way to the right outcome. Invest in your future. Sky News Financial Reports, sponsored by Interactive Investor. Invest in your future. Sky News Financial Reports, sponsored by Interactive Investor.
Now, as the Tory leadership race gathers pace, more and more MPs have been coming forward to back their preferred contender. But what do grassroots Conservatives make of the contest? And joining me now is Head of Policy at Conservative Progress, which aims to bridge the gap between the parliamentary party and grassroots activists, Sina Shah. Sina, good afternoon to you. Thanks so much for talking to us. You backed Liz Truss in her campaign, didn't you?
I did indeed. So initially I had actually backed Penny Mordaunt, and then later on as the competition developed, I did vote for Liz and joined her campaign team.
So what do you make of the last 44 days?
Well, I think what we've seen is the strategy that she had set out during her leadership campaign delivered far too quickly, much more quickly than perhaps the markets were ready for. And, you know, there were some big mistakes made, but she did quickly rectify those, what I must say, you know, and I think that is a true test of her character. She just recognised that her position was untenable. She made that decision, I think, in the best interest of this country to step away from the leadership and open it back up to competition again, to find somebody that was able to deliver the best for the people of this country, but also for the country as a whole.
Let's talk about that competition. Who are you backing this time around?
I am very much Camp Boris. I think he is the only contestant that would have the mandate of both the membership of the party, but also of the people of this country to be Prime Minister. And
why do you think that is?
Well, because he's the only one that has actually won an election standing to be the next Prime Minister. None of the other candidates have done that. So he does have that mandate. And I think, secondly, if you look at the polling and you look at the support from across the whole country that Boris had, he won an 80-seat majority. That wasn't by accident. He's won that because he was able to deliver on what people wanted, and he was able to cut through and really relate to the people. And I think that counts for a lot. And we've seen from the polling what's happened since he's gone, and it's not been good.
I mean, that was back in 2019. A lot has changed since then. Also, he's under investigation for potentially misleading Parliament.
He's under investigation, but nothing's been found, you know, that nothing's actually said that he's done any of that stuff. So an investigation is one thing. You know, we do very much in this country conduct investigations for all sorts of things. It doesn't mean that that person is going to be found guilty of having done anything.
Indeed. But one of the outcomes could be that he could be suspended from the Commons. What would happen then? Is that not a concern of yours as someone who backs him?
Well, I'd like to think that the outcome of that investigation is not something that's going to have him suspended. Of course, that's something that none of us can prejudge. But I just think right now what we need is somebody who, at number 10, who can actually get everything back on track in terms of stability and start delivering, facing the challenges that we have coming up. We've seen what his leadership was like during the pandemic. He was able to roll out vaccines very quickly. He was able to roll out support that we needed to the people that needed it most very quickly. He was able to get Brexit done. His track record is strong in that regard. And I think in the next few months, when you look at the energy crisis, when you look at the cost of living crisis, you look at what's going on with interest rates, I think we need somebody who actually has done the job before, knows what they're doing, knows what they're up against, and is able to deliver in the best interest of the people.
He's not a great fan of spending cuts, though, and what do you think is going to happen is if he does get in and he comes up against the Chancellor who's saying, we need spending cuts?
Well, I disagree there. Rishi Sunak was Chancellor under Boris Johnson. Boris Johnson and Rishi Sunak had proposed the last budget. So I disagree. They did introduce the increase on national insurance. They introduced increases on corporation tax, and that was all under Boris Johnson's lead. So I disagree that he's against spending cuts. I think he understands when you do need to spend money. I think he is fiscally conscious. I think he does reduce unnecessary government spend where he can. And I think we've just come out of a 2-year pandemic that has really hit this country hard. And I think that it has been difficult to deliver lots of tax cuts like the Conservatives normally would. We are a party that believes that people are better off with their money in their pocket and that they know better how to spend it than the government does. But the pandemic has been an exceptional circumstance.
OK, Sina, thank you so much for talking to us.
Thank you.
Time for a quick look at the weather.
Anticipation is rising, and so is the atmosphere. Are you ready? The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Low pressure will dominate over the next few days, and that means further showers or longer spells of rain. Cloud and outbreaks of rain will slowly clear from northern Scotland today. Elsewhere, low cloud and fog will lift to reveal sunny spells, but bands of blustery showers will move up from the southwest to affect much of Ireland and the UK. Showers will continue to advance further north and east this afternoon, some heavy and thundery with the risk of hail, lightning and gusty winds. It will be quite mild, although it won't feel so in the strengthening wind, with coastal gales possible. Showers, some heavy, will push northwards overnight, mainly affecting Northern Ireland, Scotland and Cumbria. Clear spells will develop elsewhere, but it remains mild and breezy.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
You're watching Sky News. Coming up at 2 o'clock, Wilfred will be here with all the latest on the Tory leadership contest as the favourites prepare to mount their bids to become the next Prime Minister.
This is Sky News. It's 2 o'clock. I'm Wilfred Frost. Coming up today, 1 week to go. Tory candidates look to build support in the leadership contest for the new Prime Minister to be decided within days. Could a comeback be on the cards for Boris Johnson? MPs and cabinet ministers signalled their support for the former Prime Minister.
At the moment, I would lean towards Boris Johnson. I think he will still have some questions to answer around, obviously, that investigation. But I know when I was Secretary of State for Defence, he invested in defence, he supported me.
We've got to get away from this idea that there's a sort of revolving door of chaos and that we just get the next experiment at the top of the Tory party.
Government borrowing soars as retail sales fall, the signs today of an economy under growing strain. Police say a body found in the loft of a house in Milton Keynes has been identified as the teenager Leah Croucher. Labour's Christian Matheson resigns as MP for Chester after accusations of serious sexual misconduct, which he denies. And the White House says Iranian forces are on the ground in Crimea supporting Russian drone attacks against Ukraine. A very good afternoon to you. We start with news of another battle for number 10. Only 6 weeks after the last Tory leadership race ended, the race is on after the Prime Minister Liz Truss resigned yesterday. Potential contenders are taking soundings to try to build enough support to make a bid to replace Liz Truss. So with only a week until we have a new Prime Minister, how will this leadership contest actually be decided? Nominations are now open and will close at 2 p.m. on Monday. Candidates must secure 100 nominations from MPs to get through to that first round shortlist. If only one contender reaches that mark, they'll be elected Prime Minister immediately on Monday. If more than 2 candidates make it through, Tory MPs will vote between 3:30 and 5:30 p.m. on Monday, and the person with the fewest votes will then be eliminated. MPs will then vote for their favourite between 6:30 and 8:30 p.m. Those candidates will then face televised hustings. And the final choice will be made by Conservative Party members in an online vote, which closes at 11 a.m. next Friday. The result will then be announced by the evening of Friday, the 28th of October at the latest. So, who's in the running? Well, Rishi Sunak is currently the MP with the most number of fellow MPs backing him. 56 have come forward so far. Boris Johnson is in second place. 34 MPs say they'll support him, including Business Secretary Jacob Rees-Mogg. He's followed by the current leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, who has the support of 16 MPs so far publicly. And Suella Braverman, who resigned as Home Secretary yesterday, as well as the International Trade Secretary and former leadership contender Kemi Badenoch, also being considered. Earlier, the Defence Secretary Ben Wallace ruled himself out of the race to be the next Prime Minister and weighed in on who he might support.
For me, I feel that I can add the best value in keeping people safe at Defence by being the Defence Secretary. It's the job that I have been doing, and it's the job I intend to stay doing. So I am not going to be standing for Prime Minister this time, and the same reasons really apply as last time. At the moment, I would lean towards Boris Johnson. I think he will still have some questions to answer around, obviously, that investigation. But I know when I was Secretary of State for Defence, he invested in defence, he supported me, he supported the actions this country has taken to keep us safe. So that's at the moment, I'm leaning towards that.
Meanwhile, Labour are calling for an immediate general election. Speaking a little earlier, Sir Keir Starmer said the possibility of Johnson's return was proof of the need for a public vote.
Only 3 months ago, Boris Johnson left office because most of those who were serving him on his front bench had declared that he was unfit for office. So to go from the kamikaze budget under Liz Truss back to a man that his own party has declared is unfit for office is the most powerful argument you could possibly have for a general election, so that we can put the alternative case to the country, which is stability, growth, an economy that works for everyone, rather than this chaos.
Let's go live to our political correspondent, Amanda Acas, who's in Central Lobby. And Amanda, we're all waiting to see who first gets publicly to 100. What's the feeling there? Privately, are there some candidates that perhaps have crossed that threshold already?
Well, that's the million-dollar question, really. Many of the MPs I've been speaking to over the past couple of days are very keen to talk about the importance of finding a unity candidate that can bring together the very different factions of the party behind one person after the chaos we've seen over the past 6 weeks and indeed the divisive leadership campaign we saw this summer. And it is possible that the numbers could be creeping up that way. Many MPs this weekend speaking to their constituency parties could all decide to rally behind one person in time for that deadline of 2 o'clock on Monday. And if only one person reaches that threshold of 100 MPs, then there will be a coronation on Monday. In reality, given how very divided the party is, I think that is extremely unlikely. And we can see by the numbers of MPs who are publicly coming out and giving their support to candidates quite what a range or what a wide field there is, really. So we can see there that Rishi Sunak is ahead on 56. That's not surprising, really. He was always the most popular among members of Parliament. It was the members who chose Liz Truss instead. But I think given many of his dire warnings about the impact of Trussonomics over the summer came to pass, that's obviously heightened his credibility. His backers argue he's the person who can steady the economy in these turbulent times. Equally, many Conservatives see him as the person who stabbed Boris Johnson in the back. Penny Mordaunt, another option. She's only got 16 people publicly backing her so far, but those we speak to tell us many more have been speaking to her in private about the prospect of announcing her candidacy. Of course, as ever, the big drama is around Boris Johnson. 34 MPs publicly calling for him to return to Downing Street. Now, that's left some in his party absolutely aghast. Cast your mind back just a few months and the chaos of his downfall after months of infighting and division over the Patterson saga, Wallpaper Gate, Partygate, the allegations against Chris Pincher. For him to go, there's still a Privileges Committee investigation hanging over him. Would he even really want the job? Equally, at the same time, we've been hearing from cabinet members Jacob Rees-Mogg, Ben Wallace, both supporting him. Earlier I spoke to another MP, the MP for Grimsby, who explained why he's got her backing too.
I think Boris Johnson is the leader that the country wants, that they voted for, especially in my constituency. They believe that he wants to make positive change in the country, and I support that. And I think he's a leader that can actually move the country forward in the direction we want.
Now, the Liberal Democrats have been fairly quick off the mark this morning. They're trying to table a motion that means it wouldn't be possible for Boris Johnson to return to Downing Street by saying anyone who's been found guilty of committing offences while in office shouldn't stand to be Prime Minister. Equally, that's unlikely to happen, but the question remains whether he would want the job. Obviously, the country's in a very different situation as it was back after Brexit when he was elected in 2019, when that was the key focus. Of course, now the big challenges facing the country are economic. His supporters say they believe if he thinks he is likely to get the numbers he needs, then they believe he can and should run. Obviously, that raises huge numbers of other questions, and I don't really think that we're going to then see a situation in which the turbulence of the past few months is calmed. But who knows? We could end up with one unity candidate, after all, being chosen by the party on Monday.
Amanda, great stuff. Thanks so much. We are also getting some breaking news. According to reports, the Levelling Up Minister, Simon Clarke, is going to back Boris Johnson in the leadership race. He was, of course, quite an early and close supporter of Liz Truss in the previous leadership race, originally to replace Boris Johnson, so perhaps to be expected to move towards the Boris Johnson side of potential candidates this time around. He was Chief Secretary to the Treasury under Rishi Sunak, but only briefly, and towards the end of the Johnson reign, definitely seen much more of an ally of Truss than of Sunak over the summer. Well, one MP has told Sky News that they believe Boris Johnson could secure the 100 nominations he needs from Conservative MPs to progress in the Tory leadership race if he were to stand. Sky correspondent Sabah Chowdhury has been in Uxbridge in West London to see what residents think about the former Prime Minister potentially making a comeback.
To be very honest with you, it's been mixed views speaking to the people here in Uxbridge. As you say, former Prime Minister Boris Johnson's constituency. And, you know, some people have been saying that they want a general election, that the vote should be put to the people. We are a democracy and it should be down to the people of the country, not just a handful, as one person said to me, a handful of Tory members. But the thing that's most interesting is the fact that the vast majority of the people that I've spoken to are saying that despite Partygate, despite the scandal after scandal, they would love to have Boris Johnson back as Prime Minister. And that is the mood that we have captured here in Uxbridge. Here are what people have had to say.
Boris Johnson was actually the Prime Minister that took us out of Brexit. So I'm a big fan of Boris Johnson. I don't think we actually gave him a fair chance based on what he had to deal with.
Well, I think they're going to have somebody in place, but it's who they're going to have in place. And I don't know whether Boris would be any good at being back again.
Do you know what? He did a good job during a crisis. I think if it hadn't been for the dishonesty of it all, you know, Partygate and everything else that he did, I think he would have done a good job.
I'd rather not have an election. I'd rather go back to Boris, because I think he was great. And he made a few mistakes, but who doesn't?
Well, some different opinions there, but the vast majority of people wanting to have the former Prime Minister back. Now, we don't yet know whether he will be putting his hat in the ring, but his father yesterday, Stanley Johnson, did say that he hopes that his son will do just that and that he has a strong record to be considered. Now, we understand that the Prime Minister is currently in the Caribbean, and some sources have been saying to Sky News that they think that he will be coming back. But again, as I say, no official confirmation on that just yet. Now, whoever the new leader will be the fifth Conservative Prime Minister in 6 years. Now, that, of course, comes after Liz Truss's resignation yesterday. Who that new leader will be, we'll find out next week.
Well, on the great debate on Monday, Trevor Phillips will be asking the all-important question, who should be Britain's next Prime Minister? Whether you're a Boris, Rishi or Penny backer or just want a general election, we want to hear from you. Email thegreatdebate@sky.uk to join the audience and share your views. And tune in 9 p.m. on Monday. Of course, by 9 p.m. on Monday, the list will be down to 3 maximum. Possibly down to 2 by then. Well worth tuning in on Monday, 9 p.m. A Labour MP has resigned after being suspended over allegations of serious sexual misconduct. An independent panel on MPs' conduct recommended Christian Matheson should be suspended from the Commons for 4 weeks over the allegations, which he denies. Matheson's resignation statement said, "From the start, I accepted I had committed a minor breach of the code and had hoped that an honest and open approach would stand me in a fair light. This has proven not to be the case, and I'm dismayed that I have been found guilty of several allegations that I know to be untrue." He added, "Indeed, my insistence on what I know to be true and that I had no sexual motivation in this matter was held against me as a refusal to accept my guilt and caused an increased sanction which I felt was disproportionate. I would ask for privacy for my family. This matter has also caused a great toll on my health, requiring my hospitalisation, and I ask that my privacy is respected while I recover." A Labour spokesperson said this is an incredibly serious case. There must be a zero tolerance for sexual harassment, and the Labour Party has acted immediately following the ICGS findings. They added, "We will now select a candidate that the people of Chester can be proud to vote for." Let's get the latest on the economy now. New figures today reveal how the cost of government borrowing is rising and retail sales are falling more than expected. The Office for National Statistics reported that public sector net borrowing came in at £20 billion last month. That's £3 billion more than economists had expected. And it's £2.2 billion more than in the same month last year, and the second highest September borrowing figure on record. Only the borrowing figure in September of 2020, at the height of the coronavirus pandemic, was it higher. Retail sales volumes in September were down 1.4% on August, compared with city forecasts for a decline of 0.5%. The figure was down 6.9% on the same figure last year. Food store sales volumes were down 1.8% during the month, while non-store retailing sales volumes, which is largely online shopping, were down by 3%. Our business presenter, Ian King, is in the city now. And Ian, whether it's this data, whether it's the US market moves today in the pre-market, we're seeing quite a reaction as well, once again, on the pound and government borrowing yields in the direction that we don't want to see.
Yes, that's right, Wilf. I mean, gilt yields are obviously an implied government borrowing cost. They move in the opposite direction to the price. And ever since Jeremy Hunt tore up the mini budget, which he started doing a week ago and then continued on Monday, gilt yields have been going in the direction in which the Treasury would want to see it. Well, they've ticked up somewhat this morning. I wouldn't get too overexcited about it. I've seen one or two pieces of commentary around suggesting that this is because Boris Johnson is edging ahead in some opinion polls of Conservative MPs. You're not seeing that dramatic move, and as you said yourself, we are seeing bond yields rising everywhere around the world right now. For example, the US 10-year Treasury yield hit its highest level for 15 years yesterday. The German 10-year yield has just hit its highest level since 2011. So this is happening right around the world, and it's really a function of the tightening interest rate environment, rising interest rate environment that you're seeing around the world. But nonetheless, the movement in gilt yields and in sterling really reflects evidence from the data that we've had today of a deteriorating economic backdrop. Obviously, the retail sales figures were pretty disappointing. You can put part of that down to the fact that there was an extra bank holiday in September due to the late Queen's funeral. But there's a lot of evidence in those figures that households are drawing in their savings, partly in response to inflation, but also probably due to higher interest rates in a lot of cases as well. And it's affecting all parts of the retail sector, because the biggest single faller during the month was actually non-store sales. Now, part of that is things like street markets, but the bulk of it is reflected in online shopping. So online shopping appears to be suffering more aggressively than in other parts of the retail sector. And that kind of bears out what we've been hearing from businesses individually over recent days. For example, yesterday we had a statement from ASOS, the fashion retailer that now owns Topshop, of course, and they were pushed into the red in the year to the end of August and warned of the tough backdrop. Now, the public finances, well, again, they just underlie the extent of the challenge that the new Chancellor and Prime Minister are facing. There's very, very little room for manoeuvre. The £20 billion borrowing, as you say, Wilf, more than was expected. It's actually the biggest, first time we've had a year-on-year increase in borrowing since March of last year. Now, this is partly down to, it's mainly down to higher government spending. The government brought in something like £52 billion worth of taxes during the month. That was up some £5 billion on the previous month, but it was that spending element. The government spent £89 billion last month. Now, a lot of that was down to increases in payments on the national debt interest, in debt servicing charges. They came in at £7.7 billion, as you said, and that's partly because 28% of the national debt is fixed to inflation rates, and inflation has been going up. It's also worth pointing out that some £1.3 billion worth of extra spending was down to early benefit payments to some households to help insulate them from the impact of higher energy prices. Now, I've been speaking to the economist Gerard Lyons this morning. He warned about the risk of the Chancellor over-tightening fiscal policy, in other words, raising taxes too much or cutting spending too much. Here's what he told me.
Debt to GDP in the UK is high, but it's manageable. But what happens when debt to GDP is high? It makes the fiscal outlook very dependent on your assumptions about growth and also on the outlook for interest rates. I think the scale of tightening we're now seeing might be overdoing it, but there's no doubt that we've got to a situation where stability has taken centre stage, and that's unfortunately, in some people's eyes, taking too much of a centre stage. But as someone looking at it from the market's perspective, I'm saying, well, stability has to now be the issue that's addressed.
Well, speaking of the markets, I can just show you what the currency markets are doing right now. Sterling down by 0.9% right now against the US dollar, down by slightly less against the euro.
Ian King, as always, thanks so much. I just want to pivot back to some of that breaking news that we mentioned earlier about Simon Clarke, who, of course, is levelling up secretary under Liz Truss, and one of her close allies. We said, according to a report, that he was backing Boris Johnson. That's confirmed by his own tweet. Perhaps more significant there is that he's also mentioning, and Tees Valley Mayor Ben Houchen is backing Boris Johnson, and that's confirmed as well by Ben Houchen's Twitter account. And Ben Houchen, whilst he doesn't have a vote as a mayor, not an MP, in that first round of creating the shortlist, had been quite a high-profile backer of Rishi Sunak in the earlier leadership race this summer against Liz Truss. So two more supporters, only one of them with a vote, Simon Clarke, who'd probably been expected to lean towards the Boris Johnson-type candidate, whereas Ben Houchen may have been expected to back Rishi Sunak again and has not done so. But Houchen doesn't have a vote to create that initial shortlist of candidates. Human remains found in a house in Milton Keynes have been confirmed as the body of Leah Croucher. Thames Valley Police began a murder investigation after a body was found at the property last week. Leah Croucher was 19 years old when she vanished on her way to work in February 2019. Sadia Chowdhury joins me now from the newsroom. And Sadia, a very sad development, but a development that's been long awaited, alas.
Yes, it is what many people strongly believed after that discovery was made last week, but it is today officially confirmed by Thames Valley Police that the body of Leah Croucher has been formally identified. It comes after last week when they were tipped off by a member of the public to a property in Milton Keynes where they found her rucksack and some other personal items belonging to Leah, and a search of the loft space of that property uncovered some human remains. A murder investigation was launched immediately, and a Home Office post-mortem examination took place into the cause of death. That came back inconclusive, but I understand that investigation continues. Police are still trying to figure out what happened to Leah. She was 19 years old when she went missing in February 2019. She was on her way to work, she was walking, and she's last seen on CCTV footage about a half a mile away from that property where her remains were found. Police have gone through hundreds of hours of CCTV footage to try and piece together what happened to Leah, to try and locate her. Last week, they again made an appeal for witnesses to come forward. They also said that they were naming the sex offender Neil Maxwell as the prime suspect in her murder. He died in April 2019, 2 months after Leah went missing. And today, Thames Valley Police said that their thoughts will always be with Leah's family.
OK, thank you so much. This is Sky News coming up. How British and US intelligence believe the Iranian Revolutionary Guard is assisting Russia with the war in Ukraine.
I'm Neville Lazarus, and I'm Sky's reporter based in Delhi. We take you to the heart of the story that shapes our world.
9 p.m. is the time for debate. Time for discussions. Time for answers.
The evidence is there.
Time to join the conversation.
I really hated it.
To try and make sense of issues that affect you.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
9 p.m.
is the soundtrack to your weeknights on Sky News.
I'm Dan Whitehead and I'm Sky News' West of England correspondent.
Welcome back. British and US intelligence say Iranian troops are on the ground in Crimea supporting Russian drone attacks on Ukraine. It comes as the Ukrainian military continues a counter-offensive in the strategic Kherson region, an area that was annexed and put under martial law by Russian President Vladimir Putin. Well, let's have a look in more detail at the situation on the ground. We're joined by retired Air Vice Marshal Sean Bell. Sean, great to see you again, as always. Let's just have a broad snapshot, first of all, on the latest situation on the ground in Ukraine.
Yeah, you mentioned Kherson. The noose is gradually tightening. The Ukrainians are gradually tightening the noose around the tens of thousands of Russian soldiers that are actually located in the middle of the city. Russian officials have been told to leave the city, and there's lots of talk about the Russian soldiers actually being in civilian attire. What's most likely is that they're trying to be able to get Russian soldiers out without attracting media attention. General Severakon has, the most senior general for Russia, has admitted that they've got difficulties in Kherson, which is really unusual. They should admit that. And it looks very likely they're setting the conditions for a Russian withdrawal out of Kherson. It's one thing to say you're going to withdraw, but actually getting across the Dnieper River when all the bridges have been blown is actually a lot more difficult than it appears. Also, President Zelensky has a huge rush of mining the Kharkovka hydroelectric power plant dam up in... Russians have occupied that since the early days of the war. It's one of the very few crossing points the Russians have got for the Dnieper River. If they were to blow that dam, it would cause massive flooding down the Dnieper River, but also around Kherson itself, across to the west there. Almost certainly Russia would use that to cover its retreat if it was to withdraw from Kherson. The trouble is, not only would it do that, but it would also devastate freshwater supplies to southern Ukraine and also risk the cooling waters for the Zaporizhzhia nuclear plant.
Gosh, a lot to consider there. Let's touch on that other story we mentioned in the intro, the reports that there are Iranian forces in Crimea helping with drone attacks. I mean, how significant is that?
Well, for the last 10 days, we've been reporting on the huge focus, Russian focus, on targeting the Ukrainian energy infrastructure. Bear in mind, these are not military targets. They are quite literally terrorising civilian targets. They've been using the Shahid 136 drone, and we tend to think of drones as being relatively short-range, slow. These Shahid drones, if they are launched from Crimea, which is where they're being launched from, with over 1,000 miles range, they can actually reach anywhere in Ukraine. They might take quite a while to get there. They're only 100 miles an hour, but they can get anywhere. Iran has deployed specialist military personnel into Crimea to help the Russians with the launching and operation and support. And as a result, both the UK and the US have increased their sanctions on Iran.
In terms of the other story this week, we heard from Ben Wallace, the Defence Secretary, that Russia had dropped a missile near or around an RAF plane, and an unarmed one, in and around the Black Sea. I mean, is that an understandable move? Is it an unacceptable move?
It's an amazing story. Were it not for the political unrest yesterday, we'd have been covering this. The incident occurred on the 29th of September, over 3 weeks ago. It was only announced by Ben Wallace yesterday. Su-27 flanker, shown here, one of the Russian military aircraft, fired a missile in close proximity to a Royal Air Force aeroplane. The target was an RC-135 rivet joint aeroplane. I think we've got a picture of one here. It's the eyes and the ears over the battlefield. It's a surveillance aeroplane, crew of about 30. On the day it was operating over the Black Sea, it was operating in international airspace, it was unarmed, and it was on a flight plan. Now, quite regularly on these flights, these aircraft are shadowed by Russian aircraft who are either intimidating them or just watching what's going on. For about 90 minutes on the day, they did that. The Russians then departed. Once they were out of sight, that's when the incident occurred. Now, the Russians claim this was a technical malfunction. As you know, I'm a former fighter pilot. You don't launch missiles as a technical malfunction. This was quite an intentional act. What's almost certainly the case is the Russians are immensely frustrated at the West's use of air and space power to support Ukraine. If they had have managed to shoot this down, it would be a massive coup for Russia, and also could have provoked NATO to provide a response, which, of course, would suit Putin's agenda. In reality, the flights have resumed again now, but now Our RC-130's got Typhoon armed support with it. But if the Russians had been successful, if they had shot that aircraft out of the sky, that would have been a massive escalation, and we'd have had a very different story on our hands.
Certainly would have done. Sean Bell, thanks for breaking down for us, as always. It's now time for a check on the weather.
Anticipation is rising, and so is the atmosphere. Are you ready? The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
Low pressure will dominate our weather over the next few days, and that means further showers or longer spells of rain. Cloud and outbreaks of rain will slowly clear from northern Scotland today. Elsewhere, low cloud and fog will lift to reveal sunny spells, but bands of blustery showers will move up from the southwest to affect much of Ireland and the UK. Showers will continue to advance further north and east this afternoon, some heavy and thundery with a risk of hail, lightning and gusty winds. It will be quite mild, although it won't feel like it in the strengthening wind.
The weather, sponsored by Qatar Airways.
This is Sky News, and coming up, Conservative MPs start to back their preferred candidate for Prime Minister. I'll be finding out why one of them thinks Rishi Sunak is the next person to lead the country. Welcome back. Conservative MPs have begun to declare their allegiances in the party's second leadership contest in just over 4 months. Leader of the House of Commons, Penny Mordaunt, former Chancellor Rishi Sunak and former Prime Minister Boris Johnson are expected to be among those putting themselves forward for the top job. Joining me now is Conservative MP and Rishi Sunak supporter Reman Chisti. Thanks so much for joining us. Talk us through why you're opting for Rishi Sunak. Maybe we didn't have a
Hello.
connection there. Talk us through, I hope you can hear me now, talk us through why you're going for Rishi Sunak.
Hello? Yeah, I think so. For me, I think
Maybe we've lost that connection. If we maybe come back in a little while when we've re-established that connection in due course. In the meantime, let's update on a couple of other stories. Greater Manchester Police are investigating after a pro-democracy protester was assaulted by staff at the city's Chinese consulate on Sunday. After being pictured pulling the protester's hair, the Chinese Consul General defended his actions, saying it was his duty. Sky News' Data and Forensics Unit has been reviewing footage of the incident, including a new CCTV part of it, to piece together exactly what happened. Adam Parker now reports.
It's the first day of the Congress of China's ruling Communist Party, and pro-democracy Hong Kongers are protesting outside the Chinese consulate in Manchester. Journalists and protesters were filming, and so were the consulate on their CCTV cameras. They have highlighted their edited videos using red circles. A peaceful protest descended into violence. It forced police to intervene on Chinese ground. This is how it unfolded. At 2:38 p.m, the gate is opened at the consulate and 4 staff members walk out, including the Consul General, Zhang Shiwen himself. 2 of them are wearing riot helmets and vests. The man in the black and red jacket is holding something taken from his left pocket. We've been unable to identify exactly what it is. The Consul General kicks a banner and pulls down the other. The 2 men wearing riot gear pick up and move the cartoon poster depicting the Chinese president towards the consulate. The protesters rush to stop them. In the CCTV released by the consulate, they highlight this protester who ends up inside the grounds. This consular staff member wearing riot gear is pulled away and knocked to the floor by the protesters. The police, who are parked up the road, arrive 20 seconds after it turns violent. Another one of the staff wearing riot gear is pulled from the consulate gate and kicked at least 3 times in the head by the protesters. One of the most senior Chinese diplomats in the UK, the Consul General, is now inside the consulate. He's seen here pulling the hair of one of the protesters, Bob Chan. The consulate staff are pulling Chan inside the grounds. The police officer is trying to pull him out. The staff member in the red jacket is seen reaching into his pocket again. Moments later, he is knocked down by another protester at the gate. The police try to break up the violence, but don't enter the grounds of the consulate. Protester Bob Chan has been pulled further inside the consulate gates and is being hit by 2 of the staff. 2 police officers are forced to enter the grounds and attempt to intervene. Chan is eventually removed and the gate is shut. Greater Manchester Police is investigating the incident that lasted just 70 seconds. Chinese officials cannot be prosecuted due to diplomatic immunity, but pressure is mounting on the Foreign Office to act.
The consulate say the protesters were using offensive slogans and images.
But there are calls by MPs and others to expel those involved. Adam Parker, Sky News.
New figures from the ONS show COVID infections have continued to rise in England and Wales. The total number of people in private households in the UK testing positive for coronavirus stood at just over 2 million in the week up to October the 10th. Sky's Thomas Moore has the latest.
It shows another 15% rise in COVID infections. This is a wave now which has continued for several weeks. But there are hints that it may be beginning to turn, and I'll dive into some of the data in a minute. But it is 1 in 30 people in the UK currently had the virus. This is from the Office for National Statistics, and there is a slight lag in the data. When you start to dig in and look at the regional stats, though, there are hints that in many parts of England, the cases are beginning to level off or even beginning to fall. So they are only rising in Yorkshire, the West Midlands and the southeast of England. Elsewhere, there is this turn, as I say. But there is a lag, and if you look at other data sources, such as the UK Health Security Agency's weekly survey, which came out yesterday, it looked at testing of hospital patients and hospital workers. That did show that there had been a decrease over the last week. So, and that is really a reflection of community rates. That's likely to take another couple of weeks to show up in the ONS data, but I think there are hopeful signs, certainly, that immunity from past infection and vaccination, of course, with the current autumn booster campaign, that is beginning to win out as predicted it would as the autumn progresses.
Now, a former advisor to Donald Trump will be sentenced today after being found guilty of 2 counts of contempt of Congress. Steve Bannon refused to give evidence to a committee investigating the January the 6th Capitol riots and failed to provide documents requested by the committee. Our US correspondent, James Matthews, joins me now from Washington. And James, this is likely to continue and rattle on with various appeals, but the size of the punishment will be fairly indicative of the scale of the story that will rumble on.
Yes, indeed. You're right, Wilfred. The judge is currently going through the sentencing. We expect to get that any minute now. But he's talking about the necessity of a 1-month sentence, given what Steve Bannon has been convicted of. So at the moment, to be confirmed, it looks like he will get jail time. It's a question of how long that will be, but we'll hear what sentence he gets in due course. Of course, Steve Bannon, a well-known figure, very high profile. Of all President Trump's men, he was the main man, a key strategist in the White House before they fell out, and he was eventually sacked. His crime has been to snub this January the 6th committee. It's looking in to the insurrection on January the 6th, 2021, the assault on the Capitol. It believes President Trump was at the heart of that, and it believes that Steve Bannon can give them key information that ties both him and Trump to what happened on the 6th of January. They played video last week at their final hearing, and it showed Steve Bannon on his podcast, The War Room, speaking the day before the January the 6th assault, saying all hell is going to break loose tomorrow. There was separate video telling Chinese associates about how Donald Trump was going to simply declare victory. He would declare himself the winner. They say that was all part of a plan by Donald Trump and his inner circle to subvert the results of the 2020 election. They asked for Bannon to appear before them. He said no, he wouldn't appear, wouldn't give them any documents. That's what he has been convicted of. And of course, he's one guy who's been given a subpoena by this committee. There's another guy, President Trump himself. A subpoena is in the post for him. He's not said whether or not he will respond positively to that. What's happening to Bannon will no doubt concentrate his mind, but there are legal difficulties about dragging a former president before them, and frankly, given all the legal jeopardy facing Trump right now, it's probably the least of his legal worries.
James Matthews, thanks so much for that. Let's get more on this unfolding political situation here in the UK and, of course, the race to succeed Liz Truss. Political correspondent Amanda Akas has more for us in Central Lobby.
Indeed. So the leadership contenders only have until 2 o'clock on Monday afternoon to try and gather that crucial threshold of 100 nominations to make it through the next stage. If only one of them manages to get that many supporters, well, then they'll be crowned on Monday. If not, the vote will end up going to the members. Well, there are 3 candidates currently who members have been backing publicly. No one has declared formally as yet. At the moment, Rishi Sunak is ahead, followed by Boris Johnson and Penny Mordaunt, who also has a large number of backers coming forward for her. I'm joined by one of those MPs who is publicly backing Penny Mordaunt, Robbie Moore, West Yorkshire MP. Tell us why you're backing Penny.
So I generally believe that we need a candidate that is able to unify the parliamentary party, but also unify our membership and take forward the 2019 manifesto that all of us got elected on. And I wholeheartedly believe that Penny Mordaunt, if she puts her name into the hat, is the right candidate to be able to do that.
At the moment, she doesn't have the same kind of numbers that we're seeing for Rishi Sunak and Boris Johnson. How much support do you think she does have in the party? Do you think it's realistic that she's going to reach that threshold of 100 nominations again?
I think it's very realistic. A lot of colleagues are obviously openly talking about it and wondering who they're going to be getting behind. And there are still a lot of Conservative members of Parliament that haven't declared yet. I generally believe that Penny is the right person to be able to pull all parts of the parliamentary party together to be able to deliver on what actually matters to our constituents, which is getting that 2019 manifesto delivered and focusing on moving our country forward. And Penny, having had the range of experience in ministerial positions over the course of a 12-year period, has the ability to do that.
And have you been speaking to her? Do you know how she's feeling and what kind of timescale we might be looking at declaring? Because there's not long to go, is there?
No, well, obviously the time frame is quite tight, and I don't. But I really do hope that Penny is giving this some good thought and actually puts her name forward. Because again, I think that she is absolutely that unifying candidate that we actually need. We need somebody that is calm, decisive, collected in their decision making, able to pull together a cabinet from all parts of the party to drive us forward. Because from my point of view, I certainly do not want to be seeing the opposition being handed the keys to number 10.
But with that in mind, there have been many calls for unity, but perhaps we can see from the numbers of MPs supporting the different candidates, it's still a very divided party, isn't it? I mean, do you think that for the sake of the country, perhaps it would be better if one candidate could be kind of agreed on and come to power?
Well, of course, this is only Friday, and this all only started yesterday. So, we are right at the start of this process. The 1922 committee have outlined a very short time frame, which I think is absolutely the right thing to do. And I do hope that we get a conclusion on this as soon as possible. So let's see what the weekend brings. I'm sure things will move very quickly, and quite rightly so. But, I repeat the point that actually to bring all sides of our parliamentary party together, to take the fight strongly to the opposition, to make sure that we are delivering on that 2019 manifesto, I wholeheartedly believe that Penny Mordaunt is the right person to do that.
What do you think about the prospect of Boris Johnson trying to return to Downing Street?
Well, we'll just have to wait and see which candidates, put their names forward. Many Conservative MPs represent very different types of seats. But we're all Conservatives. We're all part of the same Conservative family. And whoever ends up being elected by fellow MPs, or if it goes to the membership, we will have to unite and get behind that candidate. But whilst we have this ability to have a little bit more discussion about it, I think it's right that we explore those options. And, again, I do hope that Penny puts her name into the ring.
Robbie Moore there expressing support for Penny Mordaunt. And indeed, as he says, there's a weekend to go where MPs will be returning to their constituencies, speaking to their local parties, obviously speaking to their colleagues. And on Monday, we'll find out whether there'll be one candidate who will become the new Prime Minister, or whether we'll be facing just a few days of another Tory leadership campaign before we find out who'll be the next leader of the party and the country on Friday.
Amanda, thanks so much. And we're going to continue the discussion on this Tory leadership race. Joining me now is Conservative MP and Rishi Sunak supporter Raymond Chisty. Raymond, thanks so much for joining us. I hope you can hear me this time.
Pleasure.
Talk to us about why you're backing Rishi Sunak.
Well, I think for me, it's, our great country is the best country in the world. It's a land of opportunity for everyone. And I, say that from